One day a young man woke up and, with horror and amazement, realized he had been reborn in a vivid fantasy world. His new reality, Asfeel, was thoroughly permeated with wonders, brave adventurers, majestic flying dragons in the sky, and magic straight out of a fairy tale. This is exactly what he dreamed of in childhood. In this dreamlike world, his second life began, so he met it with hope and excitement, as if it were a chance that had finally come. But the joy did not last long. The harsh truth stripped away all the shine, instantly revealing reality. He asked about a bath, and the maid confused looked at him as if he had asked for the impossible, then dryly replied that she had never heard of such a thing. Even the food did not touch him deeply. Fragile bread crust and tough, sinewy, meat completely unlike what he was used to in the former world. And basic sanitation was out of the question. The toilets here were nothing more than chaotic pits, and the disposal of their contents relied on slime for wastewater treatment. He sank heavily into the seat, and a look of despair froze on his face. The new life turned out to be much harsher than he could ever have imagined. Without electricity, we had to make do with simple lantern sand. This only confirmed the suspicion. Civilization was stuck somewhere at the medieval level. Suddenly, there was a pounding at the door. Lying in bed, he sighed heavily, repeatedly replaying his past life in the world of conveniences in his mind. He wanted either to return there or to find a new world that truly matched his aspirations. Suddenly, he shuddered and woke up abruptly. His eyes opened in confusion. He sat up, looked around the unfamiliar surroundings, and tried to understand what was happening. He thought of his unusual ability, Moongate, a power that opened travel between dimensions. With this incredible power, he could jump between countless different worlds, the kingdom of dinosaurs, a futuristic sci-fi metropolis, and many others beyond imagination. But one day, his path led to a completely different destination. He found himself amid a peaceful rural landscape, and somewhere in the distance birds were quietly chirping. A road sign confirmed where he was, Akin Village. A wave of confusion overwhelmed him, did not understand whether he had accidentally returned to Japan. He realized more than 10 years had passed since he last stepped into this world, and he doubted he could return to the other side. Suddenly, an elderly woman's voice cut into his thoughts and called him. An elderly woman in a straw hat appeared beside him. She approached and asked if he had missed his bus and what he was doing here. He began to babble embarrassedly, trying to explain, but she immediately changed the subject, inviting him to lunch, as it was already midday. Within a few minutes, he was sitting at the table with her, and the elderly man was eating while sipping soba noodles. After the meal, he felt much better. While he continued eating, the elderly man noticed that his Japanese was amazingly good despite his foreign appearance and clothing. Alan, a little embarrassed, apologized for slurping and explained that he had not truly enjoyed it for a long time. He glanced at his own reflection in the nearest window, carefully watching how his image looked. He was unsettled by a strange fact. Language barriers seemed to have disappeared, so he wondered if this was also a result of his skills. He looked closely at the light hair and green eyes, features that unmistakably marked him as a foreigner in this Japanese village. Moongate, he remembered one crucial detail about his ability. Living creatures could not pass through it, but inanimate objects could be transferred between worlds. And this thought pushed him. If he used the power, theoretically he could make a considerable profit. But everyday life in his field was far from comfortable. He desperately needed money for things like a public bathhouse. He clenched his fist, deciding to find a way to profit from this ability. He long weighed the chasm between two worlds. In Japan, 1 gold ingot could buy an estate, while in his field it was only a monthly salary. However, things like luxurious pastries and spices, considered ordinary in Japan, were outrageously expensive in his field, enough money to build a house. This thought flashed in him, and a treacherous idea ripened in his head. If he resold Japanese things in his fuel, he could amass a fortune. From the smile spreading across his face, his heart even leapt. Images of handfuls of coins were already floating in his imagination. Later, he helped an elderly woman in the village, and she expressed her gratitude to him. He modestly waved it off and explained that there are too many old people living in the village, so it itself helped, bringing benefit to everyone. The old woman, struck by his sincerity, asked if he really loved snacks that much. He gasped, laughed at the feigned surprise, and then passionately declared that thanks should be given to her. Her payment allowed him to gather even more treats. Then he said goodbye to the old woman and inwardly honestly admitted to himself he could not reveal the true purpose to sell goods from another world. With a focused gaze, he confirmed to himself it was time to start his business. Later, the merchant Albert stopped him. His gaze was sharp, and he sharply asked where the item Alan had came from. Alan was holding a small dark rectangular object in his hands, showed it to Albert, and asked what he thought about it and whether the nobles would like it. Albert, after a brief reflection, nodded. such things would definitely win over the nobility. But he immediately admitted that he had no direct connections with them, so he suggested that an introduction could be arranged through his friend. Alan continued to inquire whether his help really stopped there, and whether it was impossible to sell to nobles at all. Albert explained, if you sell directly to the nobles, unwanted attention from various factions will immediately arise, and other merchants will most likely disapprove. Later, Albert added, breaking the unwritten rules among merchants can lead to serious problems. He clarified that the nobility hires merchants to manage farmers and confectioners, and sweets in particular are a diplomatic move. They show the wealth and influence of the family. He grumbled that his shop was too cramped for such an idea, so he hinted that he would not take part in Alan's venture. Despite irritation at the merchant's skepticism, Alan still admitted that Albert really had a sensible plan. Then Albert explained that a modest merchant like him could not even dream of competing with those who deal directly with the nobles. He told Alan that he would have to look for another place for his affairs. Alan, understanding the limitations, agreed. Agreeing, Albert still did not stop expressing his doubts. Alan, with a sly sparkle in his eyes, confessed that he brought not only candies and took out a small bag. It looked like fried octopus snacks. Immediately, an elderly woman and a man, recognizing Alan and Albert, greeted them with warm smiles, sincerely surprised that they had appeared. Alan, wanting their opinion, asked them to try the new snack. And the elderly woman, interested in the unusual packaging, asked what kind of foreign snack it was. Alan explained that it was something he had accidentally bought foreign. And then she asked if he had also become a merchant. He quickly explained, no, he had not been a merchant, yet he just had an interest in sweets. And Albert was still grumbling about Alan's affairs. He was interrupted by the elderly woman. She had just taken a bite and immediately exclaimed that it was incredibly tasty. After that, she teased Albert, saying, is he really sure he wants to help his rival? And he only said no. The elderly woman, pleased with the taste, said she would buy one. Another elderly man, also enjoying the snack, nodded, tasty he already has. Completely, thanks to Alan for the snack, the elderly woman enthusiastically declared that she would tell other mothers in the neighborhood about him, solemnly promising to promote his product with all her might. Albert stood and watched, stunned by her instant and passionate reaction. In a moment, he stared at the empty display case and with a barely noticeable shock realized the snacks were all gone. They had been completely sold out. Observing this success, Albert said it was not bad and gave all credit to the mothers for the quick sales. Alan was still digesting the unexpected demand. Muse, if this were chocolate, he would be a billionaire, and Albert reminded, do not underestimate the power of business. He accepted a gift of gratitude from Aina Chocolate, and then she left. He watched her go, pondering her unexpected skill in business, and realized she might be more capable than he initially thought. Later, a calm landscape unfolded before him. A huge lake reflected a towering mountain, and with a deep sigh, he pondered the position he found himself in. He lay in hot water, a rare luxury. Feeling the fragility of his situation, he understood. It had been an eternity since he had a bath of this level. Without a family register, he could not rent a house or land, nor find permanent work, and ultimately only complete helplessness remained. But a barely noticeable smile touched his lips as he considered the chance for hope, a tiny glimmer of optimism. He recalled the recent success and realized things from his native world, Japan, had unexpected value here. He reasoned that selling candies would not make him rich overnight, but still, it was promising. Still in the bathhouse, he was running through his next move in his head, considering what else could be sold, and analyzing the rules that govern merchants in this. That evening, the tavern buzzed with lively conversations. Guests savored drinks and negotiated, among them Alan, Albert, and Aina. Each immersed themselves either in their thoughts or in conversation. He savored a mug of local alcohol, especially pleasant after a long day, and concluded that the drinks here were really. Suddenly a bell rang, the noisy tavern shook and fell silent. All eyes on the entrance, and the tension in the air thickened, as if it could be felt by touch filled the room. A new figure entered. Her presence immediately drew attention to herself. Whispers spread across the hall. She was recognized as Black Princess. He realized that she was also a transfer like him. Her sudden appearance in the tavern brought Alan's thoughts to these amazing people in this world. He knew, at least in the city, there were one or two special ones like him. Those born in this world with memories of a previous life were called reincarnated, and those like the woman before him, who were suddenly transported from another world, were known as transfer. Having transferred, he understood a simple thing. Both reincarnated and transferred almost always receive significantly higher physical abilities and magic much stronger than ordinary residents of a sphere. Later, they often mastered powerful skills, so many became formidable adventurers or settled into research, focusing on Wizards, returning to the noisy tavern, Alan noticed a beautiful woman who had just entered. The bartender, catching his gaze, joked about her impressive beauty and asked if Alan knew her. Alan honestly admitted he was seeing her for the first time. The barmaid further explained she was the captain of an unusual female adventurer gang known as the Dawn Member Gate. Her radiance was such that one could not look away, and she was incredibly talented. She managed to defeat many powerful M. Alan took a sip from the wooden mug and felt slight discomfort, seeing such highly trusted figures among nobles and merchants to the point that just a moment ago, Alan called for the bill and was about to leave. The bartender, surprised by his quick departure, noted that he usually had more than one drink. Alan replied dryly he needed to attend to business. His business led him to a shop where he asked clerk Kit about a popular manga. He was curious if it was trending. Kit was pleased by his interest, confirmed its popularity, and said it was the most popular manga in Weekly Shonen Champ. Everyone read it. Then Alan showed another item, a women's fashion magazine, and asked Kit if his choice was correct. He explained that an acquaintance had asked him for a small request. Kit confirmed the magazine was correct, and Alan, acknowledging her help, asked her to calculate the total for all the books. She thanked him and invited him in. She invited him to come again. When Alan left the shop, he remembered the Black Princess. He realized, in that situation with her, it was dangerous to get involved. Unlike him, she was suddenly transferred to this other world, and he suspected his assumption was correct. In his fuel, there was little entertainment, so perhaps she was also looking for something familiar. Your comforts, he considered these significant expenses, yet still bet on this plan. To achieve success, the establishment's door had a large lettered sign, Entrance Reserved. Today he looked worried. He had just realized that the reservation given to him created a problem for his plans. His intentions, he weighed all options, understanding if he missed this chance he might never get another. Waiting until they left the store would only complicate matters further. He looked at the restaurant windows. The curtains were completely closed, so nothing could be seen behind them. A moment before, he was already inside. Suddenly, a young woman with dark braids jumped up to him and blocked his way, demanding to explain why he was loitering in front of the shop. He immediately apologized and said he had to deliver something to Lady Black Princess and her captain, but it was why he came. He quickly pushed the package to her and insisted it was a gift and completely free. He added, if the Black Princess did not want it, she could simply. She watched him disappear with incredible speed, and all that remained was to guess who that mysterious. Inside the establishment, a young woman, Kalkira, sighed quietly. Aina had just finally arrived. Another guard with long light hair asked Aina about the package Kalkira was holding. Kalkira explained. A suspicious man had just handed it to her on the street end. It was addressed to the captain. Rest, captain. Then Aina asked Kalkira about the package and she handed it over. Kalkira suggested giving everything to the captain, reasoning that it was unlikely to be poison or a dangerous magical artifact. Aina, after somewhat agreeing, she sat at the table as Kalkira approached her holding the mysterious parcel. Kalkira informed her that the item was addressed directly to her, the captain. Aina looked at the package with slight unexpected interest and asked what was inside. Then Kalkira asked if she should open it, to which Aina replied, no problem. The sender gave permission to discard it if she finds. Without interest, as Kalkira began unpacking the bundle, books spilled out and she couldn't help but exclaim aloud in surprise. Aina examined the items and a thought flashed in her eyes. Despite their rarity, why would the captain need them? But the next moment, Aina's eyes suddenly widened in shock and the bundle slipped from her hands, clinking on the floor. To the floor, Aina was still trembling after the unexpected discovery. Now she tightly gripped the open packaging, her face frozen in deep shock. Abruptly and demanding, she asked to immediately name the person who brought the package. A young girl in a school uniform suddenly found herself in a terrifying chase through a dark, twisted forest. Invisible pursuers shouted, demanded that she run after someone, and also declared, this woman is a divine child. Confused and frightened, she could not understand what the hell had happened and where am I. A moment before this mad chase, she was waiting for the school transfer, a usual, everyday event now overshadowed by a sudden, incomprehensible deformation of the surrounding landscape. The ground beneath her gave way, and she plunged downward, squeezed in the air between jagged rocks and dark branches. A breath escaped her chest, but a cold realization overwhelmed her. She would die here. Fortunately, this fall was not the end. She opened her eyes and immediately saw the worried faces of an elderly woman and a younger one. The younger, with visible relief, asked if she had come to her senses and if she was all right. The girl, now bandaged and sitting on the bed, asked who they were. The younger woman explained they were a modest couple who came here and found her unconscious down below the cliff. Nearby, an elderly woman gently apologized for frightening her with their actions. When the girl realized that everything was truly serious, she sincerely thanked for the rescue, confessing, probably she had fallen off the cliff. But the younger woman modestly interrupted, saying they had done nothing special. Then the younger one spoke again, a true miracle that she fell from such a height and did not get hurt at all, and as if by itself, added, as one should expect from the divine child. The girl's eyes widened when she repeated the unfamiliar title divine child. While the girl was still trying to piece together what she had heard, she asked to explain what they meant by divine child. The younger woman replied, "They are messengers from God who suddenly appeared from another world, and her black hair is proof of her identity." The younger woman finally laid everything out clearly. These divine children were endowed with special powers, while the girl, it seemed, had not the slightest idea about any abilities. She remained silent, and confusion and distrust appeared on her face. She clenched her bandaged hand, and finally gathering courage, spoke, honestly admitted that she knew nothing about any powers or her new identity. Everything happened too suddenly. After this, she finally sat on the bed. A mug of tea warmed her palms while the landlord's daughter and the old woman insisted that she rest first. They assured her she would think about her situation later. She only had a soft look in response, sincere gratitude for their kindness. After resting, she unpacked everything separately and was now dressed in a simple cloak. The innkeeper's daughter and the old woman saw her off, only begging her to take care of herself. Responding to their kindness with kindness and wishing them happiness, she set off on the road to where the path back to her former world awaited her. Her journey did not drag on in solitude. Rumors about her power as a divine child quickly gathered many around her. Very soon the group, which later came to be called Dawn Moon Brigade, became famous throughout the country precisely because she led them. The path, she remembered her companions and realized, they did not question her goal, they simply followed her. Looking back, she felt relief and blessing that she had found such people. One day she hoped to tell them the whole truth about her origin. A bell rang a notification of arrival. The door suddenly opened, and in the half-darkness appeared a grounded establishment. Barrels were stacked along the stone walls. Alan, sitting at the bar counter, held a letter in his hand just as the divine child entered inside. Bartender Zine greeted him with a friendly smile. Alan turned to the girl who had just arrived and asked if she was the one who sent the letter. Then he ordered Zine to bring her something to drink and added that she should not forget to lock the door. The girl listened attentively, her face was serious. They sat by the bar counter. A quiet moment hung between them while Zine remained alert behind the counter. He apologized for her inconvenience and immediately explained that this was just a conversation between compatriots. He hoped she would not feel unnecessary anxiety. After that, he directly asked if she was Japanese. She confirmed his assumption and explained her appearance was the result of being a reincarnated person. As soon as she spoke about her reincarnation, she introduced herself as a young woman named Seoji Shizuku. She was 18. Alan responded by naming himself Alan Unemployed, 20 years old, and quickly added that this was not his real identity. While she listened, Alan solemnly declared that his real name was Shinjo Masato, and that once he was an ordinary person who died at the age of 25. The clinking of ice in his glass punctuated these confessions with pauses. Shizuku, tapping her fingers on the table, apologized for the extra questions, but Alan assured her he did not mind. Then he clarified that his surname was Shinjo and his name was Masada. Then Shizuku asked if he had been famous in his previous life, or if he was an idol, and he seemed unaware of such a possibility. But Shizuku noted, when he heard her name Seoji, he was not surprised, so it might be that he was from a different time than the other reincarnated people she. Alan chuckled and explained. His base in Japan was like a show, as if a period, but in reality, he did not feel it. And then he added that 20 years had passed since his death. Shizuku, widening her eyes, explained that he could go to Japan and began asking about the consequences. But Alan immediately interrupted. He said that it was impossible for her to return to Japan. She lowered her gaze, and a stunned disappointment froze on her face while Alan explained. Only he can pass between worlds, no one alive except him. He apologized for giving her false hopes. Then he reassured her. This restriction is not so bad, he said, that if necessary, he could get the needed things and send them to her. Shizuku tightly gripped the glass and thoughtfully digested his words. Alan noticed that her glass was empty and suggested having a drink, hinting at the bottle of green tea. He explained, the owner of the establishment is not here, so you can take the opportunity to serve yourself. He poured green tea into her glass, asking what it tasted like. She thanked him and accepted the drink. Alan swallowed, noting that the taste, smell, and overall character were by no means like the tea he brewed in his own world, yet still unexpectedly found it pleasant. Shizuyuki held the glass and felt a wave of emotions. Although the drink was unfamiliar to her, she still perceived it as truly delicious, a small comfort in the new reality. Alan watched her, and understanding was born before his eyes. For a moment, he forgot her real age. He was so used to her reliable, unchanging manner of comportment. She apologized, feeling how she suddenly revealed her own embarrassment, but he instantly calmed her down and didn't even give the slightest chance to think that it would change anything. Likewise, Shizuku confessed. Yes, she still longed to find a way back to Japan, but at the same time was satisfied with how everything had turned out. Noticing her state, Alan offered to buy her sobond, recalled how he himself had reacted when, after reincarnation, he tasted it again. Then he officially announced that he wanted to become her sponsor, and in return asked her to prepare everything he would request. The condition was seemingly taken without words by a gesture. He reached for the glass, and she silently accepted it with her palm. Shizuku asked if he would send a letter. He said, yes, but immediately warned he would not make excessive demands because he has no family register and stable income. The next morning, Shizuku, looking guilty, addressed two women and explained. She called them too early because she wanted to introduce one person to them. Then she introduced Alan as a new member who joined them that very day. He offered a polite, though somewhat shy greeting. Before everyone could recover, one of the women exhaled in amazement and did not believe that Shizuku was serious. She recognized Alan, that strange man from yesterday, but Shizuku calmly confirmed that he could be trusted, and Alan stood awkwardly nearby, not knowing where to go. She voiced her concern to Captain Aina, questioning the decision to let the man into their squad. Another traveler quickly added, even despite Aina's opinion, they did not take him on any missions. But Aina, remaining calm, asked if there really was a problem. Aina explained her reasoning. He can read and do calculations, so he is suitable to manage their supplies. She ordered Shizuku to train the new member for this role. Meanwhile, Alan watched from afar and pondered Satoji's true intention. The sudden announcement made the crowd exhale. Together, a wave of surprise swept through the air, and a flock of birds took off from a nearby root. In a moment in the brigade's storeroom, Keita turned to Alan, and curiosity flickered in her gaze. She asked how he managed to catch the captain's interest. Quickly, he admitted his efforts were not in vain, though he did not really expect to end up in the brigade. Keita, still recovering from everything happening, noted that she had never seen the captain so lively. Shizuku stood nearby, and her gaze slid down to Keita. The rustle of papers and quiet attentiveness accompanied the very presence of the man. His appearance in the respected Dawn Moon Brigade was truly unprecedented. He had heard about it. Alan looked confused, but Keita, holding a catalog, reassured him. It's okay, extra hands are always useful. After that, she handed him the catalog and asked him to confirm its contents. When he took the catalog, Keita, surrounded by towering stacks of boxes and barrels, asked if he had been managing here alone all this time. He confirmed to her that assumption. She explained, there is no other choice, because only she and the captain have the necessary skills to perform calculations for their group, about 30 people, and Alan's eyes suddenly widened in shock after this disclosure. Suddenly there was a revelation. Sighing, Keita said she would check availability and ordered Alan to go get supplies. She added, if he mentions the brigade's name, the merchants will give fair prices and won't try to cheat him. He confirmed her order. Keita gave Alan a final warning and asked him not to overexert himself. He listened. A restrained look froze on his face. After that, she turned around and waved goodbye. Her pigtails swayed until she disappeared into the crowd. She left, and in a moment, Alan found himself in the very midst of the noise in the square, holding a document in his hand. Yet he was still pondering the previous work with S. He guessed what kind of new position this was and realized he would never have imagined that he would one day become a merchant for Dawn Mombergate. A sigh had just slipped away from him, fleeing after admitting he had no idea that such a thing could even happen. Such a thing had happened at least once before. His surprise had not yet subsided, but he firmly decided, since it had come to this, he needed to show results to be accepted into the team as a full member. Keita and the older woman approached while he was thinking. She asked if the rumor was true. Alan pretended not to hear and asked what rumor exactly. Keita explained. Supposedly, it was about him joining Dawn Moon. The brigade, the women, clearly excited, continued to question him, wondering how he even found a job, and then immediately moved on to his relationship with the Black Princess. Alan quickly dismissed any hint, but inside he caught the thought with surprise. Rumors spread too instantly. One cannot underestimate the information network in the house. Mistresses, he tried to ease the tension, saying the Black Princess simply liked the item he exchanged, so in this big picture he was just an extra player. The women, disappointed by his answer, said it was a terrible rumor. and a disgrace. Then Alan clarified that for now he was only performing ordinary supply errands. Keita, laughing to tears, encouraged him, saying he should give his all at his debut as a merchant, and the old woman added that the snack from that time had already been. Keita, wasting no time, picked up the conversation and asked Alan if he was really confident in his current tasks, and when he confirmed, she suggested visiting her shop, promising the best. Best price, Alan continued his new role and the townspeople kept stopping him and greeting him. They shouted from the street, reached out to lend a shoulder, and offered support and services so insistently that he could no longer refuse. He became curious who had incited them just now, and again the familiar feeling surged, as if their entire crowd's had simultaneously crashed down on him. The crowd crushed the space, and voices blended into a cacophony of approval. Someone slipped that they had heard about his progress. Another offered a special service at their shopping Keita, which stood nearby, and inquired if he needed any more supplies with assurances that support was guaranteed. Alan managed only a puzzled expression. Offers began to flood in like a continuous wave. It became clear. Later Keita approached him, face calm, gaze inquisitive. She praised him for good work and asked about the success of his shopping trip. Then she paused for a moment, checking the amount and carefully examining the details. Placing the document on the nearest surface, she voiced her confusion and asked why the bills looked as if they came from something too unusual. Alan, seeing the result, choked with shock. He branded the number with his gaze and aloud wondered if he had accidentally missed. It went over budget. She quickly corrected his assumption and explained. Together, it turned out even 20 cheaper than usual. Alan, still stunned, accused her of some shady deal. Keita, casting a casual glance, clarified that her acquaintances simply lowered the price as a favor, and he can confirm it. With him himself, Alan let out a long sigh. A mixture of irritation and understanding overwhelmed him. He realized Keita had no intention of going so far with her generosity, but the result was undeniable. She turned to leave, so he was left to ponder the unexpected. To lower the price. When she left, Keita glanced back with a barely noticeable smile, knowing she would give him some leeway. For his efforts, later, Alan found himself outside. A light breeze rustled the leaves around. He touched his face, and a thoughtful expression froze on it as he pondered that Japan was ultimately a country. Quiet place, he clenched in his hand, a letter addressed to Seoji Ryujin. The paper rustled quietly. Doubt gnawed at him whether everything would really work out with just this, since he had received a letter from Seoji. The journey ended as soon as the squad reached the royal capital, a sprawling city embraced by impregnable walls. The cart carrying Alan and his companions clanged and rattled as it passed through the gates and entered right into the heart of the kingdom. In a moment, Captain Aina addressed the gathered among them, where Alan, Kalkura, and Long Light Hairgardand acknowledged their efforts for the long journey. She announced that from this day Laneburg would become their main base for operations. She continued, instructing each member to check their assigned rooms, and assured that the new command house was fully ready for their arrival. Her message was brief and direct, leaving no room for questions. A collective assurance, like a shared understood, rippled through everyone like a wave. Later, when Alan was standing next to Aina, she turned to him and asked if he planned to go to Japan after finishing his current work. He replied that he had no objections, then asked if she needed anything specific. At first, Aina waved it off, saying he would understand everything if he went there, but quickly changed her mind and asked him to buy Yamkoi Volume 2. It seemed that such an unexpected request threw him off balance. Soon Alan was already in Japan and witnessed a lively street scene. Several men in dark suits had gathered near cars, and a noticeable commotion arose around them. A man named Genji-san approached him, commenting on his appearance with surprise, and Alan in response asked what caused this disturbance. Genji-san explained, these men had been in the village for a week and were specifically looking for Alan. He recognized them as people from the Seoji group, a name unfamiliar to Alan, so he asked again, frozen with a confused expression on his face. Alan wondered who really stood behind the Seoji group, while Genji-san stubbornly insisted that they had been actively searching for him again and again. Seeing no point in prolonging it, Alan declared he would talk to them directly. He cautiously approached the company, and a barely perceptible pause hung in the air as soon as he addressed them. Alan found himself directly in front of a young woman who, without any detours, asked if he was Alan. Without waiting for a full answer, she calmly gave a short order, just get in the car. In a moment, the woman, now called Akira, clicked a lighter and lit a cigarette. She exhaled a cloud of smoke and said that to find him, she had to make a lot of effort, but even here she couldn't quickly get cigarettes. Inside the cabin, Alan apologized and cautiously asked, could the current situation be the result of a letter from the Seoji group? Kamiki Akira only dryly introduced herself. Her name was Akira. Suddenly it clicked in his head. she, it seemed, knew about that young woman. While Alan was trying to gather his thoughts, a voice from the front of the car reported, "Kamiki, target under control," and then asked for support. Akira turned to Alan and warned, if he cooperated, he would not be harmed, and directly asked if Alan wanted to return home with all limbs intact. Meanwhile, the car continued to rush through the urban landscape, tearing through time and distance at speed. Inside the moving car, Alan hesitantly asked Akira to explain what the Sioji Group was. Akira, impressed by his frank ignorance, began to explain that the Sioji Group is a company that works with key industries like information technology and real estate, and operates as a large diversified conglomerate both domestically and abroad. She continued and stated that the Sioji family was originally one of the richest in Tokyo, and the current colossal size is the result of the efforts of the young lady's father, Ryujin-sama. At the end, she revealed, her own Kamiki family had served the Sioji family for generations. Akira did not stop and went on to reveal his deep devotion to the young lady. She had been with her since middle school, and this connection included Akira himself. Then she recalled an incident from 3 years ago. It was then that she began working full-time at the Sioji main house, and even then the young lady praised Akira's tea as the best. The young lady Shizuku often told Akira that there was no need for such formality between them, but Akira, always diligent, only politely bowed, and expressed gratitude that her service truly pleased her. Lady Shizuku then, with a warm smile, asked if Akira would stay at the main house and hinted that in the evening they would watch something together. Akira, equally pleased, instantly agreed to her witticisms. Suddenly the memory shifted, and before his eyes flashed a moment of complete chaos. A maid burst into the room and brought Akira urgent news. It was almost time for the young lady to return, but the house was too noisy. Then the maid said the terrible thing Miss Shizuku had disappeared, simply vanished without a trace. Akira reacted with immediate concern, demanded to check the surveillance cameras and question the competence of the guards. When the maid began to hesitate, Akira insistently demanded explanations and then quickly headed to the security room, firmly determined to review the phone. There among the monitors, she saw empty screens, and in her head hung one eerie question like a dull echo. Was Shizuku really vague? Gone, Akira's gaze fell down, and a heaviness of the past froze on her face. Since then, the search for the young lady continued relentlessly. Even the expert team traveled the world but found no trace. Found, returning to the present moment, Akira stood before Alan. Her voice trembled with remorse as she apologized for trying to deceive him. She confessed, despite all efforts, there were no other clues about Shizuku's disappearance, only Alan himself. The camera lingered on the facade of a modern building, when Akira's voice declared that now it was Alan's turn to speak words. To speak, he walked beside Akira, and she noticed. She never expected to see in the town near Akinville the settlement a building of such scale. In a moment, Akira announced their presence to the head of Ryujin, who stood with his back to them and looked outside through a large window, turning around to look them in the face. The head addressed Alan directly and asked if he was really Alan Kun. He confirmed that he was. While the head scrutinized him intently, Alan felt an anxious, oppressive presence as if it came from this man, and he said, "Alan is just like the young man described by his daughter." Still not recovered from that piercing gaze, Alan faltered and finally admitted he was shocked by what he saw. The head quietly chuckled and assured him that there was no need to be so cautious. He knew Alan was no longer a child. Then the head explained in detail the meaning of the letter. It was written in a secret family code, so neither origin nor content could be forged. This confirmed that his daughter was alive and that Alan was so strong. He added more. Alan's appearance was indicated in the letter, and the location could be partially determined by the postal stamp. Alan was still digesting what he heard and asked how they managed to find him if his address was unknown and he was not working. When the head turned and walked away, his thoughts carried him to the past. He recalled Shizuku's disappearance 3 years ago. Despite dozens of guards standing around, she vanished in a thin haze, and that became surprised them. In a moment of despair, a letter pinned to him by his own daughter made it hard to breathe. Upon arrival, he unfolded it. The letter was clear as day. His daughter has a partner, and she asks that Alan not be left without help. Gathering his thoughts, he turned again to Alan, nudging him to speak and tell what he knew. He inquired whether there were any recordings or surveillance devices in the room, and the head of Ryujin confirmed there were none. Besides, the security was too strict anyway. He explained, the window is only apparent a one-way mirror, so essentially there is no window here. Privacy? As soon as Alan spoke, the head of Ryujin and Akira flinched, drew weapons, and ordered him to lower the pistol. Despite their words, Alan jerked his hand, and from its movement, a radiant, shimmering portal flared before them. Ryujin and Akira widened their eyes, held their breath, and froze. Surprise, he said that the gate, hard as it is to believe, leads to another world, and his daughter Shizuku is on the other side. Both the head of Ryujin and Akira froze, clearly stunned by such an incredible revelation. Alan clarified once more. Although he himself does not fully understand all the conditions of using the gate, no living being can pass through it except himself. The head of Ryujin cautiously approached the shimmering portal and reached out to touch its surface. He asked if it was allowed. Alan immediately confirmed. It was safe. While the head of Ryujin pondered what he had heard, he asked what his daughter was doing in this other world. Alan explained. On the other side is a fantasy world, and Shizuku leads a squad of adventurers there, and he is like her subordinate. The head of Ryujin, still grappling with the reality of what was happening, had to admit it was incredibly hard to believe Alan's words. Showing him, but despite his skepticism, the head of Ryujin asked Alan for a favor, confessing that he doubted it. The whole story sounded like a fairy tale. Alan replied that this was a perfectly natural reaction to something incredible. Later he took advantage of this. Alan looked down at the smartphone in his hand, and a thoughtful, slightly puzzled expression froze on his face. He stood before Akira. She confirmed the authenticity of the letter due to his undeniable role in the delivery, yet openly expressed her suspicions about his hidden intentions. Despite the distrust, Akira asked him to send her regards to her daughter. He expressed his gratitude to her. Her words still lingered in the air, and he firmly shook her hand, confirming that he agreed to the request. Meanwhile, in another world, Shizuku, sipping tea, asked if he had successfully met her father. He, looking a bit irritated, replied that it was inevitable. Too many people were flocking to the village where he stayed, and he couldn't even imagine her father coming from the country. She nodded, acknowledging his explanation. After that, he said that the head of Ryujin gave him a device called a smartphone and asked to photograph it as proof, and she just nodded again. While he watched her effortlessly swipe and touch the smartphone screen, he realized she was already used to such technology. He asked to borrow it, and she immediately agreed. As soon as he took the device, he came across a video message from Shizuku. There she said that if he was watching this, it meant that he. In the video message was Akira. She said the voice sounded exactly like her father's. He, not letting go of the device, marveled at the clarity and had no idea whether modern mobile phones really had such high quality for. She, holding a smartphone in her hands, gave a gentle smile and admitted that it was rude for him to peek at her private message. In a moment she was left alone and looked around with a confused expression. Where had he gone? She realized that she still had to finish reading. She turned the phone towards him. Suddenly he was back in his own world next to the members of the group Seoji and asked if the smartphone was working properly. Meanwhile, in her world, Shizuku exclaimed, "This is the perfect moment," because everyone had. They had just gathered. She called her companions and asked everyone to come closer for a photo. A wave of excited whispers rippled among those present. Glancing over the group, she suddenly shuddered when one of her companions called out and nudged her closer. Shizuku looked back. A drop of surprise flashed in her eyes as Alan held the smartphone and prepared for. To capture the moment, he pressed the button. The device clicked quietly, capturing the image. Shizuku looked at him, a barely noticeable smile forming on her lips. All adventurers, including Shizuku, gathered together. Smiles blazed on their faces when the camera clicked, preserving their camaraderie. He noticed this. A quiet thought flashed through his mind. She was truly beginning to get used to this new world and was finding her place among her companions. Then she changed the subject and asked if he had heard about the Royal Capital Bazaar. She said it was a large weekly event in the capital, where merchants from all over the country gathered and offered many rare items. He replayed her words in his head and realized his affairs as an adventurer might have to be put on hold. Then Shizuku told him that the bazaar had many shops for both commoners and nobility, so he would be able to find something he needed. There is something interesting there. Then she asked if he had anything specific he wanted to ask. He confirmed. Curiosity flared up and asked if anyone, regardless of status, could open a stall at the bazaar. Alan sat, lost in thought, and a worried expression froze on his face. He was weighing a painful decision. He clenched the application form for the upcoming bazaar, but his thoughts would not let go. Uncertainty tangled around a single question. What exactly could he put up for sale? Just then Lazuli, Ryuka, and Camille returned, and Camille immediately began interrogating him about what he was doing. Camille demanded an explanation for why he was trying to escape and declared that he definitely would not be able to relax next to her. He quickly apologized and said he intended to leave. He stopped, glanced at them over his shoulder, and assured, no one in their group still clings to such outdated views. Not far off, a memory from those times surfaced. He was surrounded by girls. They apologized for their previous behavior and admitted no truly decent man had yet come to them. He was genuinely confused. He had thought until now that he was not expected here. Returning to the present, Ryuko expressed gratitude and noted that Captain Aina, who had recently looked worried, had now become much calmer. Camille added, and Aina herself praised Alan, emphasizing that the crew gladly welcomes anyone who can be of use. He mentally noted, everything would become much more complicated if they really accepted him. Then suddenly Camille, bursting out with a resolute pow, declared that he was like a father figure, not just a younger brother. He sat at the table and explained, carefully filling out a strange application because he was going to open a kiosk. It was clear that Camille was excited, so she impatiently asked what exactly he was going to sell. He admitted he was still considering his offers, but clarified this was just a trial launch. He stared blankly at the box of candies and delicate decorations, explaining that this time he wanted to sell sweets specifically for the nobility. And yet he confessed, it was hard for him to find something worthy so that it wouldn't come at too high a price. He listened while Camille pondered what they really wanted to know and understood. This question was too complicated. Lazuli supported her, noting how difficult it was to determine such things. While they were still continuing their search, Camille suddenly nodded toward a shelf in the bookstore, and a clear understanding flashed in her eyes. To the triumphant Tatata, she raised a book and asked Anand what he thought about it. That's all. The book recommended by Captain Anna had a Japanese title, and Ryuka even exclaimed that she wanted a sequel. Lizuli wondered how they even read in Japanese, while Alan, holding Quill, thought differently. Maybe it's hard to get books, but with entertainment items that would be a good idea. He caught their enthusiasm, agreed to take only a few books in reserve, and this made Camille, Ryuka, and Lazuli very cheerful. The girls beamed and promised to visit his stall, so this became a real, unshakable commitment. Above the noisy city, far up high, the sun cut the space with long shadows over countless buildings and time, like an unceasing ribbon, kept flowing forward. Later, when Alan was going up in the elevator, he kept replaying in his head his recent meeting with head Raijin. He had given Raijin his smartphone and other things, yet still couldn't understand whether he really believed his story. The speaker from the elevator doors chimed with a message that they had arrived. They were waiting specifically for him. As soon as he stepped outside, he was met by Akira. She bowed low and solemnly, introduced herself as Kamiki, and announced that from now on she would serve as his escort. And then, as if in passing, she confessed. She had already been waiting for a new job with him, and Alan was deeply impressed by how sharply her manner had changed. Not yet having recovered from the surprise, he asked Akira if she could speak more openly with him than before. Akira quietly nodded in response, apologized for her previous behavior, and explained that she was simply caught off guard. Akira, noticing Alan's reaction, felt relief. His actions confirmed that he believed her words. Yes, she continued, assuring that there was no longer any reason to doubt, and added that Chairman Ryujin was also very pleased. As for what they received, shock stone that glowed when struck it was determined to be a completely unknown type of substance. With a quiet sound, she lays several items on the table, promising to explain the support of the promise one by one. All right, he watched as she neatly laid everything out, explaining along the way that these were documents related to his ID and family register. After that, she took out a black credit card with no limit, assured him he didn't need to worry about expenses, and informed him that the room would be his residence with a PC and everything necessary for daily life. The staff would bring food upon his request. Finally, she showed him a bank account with an astonishing balance 100 million. Alan could only stammer in disbelief, completely overwhelmed. Akira clarified that such broad support has two conditions. Alan, holding his head and as if seized by a sudden attack of pain, thanked but admitted, he feels all this scale is exaggerated. She continued to talk about the first condition. He was required to cooperate in researching the gates and the other world, as well as the unique power. The second and most important was to support the young lady Shizuku-sama as much as possible. Approaching, Akira fixed him with a sharp gaze and asked if he would agree to cooperate. He answered without hesitation, possible, and nodded. Agreed. Akira's appearance immediately brightened clearly. He was pleased, yet the anxiety still lived within him. He promised full cooperation. He thanked, then admitted he had a request. Akira firmly cut in. From this moment he would be responsible for his protection and help, so let him speak without fear anything. When they were walking through the bustling city, Alan caught every word she said, especially the part where Akira mentioned the entertainment items. He considered options. He could go his own way, but ignorance of modern Japan only complicated everything. Then he explained to Akira what he aimed for, to build a network, because at home he relied on acquaintances, and this was his first time in royal capital. In response, Akira asked why he intended to open a shop. Despite Akira's offer to give him as much money as he wanted, he resisted. He valued her generosity, but his true goal was to win the hearts of the nobility. He believed that by building connections and information through his own efforts, his finances would stabilize and he would be able to help more effectively. Brigade Akira sighed with relief and noticed that she, it turns out, was unexpectedly sincere. It seemed her words confused him, but he immediately emphasized again his dream of getting rich. He wants to achieve everything entirely by his own efforts. Actually, while they were walking further, Akira turned to him and asked what he was going to buy. His eyes flashed as he eagerly pointed to the shop window and declared that he had found exactly what he was looking for. Akira glanced at the display, checking if it was about card games. When confirmed, he explained, in his field many were desperately in need of new forms of energy. She admitted that she understood his point but had never seen such games and did not know which type would be best. He unfolded the explanation. At first, they thought that trading cards stood out for their simplicity, especially compared to more familiar board games and playing cards loved by the nobility, such as chess. Then Akira explained that the entertainment industry is no exception among the various directions of Sioji Group, and recalled that their company specialized specifically in trading cards. He confirmed that he remembers her previous mention of the group's huge invoices. To her shock, Akira immediately grabbed the phone and called, ordering the person on the other end to deliver exactly one Crossworld cards warehoused to the Kamiki location, right. Just now, he was holding a bag from Card Game Shop. He said that this was really all she needed. She replied, for now yes, it was only a TR. Trial, he sincerely thanked Akira for her help, acknowledging how much she had supported him. She, in response, brushed off his words, saying it was not. No problem. Then he explained that he wanted to find the candies and books himself because he believed everything would be fine with him. Akira immediately objected. She said she would not allow it and suggested that he might be too busy to. I'll manage on my own, she insisted, let her keep the task and answered with a resolute smile. He apologized as soon as he realized the truth in her words. Akira really was a person with character, and any trouble with him would undoubtedly bring trouble to the young lady. Shizuku, while they walked further, he was struck by a preserved stand screen with advertisements for books, games, manga, DVDs, and /CDs. He froze in complete shock and stared as if he couldn't believe his eyes, asking aloud if videos are now called CDs, and even more what exactly he had seen because there were even DVDs there. He suddenly realized, living in Akin Village, he had never truly felt the passage of time or change in the world. The games were also incredibly advanced proof of how many things FG she had developed. For now, Akira's gaze stopped at one of the stands, and a flicker of recognition appeared in her features as if a thought flashed through her mind about what exactly. Maybe so. He noticed where she was looking and wondered if she was examining Yumkoi, a name that Sioji also loved, and noted that its popularity was obvious. Popularity? Akira was silent for a while, then explained that the name simply evoked nostalgia in her. She recalled how once she was invited to watch together Shizuku, but circumstances did not allow her. He quickly apologized, realizing that his question was tactless and that he did not intend to hurt her by trying to stop the phrase halfway. Her anxiety. Akira admitted the bitter truth. She would not be able to meet Shizuku, but insisted serving alongside her is not the only way to show devotion. Then she ordered him to take care of the item and ensure it was delivered to the young lady. He understood her order. She continued about logistics and wondered if it would be easier to store all entertainment, especially manga and dramas, on a tablet. Meanwhile, Alan thought, if entertainment is lacking, it is worth preparing in advance. Even more, while they walked, Akira was lost in thought. Concentration froze on her face, quietly sad, while Alan looked ahead with a barely noticeable smile. Probably he was already imagining how everything would go next. Plans. A dull echoing sound was heard just as they reached a sturdy half-timbered building and opened the door. Its tiled roof was neatly. Akira, already inside, quickly glanced at Alan entering and loudly announced she had received permission for the kiosk he had mentioned earlier. Alan thanked her and noted that everything went smoothly. Then she explained the goods would be delivered on the appointed day. There was no storage space. Meanwhile, Ryuka asked Camilla what time she would arrive, adding that Lazuri was currently busy with work. Then the three of them in their chibai forms together expressed a competitive mood, hoping that Alan's stall would be unlucky and his goods would not be taken, but they could not. Just betrayed, so he returned to Alan and Akira. After that, she asked where exactly his shop was. She had heard it was going to be given to the nobility. He replied that it would be at the address, 13 West Street, and this detail was clearly. She flinched from surprise, then looked at the map and began to doubt. Why was a place in the Western District almost next to Central chosen here, since many merchants always worked in that part of the royal capital? Here Alan picked up a rumor he had heard himself. The central district was surrounded by a wall that separated it from other districts, and it was there that the most influential nobles of the royal capital lived. He added that commoners, of course, never had such an opportunity. To see them, Akira, smiling slyly, unfolded the rumor. Allegedly, some of the same nobility who liked it might secretly visit the market if it stood nearby. Central District, Alan considered her words, acknowledging the truth in what she said. Akira confirmed, it was indeed a rumor, but if it turned out to be true, it would undoubtedly cause serious consequences. He looked directly at Akira, and she asked about his true purpose. With a smile full of understanding, he said he would leave that to her imagination. She replied with barely a trace of intrigue in her voice that he had to. He was not allowed to tell her that, but Akira suddenly burst out laughing, and the answer really seemed interesting to him. He teased her about it and asked why she was laughing like that. She clarified she was impressed by his answer. Akira squinted further. What did she mean? He felt as if she was mocking him. She assured him it was a compliment and added that she was waiting for the plans of the day. It was about to unfold. Later, when he was standing alone, the quiet sound of boot steps marked that moment. He recalled a recent exchange. A subtle, unsettling feeling settled on him because he sensed something was wrong. Precisely accurate. He took a deep breath and stared at the city's architecture. All that remains, he thought, is to wait for the appointed day and watch how events unfold. The royal capital's market buzzed and boiled with activity. Cries of merchants echoed throughout the space, and their goods enticed. One of them loudly boasted about selling quality mineral accessories. Against this noisy background, a young man, Alan, was already standing in place, determination growing within him as he prepared for the day. He took with him several books, intending to sell them only to selected people. But his main occupation was selling chocolate, although along with this, he impulsively grabbed a few trading cards as well. Despite all preparations, a slight anxiety quietly crept into his thoughts as he surveyed the bustling market around. He noted the main event was scheduled for the evening, but the market was already breathing with a crowd. It seemed there were many from the upper class among the people. Alan clenched his fist, reaffirming his decision. Solid shops stood around, but he stubbornly knew no one would outdo the quality of his own goods. He must seize this opportunity at all costs. When the sun rose higher, the hours flowed one after another. But Alan remained steadfast by the stall and told himself he must catch this moment. Despite his unbreakable determination, a leaf floated past the empty tray, and this sharply revealed the truth. No one had approached him all day. He thought maybe his sales skills were lacking, or maybe the goods were so strange that the crowd turned away. In other shops, people lined up, but here it was the opposite. They bypassed him. Suddenly, Albert came up, noticed Alan's gloomy expression, and asked what had happened. Alan grumbled in response and asked if Albert had come just to season everything with sarcasm. But Albert was genuinely surprised that Alan had already become a merchant and said, glad to see how his affairs were going, though a bit of cheerfulness was still heard in his tone through Alan's current trouble. Alan admitted Albert was right. Selling unknown things was indeed difficult, especially food, because buyers would hardly dare to try immediately, even when there were samples. Then in Albert's mind it clicked. He was about to give truly important advice. Albert continued and explained. Alan's current difficulties were expected, and he advised, next time open a shop aimed at the middle class because, he said, strange things happen every week. He also added that the session would start soon after lunch, so he asked Alan not to give up until it was over. But Alan sighed deeply inside. In business, it seemed, he still had much to learn. Albert emphasized, like a fellow merchant, he was sure that Alan already had two most important things in business: product quality and trust. Alan, impressed by the compliment, sincerely thanked him. Albert immediately clarified that he did not mean Alan's shop was small, and joked, hearing that from a small shopkeeper would not be very convincing. When Albert was about to leave, he stopped and threw in one more piece of advice. Maybe it would be useful for Alan to find something along the way besides his main goal. Later, Alan reviewed yesterday and recalled, after Albert's advice, a few people did approach his stall, but the responses were still far from good. He sighed quietly. He repeatedly replayed Albert's last words in his mind, trying to understand if there was something beyond his appointment, but still clung to the dream of getting rich by his own efforts. When the sky began to darken, he decided, as soon as Ryuka and her friend arrive, they must close the kiosk early. Suddenly, shuffling footsteps caught his attention. Nearby, another merchant loudly shouted whether that man had already arrived. Time will tell, he said. Alan looked up through the crowd's noise, under the burning gazes of guards from all sides. A young man was walking who did not look like an ordinary person at all. Someone whispered that he was called the eldest son of Marquis Castigliano, and this news threw Alan off balance. Alan, another merchant, quickly realized. The Marquis's son was probably here in disguise to inspect the shops, and now he was urging Alan, hurry up, get ready. The eldest son of the Marquis, hearing the rumors, confirmed their truthfulness. He took a deep breath, forced himself to compose, understanding that he had to maintain self-control. Then he glanced over this stall carefully, with lively interest, and had no idea what kind of establishment it really was. When he approached, Alan politely bowed, and explained that they offered some of the most expensive things in the world, and the main goods here were candies and toys. Then Alan, on the truck, presented the Marquis with a tray of small dark squares, calling them chocolate, and pointing to its unique aroma, offered to taste a few. Ryuka, the Marquis's guard, immediately intervened and reminded, the lord must not eat in a commoner's tavern. But the Marquis's son waved off her warnings, saying he would explain everything himself if anyone dared to ask about his action. Then Alan told in detail about the nature of chocolate, explained that it is made by grinding cocoa beans, mixing with sugar and vanilla, and then letting the mixture solidify. He also taught the Marquis's son how to properly hold the treat by the wrapper because at body temperature it will melt. The Marquis's son, interested, bit it, and in a moment his eyes widened with surprise, and a quiet sound escaped his lips as he enjoyed the taste. Yuka, who was watching, wondered if the aroma was too sharp. Alan was satisfied. He said that he liked the chocolate. Enthralled by the taste, the Marquis's son exclaimed in surprise and for a moment forgot his manners, then asked the price, how much does one pack cost? Alan answered, 1 pack of 8 sells for 30,000 gold. Gold. Just as they heard the price, the son from the signboard, still savoring the moment, declared, if that were so, he would want to buy everyone. Ryuka shuddered and asked if 30,000 gold was really considered cheap. Alan replied softly, this is a special introductory offer. Alan, with a gentle smile, reassured the Marquis's son and said not to worry about the price, explaining that the offer was valid only because he was surprised by the visit. And the Marquis's son thought that even at the special price, it still came out significantly more than the original cost. After the deal was completed, the sign owner's son, already holding a piece of Compito traditional Japanese sugar candies, asked Alan if he could also talk about other products available for purchase. Alan agreed without hesitation. Agreeing, he pointed to the caramel candy and announced that he intended to buy it. Then his gaze slid to the jar with small round candy sand. He inquired what kind of treats they were, noting the amazing variety of sweets, all made of sugar. He took the caramel, then another item, and that was enough. One more. Alan watched closely, while coins jingled faintly nearby. While his son's signboard continued to heat up, he had already poured an astonishing 1 million into it. His own curiosity was not satisfied. Then the Marquis's son asked what exactly was hidden in the ordinary paper. Back, Alan explained, these were trading cards, part of a game where players collected 40 card decks for duels. Each pack contained 5 random cards, and the rules were detailed in a separate booklet. Separate book. Without hesitating for a moment, the Marquis's son declared that he wanted to buy all of them. Alan, although grateful for such a colossal sale, felt a strange mix of emotions, had never dealt with such unconditional buyers before. He greedily tore open the packet of cards and eagerly gazed at the exquisite design of one of the open cards. Alan pondered whether to take the pack as a souvenir and noted that the quality exceeded his expectations. One of the guards in his armor said that 3,000 gold for just 5 items was indeed a significant difference. In a moment, Alan's stall was already standing completely empty, without a single thing. When the agreement was completed, the Marquis's son asked Alan's name and Alan replied. The son thanked him for the meaningful day, and Alan responded likewise. At the end, he gestured with a small object and said he looked forward to their next meeting. Alan recalled the impressive financial acumen of the nobility, and his gaze stretched to the distant majestic estate. Then he began examining the medal that the Marquis's son had given him, pondering its meaning, just as Camille, Ryuka, and Lazuli arrived, apologizing for being late, but saw that Alan's tent was completely sold out, and Camille was literally blown away by this. Camille, Ryuka, and Lazuli stood before Alan's empty stall, disappointment frozen on their faces. They rushed to the market hoping to find his unique goods, but in vain. Camille lamented how much she really wanted to get the next volume of Yam Koi, while Alan, sitting nearby, looked as if he had forgotten something important. He suddenly remembered and shouted that the 3rd volume of Yam Koi was lying right here. At first, his friends reproached him for not saying earlier, but quickly got excited it was just in time. He laughed quietly, as if winking. Everyone must read this together, including Captain Anna. Late that night, under the soft moonlight, Alan was diligently updating his register. The Black Princess approached him. Surprise was frozen on her face, and she noticed that he was very dedicated to his work, staying until that point, indeed. Late, she asked if he had joined others to read Young Koi. He explained his task, then asked why she was still awake. She replied that she just came for water and would return soon. Her gaze sharpened, and she asked if there had been any problems at the royal capital bazaar before. That day he faltered, then assured her, despite everything that happened, in the end everything is fine. He admitted that there are still many things he does not fully understand yet, and promised to tell all the details later. Once he remembered again, the Black Princess confessed. Despite his assurances, she still had a strange feeling. Then he pondered his path and recalled how he initially decided to become a merchant solely for his own wealth, not for others. But now he found himself in a position where many people truly thanked him, and this feeling did not quite fit into his plan. While he was pondering this, the Black Princess handed him a small, elegantly wrapped box and declared that it was a token of her gratitude. He looked at her surprised, asking if she really heard what he just said about his mixed feelings. Then, a little uncertainly, he opened the box, and his eyes widened as soon as he saw what was inside. "This is a necklace," he whispered clearly. He froze, admiring the necklace, and noted how beautifully it played with the rainbow. The Black Princess explained that it was a rare precious stone, often used as a conduit for magic. But even such an expensive item could not fully convey the depth of his gratitude. He listened to how the Black Princess spoke, then acknowledged her words and replied. Regardless of her true intentions, he was at least grateful that he could speak once more with the family in Akira, thanks to her actions. She seemed frozen by his straightforwardness, tearing out a sound of surprise. Meanwhile, he simply weakly apologized, then laughed and said that the head of Ryujin expressed a similar thought, emphasizing the striking similarity between the father and the daughter. Then the Black Princess looked straight at him and called him by name. Her face became stern as she entrusted him from then on with the care of her father and Akira. From then on, without hesitation, he immediately agreed, promising to do everything in his power. Inside, however, he could not help but notice the undeniable coincidences between her and himself. And her father, with eyes gently closed, she once again gave him sincere thanks and assured that she would keep the magical bead, which he had already given to her. As she began to leave, her footsteps echoed quietly. She remembered that day and realized all this wonder was actually very pleasant. He called out to her, waved goodbye, and jokingly reminded her not to phrase it that way. Then, with a bright smile, he showed that he had brought her a gift and handed over a box. She froze, standing with her back to him, and looked up at the majestic arched ceiling of the building, tightly clutching the box of candies in her hand, while he continued waving goodbye from afar. A coin-shaped object with an intricate symbol spun in the air and clinked metal before falling. It landed near Alan, who sat quietly among lush greenery, and around his silence gentle bird songs echoed. He picked up the found object, and his gaze fixed on the details. A thought flashed in his mind. Maybe this is the pro-mica medal. Just then Kami ran in on the screen. Her voice was already ringing as she greeted him. She asked if he was training, and he explained that he was just on a break. Without waiting for a full answer, Kami eagerly asked to see the medal he had just found. He turned to her, extending the medal, and asked if she knew anything about it. She hummed thoughtfully, then her expression changed as if she finally understood. The Black Princess, as if no words were needed, simply offered them tea during their exchange of glances. Meanwhile, Camilla could not hide her surprise, as if Alan and of all people did not understand why this medal was so valuable. So she decided, then it must belong to him, and Alan in response could only awkwardly squeeze out something like, in response. In front of them stood a tray, covered to the top with colorful, expertly made cookiesones you could literally devour with your eyes, some carved into delicate flowers, others with intricate checkered patterns, and a few amusingly and cutely resembling cats. Camilla even burst out with a joyful exclamation. What wonderful treats are these? Alan explained that these were the same cookies he received as a gift from Black Princess. They were given after he asked her for advice about Bazaar. When they finally settled into a relaxed, calm tea break, Camilla poked a finger at the cat-shaped cookie and called them cute. And Alan remembered one detail about this world. Cats in Asfial are famous for their ferocity, and no matter how cozy it was around, he still couldn't shake the feeling that he was alone right here, accidentally fallen out of place. The Black Princess, with a gentle smile, told about the colossal success of the fair. She explained that the victory largely depended on one person. She bought all her goods. Camille let out a surprised breath as if trying to comprehend how much this had actually become reality. And then Alan almost casually added, he had already awarded that same person a medal before. She silently listened as Camille burst into laughter and declared that this could not be, but Alan, remaining calm, confidently confirmed, yes, it happened. And then Camille asked to be shown that very mysterious thing. Before them lay two different medallions, one of shining gold, the other of polished silver. As Alan understood, these were pro-mica medals. The Black Princess, clutching one of these medals in her hand, began to explain what it was for. Alan, sitting opposite, asked what the Pro Mica medal was, and she clarified. It is a pass for entry and exit to restricted areas, including dungeons. Camille added that gold Pro Mica, in particular, was extremely difficult to obtain. To have it, one had to be recognized by the guild. She emphasized that this is not something that can be easily obtained. Then Alan finally understood the subtext. Silver Pro Mica from the academic district only opens the entrance there to the academy that bears the same emblem. Camille confirmed. He understood everything correctly and added that she also has a silver Pro Mica from the academic district. It turned out that the academy with the same emblem, N5 Magic Academy, and it was precisely it that provided Alan with free passage both from the academic district and within the royal capital. Camille suggested, for now, but first Alan has one thing to do to ask someone with a gold medal at the academy. According to her, she comes from the central district, but she lacks other details. Alan weighed her words and realized the one and only medal he was awarded meant an invitation. He was struck by an interesting question. Was this exactly what their benefactor meant when he said he was looking forward to meeting him again? Then the Black Princess offered Camilla her help, emphasizing that Camilla was a graduate of the academic district, and the district itself was very large. But Alan suddenly felt a cold grip in his stomach. Would he really have to meet the heiress of the Marquisate himself? Camille shone with confidence and declared that she would become a special guide for him. Then she added, she was indebted to him for Yum Koi. Alan felt a wave of relief after all. She really meant gratitude and help. Camille and Alan stood side by side, gazing at the sprawling city block. Alan immediately noticed, this seems to be an academic district. She confirmed his guess and explained that the academic district is the largest in the royal capital. It housed not only academies, but also state research institutions. Alan leaned back in gratitude for her advice and honestly admitted, without her, he would definitely have gotten lost. And it seemed, Camille liked that he spoke from the heart. Then she sharply urged him to hurry, showed the way to the checkpoint, and reminded that the gift they were carrying needed to be kept cold. Alan nodded, agreed and sped up. When they approached, the city guard in heavy armor met them at the checkpoint. He stood on watch and closely monitored everyone who passed by. After passing the control, they moved on and crossed a huge bridge spanning a wide body of water. Moving into a new chapter, she exclaimed with light nostalgia that it feels as if you are stepping into a completely different world. He agreed and felt a distinct change in Abba's. Then his gaze fell in the distance on a magnificent, luxuriously decorated building. He asked what it was. She answered, Grand Cathedral of Sandrique's Religious School, the only religious institution in the royal capital. He inquired about the curriculum taught at such a school. She explained, they teach medical technicians, holy magic, and healing magic, emphasizing that healing magic requires special training. He noted in his mind his surprise at the information he heard. She continued, Nana, the deputy leader, also graduated from a religious school, just a different one. She told even more in detail about Nana's formidable reputation. There were rumors that her abilities reached the level of a captain. They also spoke of a rare talent, a combination of healing and sacred magic, a combination that is extremely rare among people. Alan assessed the situation, realizing that he had not yet said a word to the vice-captains. Camille gently calmed him. Nothing could be done because both were busy. Then he admitted, probably because Raffin does not like men, it is better to keep the same distance. Although it seemed to him she was not really offended by it. In a moment, Alan changed the subject and asked Camille which school she had graduated from. She looked up surprised by the very question. Camille explained that she studied at Lethal Magic Academy and immediately added, it is an ordinary school for commoners. Alan, recalling an old lesson, clarified whether there was some class hierarchy in the Magic Academy. Camille confirmed his suspicion. The power of magic determined status royals were above nobles, and nobles above commoners. She explained that prestigious magic academies were intended for nobles, while commoners studied in lower ones, and added that the academy they were now going to was a particularly elite institution. Alan swallowed these words, limiting himself to a quiet exclamation of casual, no way. He finally understood. This system was not just magic, but a kind of magical domination. Lines of powerful sorcerers were strengthened to give birth to even stronger ones, and this was how they explained how the Canis kingdom grew and evolved thanks to these practices. But as soon as they moved on, Camille suddenly shouted sharply, pointed ahead, and said that they could already see the academy. But Alan still found it hard to take everything on faith. Supposedly, it did not look real. Elite institutions should have nothing to do with commerce. They finally reached Enfiv Magic Academy, a colossal building that resembled a luxurious castle. Alan was breathless from the scale of everything around. Then he approached the guard, and politely asking if he and his companion could enter, explained that he had a promo pass. Micah confirmed entry was possible and ordered Alan to show his right hand. Alan, a little confused, complied, and from his wrist for a moment a faint glow shone where the magical artifact was. The guard explained that this item was a magic artifact needed for security and asked to be careful. He also warned, if someone caused trouble, the guard would intervene. Alan, still stunned by the glow of the object, aloud wondered could it really be as it was. While I was making my way through the academy grounds, Camille whispered that it was truly incredible, nothing like lethal at all. Alan, not taking his eyes off the surroundings, picked up her words. Alan and Camille stood before the huge building, and she pointed and explained. This was the famous Lion Dormitory, a place traditionally assigned to monarchs after generals. Then he asked who exactly they were supposed to meet today. Camille replied that it was Ray Castigliano, the very same who had once been her client at Bazaar Theo. Not just recently. As soon as he said the name, Camille instantly froze, only her face. She turned to him, eyes wide with surprise, and asked him to repeat. He calmly repeated, it was Ray Cassiano, the eldest son of Marquis Cassiano. Hearing the confirmation, Camille sprang up. She closed her eyes for a moment to buy time, then sharply turned around and rushed away, leaving him. He awkwardly rushed forward, quickly grabbed her hand, and demanded an answer why she had connections with such a great nobleman, reminding her that he had already explained the situation. She broke free from his grip and insisted on her own. She insisted that he let her go. Still struggling, she hurriedly and feverishly explained that the Cassiano family belonged to the three great magical houses in society. She warned, if some commoner mage just went and met him, they would be killed for disrespect. And he brushed off her fears, saying that she was too. Thinking that, overwhelmed, she burst into a cry of despair, realizing she had been deceived, and resolutely, unequivocally declared her categorical refusal. To go, with an indifferent face, she quietly thanked him. Then he clarified, besides the Lion Dormitory for royals, there were 3 more dormitories, each corresponding to one of the 3 great noble families. Since Ray was from the Castellano family, she needed to go to the appropriate dormitory. She was still obviously anxious, so she tried to leave, but Alan reminded her. She lacked the necessary promica for this restricted zone, otherwise she would face arrest. She saw fear was creeping up again. And then she could no longer cope with the fear, whispering that meeting the Arab Marquis was too difficult for her. She would feel safer running into someone from the night or even the almost decayed barony. The baronial family. Meanwhile, Alan was led through a luxurious mansion by a polite butler. He confirmed his identity as Sir Alan, said he was already expected, and showed the room where Alan was to wait for Lord Ray's return. Alan silently decided to apologize to Camille. Later, Alan and Camille found themselves in the reception room. Camille was pale and clearly anxious. He asked if she was okay, but she quickly brushed off his concern and insisted that she held herself as if everything was under control, but inside the anxiety was already creeping up. Her soul almost slipped out of her body. Alan, struck by her frank confession, reacted with concern. Suddenly, the heavy door to the room clanged and sharply opened like a clear strike. Camille flinched, sharply inhaled from surprise. Alan's gaze immediately slid toward the entrance. Step Ray entered through the threshold, alongside Cassiano. They greeted casually without pomp. He noted that quite some time had passed since their last meeting at the bazaar, and assured there was no need for tension. It was he who had extended the invitation. Alan politely bowed and thanked him for the invitation. Then Step Ray passed by Alan, and his gaze stubbornly fixed on Camille. Alan watched him. A barely noticeable tension was growing. In the air, Step Ray stopped right in front of Camille, who still kept her gaze downward. Then he turned to Alan and asked who the person next to him was. Alan hesitated for a moment, then introduced her without unnecessary words. As a friend, Alan stood stunned after he introduced Camille. Uncertainty froze on his face. As his friend, he suddenly caught a sharp look. His heart pounded as he wondered if he had made some terrible mistake. It seemed to him that he was alone against everyone, silently calling for help from Camille, but she did not respond, as if stunned. In such a situation, while he was absorbing the tension, Ray Cassiano offered him a gift, explaining that these were special luxury rooms prepared specifically for their meeting, and they were unavailable in the store due to storage restrictions. Alan became interested and asked what it was. A little later, the butler entered with a large covered tray. Alan loudly clapped his hands, and anticipation flared in the air. Alan's gaze slid further. Then he asked if the tart needed to be sliced. Ray Cassiano quickly assured that it was already portioned, and noted how everything was properly arranged. From the grand opening, everyone was shown an amazing fruit tart, a spectacle that made Alan exclaim with delight. It seemed to him that it was a precious jewel, and he felt immense pleasure. Ray Castigliano also seemed to enjoy it, and as if confirmed the correctness of Akira's recommendation about such a special delicacy. A slightly pensive gift, and it still shone. He turned to Camille, urging her to taste the sourness while it was cold, and suggested eating before they started talking. But he noticed her extreme paleness and immobility and realized that she might finally give in. He was torn by anxiety. Ignoring the frozen Camille, Ray Cassiano then already introduced himself in an official tone, stating his name and reporting his current academic status as a first-year student. Meanwhile, a junior school student introduced the person next to him as his cousin Chris Eliza. Meanwhile, Chris was inwardly rejoicing and happily confirming her own suspicions, delighted that this was the most exquisite and delicious treat she had ever tasted. Alan, internally impressed by Ray Cassiano's indifferent manner regarding the aura of the Marquis family, suddenly received a sharp response from him. He is annoying and should be silent. Ray noticed that Alan, usually composed, had never behaved like this because of it. Embarrassed, then Ray shifted his gaze to Chris and held her back with words, not to lie, and hinted that she had another name. He explained simply, as commoners, both Alan and Chris have only given names, but he, being a nobleman, carries both a given name and a surname. So Ray summarized, Christmas still has one more name, and Alan was completely stunned. The appearance of a prophecy. The truth about the identity of Chris Eliza was laid bare. She is Chris Eliza Kane Lai, the very princess of this kingdom. The appearance of Chris Eliza Kane Lai, the second princess of this country, caused such a stir that Island began to wonder why she was here. But as soon as her son from the Marquis revealed himself, it became clear. He found amusement in everything. The Marquis's son wasted no time and continued. Chris's father was directly introduced into the royal family through marriage, and his magical power was comparable even to the might of the head of the Castigliano family. Then he clarified, although her lineage comes from a branch, Chris has the right to royal succession because she is awakened from the royal line and possesses magical power that surpasses even previous kings. Alan, still digesting what he heard, echoed one word, awaken. The Marquis's son smiled and stated that even among commoners there are people with colossal magical power regardless of origin. After that, he directly pointed at Alan and said, just like you. Alan noticeably swallowed, and shock and caution mixed on his face. Alan pondered the nature of those awakened. In the faith of Zane, they were considered divine children, chosen by the Creator God, so he wondered what their true essence was. The Marquis's son continued. The awakened had perception far exceeding human, and admitted that they made an unjustified demand precisely to arrange a meeting between Alan and Chris. The Marquis's son concluded that, judging by their conversation, the princess was most likely also a reincarnated person, but babbling about such things without caution was reckless. Alan, now even more suspicious, realized the events of this day were planned down to the smallest detail. While Alan struggled with this news, he weighed his next move in his mind. He could no longer remain silent when dealing with nobility, but he did not know how to act correctly. Chris Eliza stood nearby, and it seemed she was listening attentively. Chris Eliza interrupted, looked directly at Alan, and stated that the mere fact that someone is awakened does not automatically make them special. She pointed out that he was in trouble due to an unfounded accusation. Alan, confused, had already begun to respond, but she continued to push Alan to think about what truth specifically concerns him, considering that there were few reborn people, and even the most powerful usually only reach the rank of Viscount at most. Then she straightforwardly began to interrogate him, and it seems I am mistaken. They took him, but Alan remained silent, focused on his thoughts. Chris and Eliza watched him, waiting for an answer. He acknowledged the truth in her words. A quiet agreement settled on him. While the conversation continued, the son on the Marquis noticed Chris, Eliza, and Camilla, and remarked that they did not look like ordinary children at all. Chris, Eliza, and Camilla. Eliza, joking briefly about her own self-criticism, apologized if she might have scared someone, but Alan immediately reassured her. No, nothing like that happened. Alan, taking a sip of tea, said that in the future he wants to regularly buy goods from the Marquis's son, specifically his sweets from the stall. And the Marquis's son admitted, there is one more thing he wishes to talk about. The son of the sign owner thanked Alan for his interest, and, in return for further patronage, promised Alan support. His entire escort Alan and his crew. Alan said that he had not yet informed Shoji about this arrangement, so he first asked for confirmation from his captain. The Marquis's son immediately agreed, and assured that he would take care of all the necessary documents for the captain himself. When the meeting ended, the son of the stage owner said goodbye to Alan, asking him to convey his greetings to the captain. As they were leaving, Camille looked clearly dizzy. A guard led her out. Noticing this, Alan asked if it was really Camille. A minute passed. The son on the sign watched Camille, guessing whether she would manage. She was still unwell, so she quietly whispered that she needed to go outside some fresh air. There, in a moment the door slammed. Chris Eliza remained alone in the room. They sat quietly while the son from the poster sign stood nearby. From the elevated place, Chrysalis called out to the Marquis's son and asked if she could talk to him. He immediately agreed and confessed. He also wanted to talk to her, Your Highness. Because Chris Eliza stood silently and watched intently. Under her heavy, direct gaze in this one-on-one meeting, Alan was struck by a wave of anxiety, restless, as if held back by the look. Alan stood before Chris Eliza, and first of all she asked him to raise his bangs. He obediently complied, raised his hand to his forehead, and asked if that was exactly how she wanted it. While Chris Eliza watched, a question was already forming on her lips. Chris Eliza's reaction was instant and overwhelming. She sharply inhaled with delight, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she exclaimed, calling him Hakubakin, after which she said he was simply incredibly cool. Meanwhile, Alan froze in complete confusion at her passionate outburst. She quickly explained that Hakubakin was her idol, a character from the social game Wonder stage. And she insisted, the Marquis's son not only resembled her idol, he was the true incarnation, so all that was left for them and Alan was to fall into shock. Announcement, Chris Eliza continued, telling about the eerie coincidences. Height, golden hair, emerald eyes, and even his deep voice, everything was exactly like Hakubakin. She felt that something important had just started here, and the story slipped into a memory. A young woman intently watching a character on the screen, a memory from 2 years ago. The memory stretched further, focusing attention on Sakakibara Yui, a second-year student proudly showing off her itabag. In every detail, her effort was visible. She had crafted it for an upcoming concert, and her eyes burned with passion. Then Yui was noticed when she was completely immersed in the mobile game. The excitement was palpable as soon as she encountered the new Hakabikian Get Cup, a gacha event. But at the same moment, anxiety overwhelmed her. She had spent all her money on the live show, so she would have to take on more part-time jobs, and playing to the fullest would no longer be possible. Her friend noticed that Yui was still the same as always, while Yui mischievously suggested with an innocent smile that they forget about college. Her devotion to her idol clearly overshadowed her academic achievements. Concerned, her friend offered to give her a ride by carriage and added that Yui was eating bean sprouts again to save money. Yui gratefully agreed, but in her friend's eyes, a deeper worry was readable about how frugally she lived. Her life revolved around the idol, a path she followed with unwavering dedication. Though she lived modestly, her days were filled with a deep sense of reward. But suddenly, without any warning, this life was cut short at. Yui's eyes sharply widened in shock. Her face froze in complete disbelief, as if an urgent command to stand up had shattered the silence in her ears. She explained that she had gained wealth, power, talent, and beauty, but only at the cost of Hakabikian's very existence. Alan listened, and an expression of complete incomprehension froze on his face. Her tears ran down her cheeks as she continued limiting those painful days that followed, insisting that since then Hakabikian existed only within her. Although she was trembling, she declared that she was already fine. Alan, still not fully understanding how deep her words were, admitted her past sounded genuine. It was difficult when Alan began to withdraw, as if trying to break free from the tension of her confession. She moved almost closely behind him, her footsteps ringing like an echo. He tried to clarify everything, firmly stating that he was not Hakabakian, but she brushed off his words. She decided that she was sent to this world to meet him, and that this was the will of fate. Without warning, she tripped him and he crashed heavily onto the floor. The floor, he screamed in pain as soon as he hit the ground, and she, now seemingly consumed by anxious excitement, barely licked her lips and ordered him not to move. It seemed to him that somewhere a strange switch suddenly clicked, and she again engaged in a struggle with him. She continued to thrash along with him, dismissing his protests that princesses should not behave like that. She ordered him not to worry, saying she could erase any rumors in no time. He insisted. The situation had no joke. He struggled with desperate strength, thoughts racing, even being a reincarnated person. He could not break free from this state and questioned where the mysterious cause of her incredible surge came from. With a triumphant smile, she declared that the room was soundproof, so no one would hear his cries for help. After that, she tightly bound him completely and insisted that from now on he would no longer be able to. She explained her preparation was perfect even without experience from a past life and asked him to stop resisting unnecessarily. She advised him to simply count the spots on the ceiling until it was all over. He could only moan in despair. Her grip grew stronger, squeezing Alan and draining life from him as he struggled against her incredible strength, his face twisted in silent agony. Meanwhile, Camille watched the scene unfold. Her eyes widened with shock and anxiety, and she could not Intervene. In a moment, Sakakibara Yui remained on top of Alan, who lay subdued beneath her, and Camille, stunned by the sudden turn of events, felt a wave of dizziness while. A wave rolled over her. A dull and prolonged rumble echoed in the room, and Camille burst out with an exclamation, her voice spread through the space. She was full of anxiety. After the outburst, Sakakibara Yui bowed deeply. Her voice resonated with sincere repentance as she extended from the bottom of her heart. Apologies. Alan, now free, pondered how lucky he was to have Camille nearby, and had no idea what would have happened if he had been left alone. Meanwhile, Sakakibara Yui bit herself for losing composure in front of her idol, and could not believe what was wrong with her. Her actions. Then he turned to Sakakibara Yui and asked, had she been reincarnated or simply transferred? After all, their previous conversation hinted at a transfer. However, she insisted, let him call her simply Sakakibara. Supposedly, it was an order. He immediately saluted, quickly straightening up. It was necessary to understand quickly. Alan considered what her words might mean, given that certain possession could be an explanation. To remain present, the truth was revealed. Only Sakakibara Yui's consciousness was transferred to this world, and her memories and character were now inseparably linked with Chris Eli. The body of Elisa. Chris Eli explained that the current personality felt like a fusion of two consciousnesses, and this made Alan doubt. Could it be that two separate personalities coexist within her? She let the revelation pass through her. A faint smile touched her lips as she acknowledged the title of the strongest otaku girl in the kingdom. It was strange, almost unbelievable. Alan, still trying to grasp the full extent of her explanation, admitted confusion. He had never encountered a case of consciousness transfer, and this made it even stranger for him. She continued to talk about her social fears in this new world. The people here were incredibly attractive, so she was nervous even when trying to speak. Because of this, rumors spread supposedly. She was strange and failed to communicate because she could not move freely. Alan listened attentively to her position. While his mind kept spinning, caution was necessary. He decided to remain silent about Shoji for safety. He recalled his 20 years of ordinary life and realized he had never met an awakened person, and it would be a completely different matter if they were travelers. The same place, barely staggering, she finished their long conversation, sincerely glad to have met him. Meanwhile, Alan seemed confused by the conversation or perhaps seeking relief, staring blankly into space. He turned back to her side. He willingly agreed to talk to her again, not just as a business partner, but as a fellow Japanese comrade. He promised to send a letter of support to her brigade. She confirmed the promise, then, slightly flustered, asked for his name again. He clarified, his name is Alan, and Shinjo as well. A moment later, Alan stirred, his eyelids twitched, and he opened his eyes. Confused, he mumbled through sleep, looking around aloud. Where is he? Nearby, a voice greeted him and confirmed that he had already regained consciousness. Finally awake, still rubbing his eyes, he recalled the meeting with Lord Ray and the princess. The one carrying him asked if he still felt unwell, and he answered. He was indeed okay. Suddenly he was struck with insight. He remembered she still remembers him, and how he returned to the room, the princess, and Alan alone. The one carrying him quietly smiled and waved off his memories. They said it was a strange dream that he had fainted very soon. After he was carried out of the room, he was still held in arms, and Alan's mind was raging with that vision, because what he had just experienced was still spinning before his eyes. Zane, holding him, apologized both for the deception and for pushing him so that Alan fell. But deep in his thoughts, Alan wished for something else, that all this was just a dream even when Zane insisted that it could not be true. Memory or dream, it would not let go. Sakakibara Yui, in Chris' body, playfully tugged his hair, and he immediately grumbled. She joyfully declared that she forgave him and called this joke her apology for the day, recalling the next volume. Yumkoi, returning to the present, Zin mockingly brushed off Alan's tedious thoughts about Yumkoi rejecting them, saying it was just fantasies. He teased Alan since he could still think that way. It meant he felt well enough to go on his own. And in his soul, Alan acknowledged Camilla as his salvation, a small price for whatever awaited next. The part he found he still carried with him. Alan let out a tired yawn. Zane reported, Captain Anno wants to see him. Alan, still sluggish from the night's lethargy, simply accepted the request. It turns out, while Zane resisted despite all past difficulties, matters were already. Lately, everything had been calm. Another moment, and Captain Anno was already standing before him. Her face was stern and direct. She fixed Alan with a heavy gaze and demanded an explanation of what the hell he had done. Ellen, holding a stack of papers, sharply looked up and, surprised, held his breath as if not understanding what exactly he was holding. The documents clearly bore the names Chris Eliza Caneleys and Ray Castigliano, so their weight of doubt was undeniable. Then he explained to Aina that so much had happened. It was truly a long story. He He showed papers as proof of support from the second princess and the Marquis family, then asked Aina, "Is this unexpected turn of events the work of her hands?" Aina, despite everything, poked him with her gloved finger, accusing him of ruining her entire plan. In response, he inquired, "Is it true that he stood in her way?" She quickly brushed off his concern and said that he had spoiled nothing. On the contrary, she was grateful. Seeing his misunderstanding, she asked if he understood why they had stopped working on the adventure. He honestly admitted, no, he did not understand. Anna continued speaking. It was necessary to establish connections in the royal capital, to guarantee a reliable supply chain, and to fill it with skilled blacksmith laborers. And she emphasized, none of these vital tasks can be accomplished without significant trust. She clarified, even for a brigade of that level, they could not simply approach the Lord if they worked only in a regional city despite their own abilities. Then Aina revealed the bitter truth. Everything that looked decent was a sham. None of the nobles or merchants she had to deal with turned out to be worthy people. She lamented even if she managed to gain fame elsewhere. In the royal capital, they would still despise them just because she was a woman. And she clenched her fist in silent, fierce frustration. Meanwhile, Albert settled comfortably, smoked his pipe, and listened attentively. Eventually, he acknowledged her plight. He said he understood she was asking for his support. But Albert asked what exactly he would get in return. Barely smiling, Albert said that, unfortunately, money was not a problem for him, and he would prefer something entirely different. Aina looked at him. She was clearly thrown off by his unexpected demand. He continued with a humiliating proposal. He hinted that Aina should become his lover, or that she should give him any of her pretty companions. Aina was silent, but her companion, Lapine, exploded with rage and slammed her palm on the table, calling him a degenerate. She decisively rejected his proposal, stating that she had no intention of selling herself or her companions. After that, politely but coldly, she asked him to pretend as if it had never happened, and, apologizing, left together with Lapine. But as soon as they turned and walked away, leaving the room, he muttered under his breath about the audacity of these women. Aina sat quietly and silently digested what had happened. Alan, looking at her, admitted this had happened before, but it was the first time they had been mocked so openly. He felt the situation was truly terrible. She confirmed his thoughts. Such incidents were not limited to the royal capital, they happened quite often. And clenching her fist, she added that men simply do such things. He weighed her words and understood. It was probably this pervasive discrimination that explained why their group consisted entirely of women. So all that remained was to think that they had endured too much. Agreed, then Aina apologized for complaining too loudly, admitting, such things inevitably happen even when there are people like him nearby. Alan just listened, calmly showing understanding. Then he asked the man's name and clarified, does the surname mean he is a nobleman? Aina named him Alex Barn, head of Barn Company, and explained that he was not a nobleman, but connected to the Knife family, which is now barely holding on. Alan absorbed this information, promised to keep it in mind, and then warned Aina as well. She should be careful. Alex Barn usually manages transport businesses between the royal capital and surrounding cities. She agreed, accepting his concern, then glanced and remarked, he himself has dark circles under his eyes, he should rest a little. She sat among giant piles of documents. The feather hovered over a blank sheet. The quiet chirping of birds sharply contrasted with the huge amount of work that suddenly fell upon her. A moment later, Lapin burst into the room, hands full of papers, and there were even more. She was calling her captain. Alan, observing this chaos, thought, maybe such a mountain of work means they no longer need to actively search for a connection. Considering the situation, Alan suddenly exclaimed that everything had worked out perfectly. Lapin, startled, asked why he was here, and Aina, shocked, realized. Now a whole crowd of people wanted to meet with him. Lapin's confusion flared as soon as she heard the names Marquis and Princess, and immediately doubted that they were here by chance. Aina explained, thanks to Alan's efforts, they really received support from both the Marquis and the second princess, so rumors about their patronage spread extremely quickly. Alan, embarrassed, tried to convince himself that all this was nothing more than a coincidence. These influential people were not simply involved in his story, but only liked him for some of his works. Still, he admitted to himself he did not fully understand the whole picture that was emerging. Lapine, still confused, later demanded a proper explanation from him. Aina, holding the document, instructed Alan to meet the incoming guests and said that he only needed to listen to their proposals, and she would handle all the information on her side herself. He froze with his mouth agape, feeling that everything had gone completely wrong the moment the door slammed shut behind him. Left alone, Aina pondered. Princess Kreese almost never appeared in public, so the sudden influx of interested people probably happened precisely because of their connection to the princess. Her hand slid over the document as she formulated the strategy and clearly understood. This change of events worked in their favor at such a speed the operational base would be ready in an instant, and then she would need Alan's help as soon as their adventurous activities resumed. After that, Anna turned to Alan and suggested that he become the sole supplier of goods for the brigade. Alan clarified what that meant. Perhaps he would be responsible for the supplies. She explained that their team mainly dealt with killing monsters, so requests regularly involved large sums of money. Anna wanted to sell materials from monsters directly, bypassing the guild and wholesalers to avoid paying extra commissions. She also added that as long as they remain in their current state, they will likely lack sufficient people and experience. He replied that it was acceptable and even rejoiced, saying he would be so busy that there would be no time for doubts. Then Anna asked if he could handle such a heavy workload, honestly admitting that she was not sure if they had enough staff. Alan looked off to the side, and a look of concentrated thought froze on his face while Anna addressed him directly. She reminded him of his own past words and asked if he remembered saying, "It is strange when people are thanked for actions done only for their own benefit." He confirmed her memory and then added that for her these actions seemed more like a duty of adventure. Adventurous, she explained, once her path began with a dream to return to her native world, but over time everything changed. Now the present was her top priority and the well-being of all those around her. He listened attentively and acknowledged the value of her words. He thought that he himself had something to learn from her. Stubbornly confirming that he understood, he offered his help, but she replied that it was not needed. Anxiety. Moments later, Kata, exhausted to the limit, announced that it was finally over. Alan stood nearby, a fellow outcast. She sighed wearily and muttered about someone who still holds the details hostage, even though she has already been told everything. Then she thought about how hard it is to deal with people who keep showing up again and again, yet she still felt relief. The negotiations are going smoothly. Smoothly, she continued and explained that they managed to narrow down the options to a few reliable trading companies at this pace. They will even make it to the regular meeting scheduled for next month. Alan was surprised and asked for clarification about that regular meeting, and she replied, "Team leaders give reports on the state of affairs there." He acknowledged her explanation, but anxiety overwhelmed him as soon as he realized this would be his first time attending such a. This is already a gathering. He listened attentively as Kata explained. She was still the only one on the supply team, so she was temporarily relieved of some duties, but still couldn't handle everything at once. He understood her problem and how hard it is to keep up the pace. Failure. Then Kata asked if he was good with the calculations, emphasizing his usual accuracy. He hesitated, answered somewhat reluctantly, and she touched on that very pause. Kata immediately said, then she would take on the accounting document herself. He nervously chuckled and admitted that he hadn't actually done all the calculations himself. He was helped by other people. She simply accepted his explanation, said she would still leave it to his discretion, then left and closed the door with a soft click. Eslam, now he was left alone and stretched out his hand. A faint glow barely flowed from it as he prepared to activate his unique ability. He sat before the flickering screen, and his fingers fluttered over the keyboard, quick clicks, tapping. He smiled, exhaling with relief. Modern convenience truly works wonders and helps handle such a complex task. Reviewing his spreadsheet, he came across one particular section too expensive. It was marked at 145 of the budget. He pondered. About half of what was said in the spreadsheet for use was thanks to that to Akira. He kept working. Quiet keyboard clicks filled the silence of the room. He realized that the high cost was mainly due to maintenance expenses. Potions. He focused on his regular trips to Japan not only to get products, but mainly to share information and help with gate research. Then his thoughts shifted further. He suddenly wondered about the fact that, for prolonged periods, the gates require complex maintenance and do not allow the use of other magic. So instead, they conducted research on magical energy materials that he brought from another world. He continued reviewing his device, pondering the situation. As part of this, he brought herbs and potions. Maybe I'll try to listen to their side. Phew, suddenly a voice pulled him out of his thoughts, and he wondered if he was being watched. Akira called out to him and asked why he was called. The scene switched to the top-secret research center of the Seiyuji Group Leaf Institute. There, the head of botanical research, Yoshida, met Alan and said they had been waiting for his arrival. Alan apologized for the sudden intrusion, and Yoshida immediately reassured him. The timing was perfect. He was just about to give an update. He gestured toward the tablet. To the tablet, while Alan stared at the screen, Yoshida began explaining the basic principles of potion work. how the solution penetrates the cell membrane, excessively stimulates the nucleus, and promotes cell reproduction, temporarily restoring damaged areas and accelerating recovery. Healing wounds, Yoshida summarized. In general, potions heal wounds by enhancing the body's natural ability to heal. Alan, seeking clarity, asked, "Explain it more simply." However, Yoshida did not stop. The genetic information of the herbs used as ingredients did not differ significantly from plants found on Earth. Alan pondered this. If the genetic composition is similar, then the power of the planet itself is not the only factor. He became curious about what else was behind this. What else could it just be a show? Yoshida confirmed his question without words and explained. Some unknown energy, usually called magic, was indeed. Yes, here everything was serious. Yoshida noticed that Alan's face was clouded and asked if everything was all right. But Alan was occupied with another thought. Seiyuji and Sakakibara were stronger than him. He repeatedly replayed the results of his physical examination in his head, those that broke the world record, and which Yoshida had already suspected. Alan looked at the flower pot while Yoshida explained. In this world, its effect weakens only by half. Then Yoshida told that they managed to grow some medicinal herbs. That Philip Allen found this strange was no surprise, especially considering the mystery of how a living plant could have gotten through the gate. Yoshida said that cultivation worthy of a Nobel Prize is possible, but most other world plants will not survive due to lack of mana, so they cannot be distinguished from ordinary flora. Then he switched to another topic and expressed interest in the opposite phenomenon. Alan, intrigued, asked for clarification. Yoshida explained that it would be difficult because the plant initially grew only in a few specific places. In that world, Yoshida, sitting, pondered about plants from this dimension that accumulate mana, and about the consequences such a phenomenon might cause. Then he turned back to Alan, asked for a favor and ordered Tsukamoto Kon to guide him. Alan, feeling a strange familiarity, asked if it was really the same person. He was answered. Then the young lady, Tsukamoto Kun, led Alan and Yoshida through the door, announcing that they had arrived at the third laboratory. Inside, she showed Elian various potted plants and explained that these were ordinary earth plants, specially selected for their genetic similarity to medicinal herbs found in that other world. She ordered him to direct some magic into one of the plants. He agreed to her request, sincerely admitting that he had never tried such a F. When he concentrated, a barely noticeable sparkle burst from one of the plants, a subtle confirmation that matter transfer had been successfully carried out. He said he felt certain sensations, so he apologized and noted, the magical effect is not visible to the naked eye. Yoshida and Tsukamoto Kyun accepted this, and Tsukamoto Kyun thanked him for his cooperation, promising to deliver the full test results as soon as they were compiled. He immediately agreed. Then he added that the magical direction initially gave results, but there is a chance that the mana will gradually dissipate, so magic will have to be applied again. Tsukamoto-kun, listening attentively, had. She touched on her topic and shifted the conversation to the financial report, confirming that everything looked in order. He seemed surprised by her meticulousness, necessary for their regular meetings. This was what affected him. They were quite strict. He offered reassurance, told her not to worry if something went wrong, and admitted that he himself was also nervous. She still remained cautious, explained that her anxiety was because it was her first time and that she wanted to be sure everything would be. It was done correctly. After that, her gaze slid aside, and she admitted that she had been thinking for a long time about some stupid nonsense. Then a pause, something about time. He noticed a small rectangular object in her hands and asked what it was. She simply handed it to him, and he promised to tell him later. Her eyes fixed on him, and a barely noticeable irritated shade flashed in her expression, as if asking whether he had ever given a proper explanation for anything. He, however, responded with a barely noticeable smile, as if he really had given his purpose later. His own understanding. For a moment longer, she stared intently at him, then looked away and noticed that he had changed a little. In response, he asked what exactly she meant. Lapin, the lieutenant colonel, gathered and announced information about the dungeon near the royal capital. She reported, in 2 days, several squads would begin to storm these dungeons. When she finished, Alan prepared to move to the next team, and Camille quietly dozed. Meanwhile, Nana, also a lieutenant colonel, confessed to Alan that since he had joined, numerous requests from other male adventurers to join their ranks had poured in. All were refused because no one met the qualifications, and Alan sympathized with those who were rejected. Next to her, Anna, rustling her cloak, prepared to give advice. She said she did not want to overshadow this conversation, but had one person in mind. Nana asked about the person, and Aina revealed the name. It was Diana Eshwin, a representative of a famous knight family with great talent for healing magic. Nana seemed to agree that she was exactly the one they needed, but still doubted whether Aina was truly confident in her abilities. However, Aina still held her ground. In half a year, Diana would become incredibly powerful. Nana smiled as if she understood everything and declared, only she truly saw Diana's talent, emphasizing that this moment was the best to recruit her. Aina, accepting the conditions, confirmed that the terms for Diana would be the same as her own. Nana, satisfied, ordered her to start the recruitment. Returning to Alan, he continued reviewing the teams. Camille, frightened by the sudden clatter, quickly recovered and confirmed. Due to yesterday's incident, all business negotiations regarding supplies had already been settled, and they had even managed to secure a few blacksmiths. It was clear it was hard for her to keep up the pace. She looked a little embarrassed further, then turned to Aina and asked if there was anything to report. Aina only nodded in response. Alan noticed Camilla and, seeing her frantic anxiety, recalled his own stressful days at the office. Nana, noticing the panic, gently calmed her and asked her not to rush. It was then that Anna raised her hand as if to say she had something to report. He turned to Anna, asking for a report. She reported, after reviewing the brigade's expenses, they encountered a problem with the fees for potion support, so he ordered Anna to distribute this information to everyone. Everyone, she listened attentively to Alan's explanation, and as the words formed a clear picture, her face changed, surprised, sharp like a blow. I see. Understood, she whispered, clearly stunned by what she heard. Then he introduced a new type of vial, a flexible pouch, not a traditional glass bottle. He explained that thanks to his connections, he was able to create this design. The pouch is both stronger and significantly less bulky than the usual glass containers. Alan continued and revealed the most useful feature of the new container: an extended shelf life. Thanks to a unique treatment, the potion inside could last 4 times longer than usual, up to a whole month. The nearby travelers shuddered from the loud shock, and Alan calmly ordered them to read the provided document to learn the details. Doubts among the travelers grew. Their muffled conversations filled the room, and they began to question their trust in Alan, dismissing his words as nonsense. Potions usually last only a week, so there was no way they could last a whole month. Seeing the tension rise, Aina stepped forward. She acknowledged their doubts but firmly stated that Alan would not tell such an obvious lie. After a decisive clap of her hands, she ordered everyone to be silent, and her authority instantly subdued the whispers and chatter. Then Aina proposed a practical solution. Next month they would use both new and old glass potion vials to verify Alan's words firsthand. Alan, noticeably relieved, immediately agreed and sincerely thanked her. Aina ended the meeting by ordering everyone to spread the details within their groups so that no one would have any objections left. After the meeting ended, Alan sighed with relief. A heavy breath escaped his chest. He already felt confident. The potion support expenses were definitely manageable, so he mentally promised to thank Yashida and the entire research team later for their efforts. After that, he turned and left. His gaze fell on a single elegant rose, its petals unfolding delicately, as if in no hurry. He mentally weighed. Everything now depended on this, and even such a simple flower had a hidden, deeper meaning. The rose stood alone, clear contours, mesmerizing appearance. A voice came from somewhere to the side, and he called back, "Rose." A woman in a lab coat confirmed his words. It really was a rose, the result of their joint development. She also revealed a detail that was hard to look away from. Roses are able to hold magical particles better than anything else, making this a significant discovery. She presented her conclusions. The roses demonstrated effects incredibly similar to medicinal herbs, but at the same time her research showed a disturbing fact: other plants showed signs of toxicity to the human body. After this revelation, she officially asked Alan to take on growing these special roses in another world. He immediately agreed, recognizing the importance of her discovery. Alan immediately grasped the consequences and decided to prepare several additional samples so the work remained within controlled limits. After that, he began experimenting, observing. The roses flickered with a strange bluish-purple light, and he remembered that Shoji once did not let him report such findings to the laboratory. He pondered about mutation. Would it give faster results if he poured all his magic into the rose? At the same time, he thought it was probably his own fault. Even despite possible futility, he still moved forward, hoping that the rose could replace medicinal herbs, not just push them away. As soon as he directed the magic, the rose flared with a bright glow. Correct. In a moment, Alan approached me and asked if she would teach him to brew potions. She was surprised by his request, but immediately agreed, acknowledging that he understood well. Yet she warned, what is being discussed is not ordinary. May, standing in the shade of a tree, asked what exactly he meant when he said it was not an ordinary herb. He clarified, it was a kind of pseudo herb. Observing the unique roses, might have admitted he had never seen any plant like them before. Then she, as always, smiled and said, "Alan remains full of mysteries." Alan admitted that he only knew the basics of potions. Then Mai, unafraid, declared, with a bit of cleverness, they would most likely succeed and suggested trying, even if it risked failure. After that, she began to explain. Potions come in 4 separate colors, and each has 3 gradations, so there are 12 different types. She promised to explain it further and described the effect of each type. Purple potions restore damaged parts of the body, but the strength of restoration depends on their grade. Then she clarified, the lowest grade, green grade 3, is used to treat minor problems, such as cracked skin and bruises. She continued, said that they only used blue potions and never took green ones because of Nana's presence. Alan listened attentively and could not hide his surprise at the scale of this information. The conversation shifted to capricious purple potions. It turned out that they can only be brewed from herbs that grow exclusively in deadly dangerous regions, so they cannot be obtained on the open market. While the cauldron still quietly simmered on the fire, she added that these purple creations were the pinnacle of human alchemical achievement. He picked up her words and honestly admitted he had never seen anything like it. Then it will switch to red potions and explain that now these are only legends. They have not been seen for over a decade. She will ponder aloud what happened to them. The most powerful among them was the red potentia of the first Gradarumer said it granted resurrection, so it was nicknamed Blood of God. She clarified even grade 2 red potions had the power to heal mortal wounds and apparently gave a rejuvenating effect. At the same time, she emphasized that there was no verified record of a grade 1 red potion to this day. She didn't even have enough to. Things disappearancy were found. A sharp cough seized her, so Alan immediately asked if she was okay. After catching her breath, she explained, these powerful potions were originally sacred relics that were found only in the most difficult dungeons, and most likely they have already been completely looted. After a long pause with a final stir, the men announced, the potion is ready. The liquid in the cauldron flared a vivid purplined. Alan and Keith froze. They asked how she managed to brew such a rare potion, and Alan aloud pondered where its enormous price comes from. Its value was revealed an incredible sum, 5 million gold. This number echoed through the room like thunder. The air froze. May, holding the ready purple elixir, teasingly chided Alan for his lack of common sense while at the same time presenting it as a compliment. He froze in astonishment as Kita added that even artificial cultivation of medicinal herbs was considered impossible. She firmly said that selling such a valuable item without any consideration on the open market was out of the question. It would undoubtedly cause a frenzy. However, she admitted that simply wasting it was also not an option, so she suggested thinking about how to sell it. To the guild, Kita, considering how the public would perceive it, was worried. What if people thought that without the guild's participation, they wouldn't be able to conduct business properly? Alan agreed and added that most likely not only other merchants but even guild employees would think the same, and this would ultimately damage Kita's reputation. He concluded it was significant. Despite Alan's hesitation, May suggested a solution. They could try to arrange a training trip to the black market in the capital. She reasoned that the black market was still not illegal. May continued, insisting that the team name was not necessary for such an operation. She warned, if Kita considers it a hassle, she will not be able to continue further. In his role, Alan, stunned by May's unexpected maturity, thought that she looked older than him. Meanwhile, May ordered Kita to keep this secret from the other participants and to make sure that Aina went with her. Kita, shocked, exclaimed that she would go, to which May simply replied that it was obvious. Kita, with shoulders slumped, admitted that she understood, then reminded about the stakes. A successful sale could be worth up to 5 million, and asked what the negotiator was supposed to do if Kita. Isn't that so? Kita, still a bit uncertain, quietly agreed, and Alan, sharply taking responsibility upon himself, said that he would go and bring it to her. While Kita was watching, Alan suddenly realized he forgot to ask what to do with the 5 potions worth those roses. He was gnawed by the feeling that something was wrong, but the cracking sound that accompanied his understanding overwhelmed him. In the laboratory, the chemical beaker hissed over the flame, and the liquid inside swirled in a vortex. And the thought echoed, this one single trinket would cost 5 potions. Alan, dozing over the reading, realized it was too late to ask, so he took up the precise details of the magical rose and concluded that he would have to brew the rest of the potions. He worked diligently because he knew he had to finish before the trip to the black market tomorrow. As soon as he added about 50 from the remaining magical roses into the mixture, and still doubted whether this was the correct procedure, but felt he had no choice but to trust. When he examined the mixture in the test tube, a wave of confusion overwhelmed him. the liquid turned distinctly red, a color he had never encountered before. He stared at the reddish-purple liquid and noticed that its volume had noticeably decreased. One thing tormented him. Did this mean that the entire batch had failed, and he could no longer reconcile the result with what was supposed to be before? The solution in the test tube tingled faintly, but showed no signs of evaporation. This completely puzzled him. He was already about to throw away the potion, but the thought of the nearby water purification station and the risk to everyone's safety if he were caught made him stop. He muttered to himself that this was clearly not purple, and if someone noticed, it would definitely lead to a serious problem. With a decisive gesture, he declared this the last resort. He decided to bury the problematic elixir deep in the wilderness. His foot pressed the ground as if he wanted to fix it forever. His decision, not a sound anywhere. The empty, desolate world around swallowed the silence, and the endless rocky expanses stretched under the stars. He turned sharply. He thought this was the perfect moment to quickly bury the potion and escape, but a deep sigh burst from his chest. He gave it away. True disappointment and rage crept up on him. Suddenly his gaze shot upward over the deserted landscape. From the sky descended a gigantic, elegantly designed disc-shaped structure, which sent a powerful beam of light to the ground, while ghostly lights, resembling the northern lights, danced. Through the sky, he froze, looking with stunned disbelief, and one thought was born in his mind. He had just recognized an incredible spectacle. Alan, having just gotten rid of the unstable potion, was still in the desert area when Aina appeared and urged him to get away from here, from this bad place, somewhere else. He squeezed the empty bottle, agreed. Having agreed to bury it, they moved on. She looked back at him, a worried expression and a question. Was he okay? He answered with a quiet, questioning sound. His eyes had heavy from fatigue. He admitted that lately he had hardly rested, poisoning his tired eyes. Aina, with a watchful gaze, wondered if his nervousness had kept him from sleeping, and then, as if in shock, began to question whether he was half asleep. He nervously smiled quietly, acknowledging her correctness. Then she suggested training next time just in case and reminded him that he had no combat experience. Gently smiling, she reassured him, promising to protect him properly, yet still a bit of nervousness remained in him as he looked at her. She, in response, urged him to hurry, warning that they would be late. He convinced himself. Probably she thinks his lack of sleep is due to anxiety. Anxiety did not let go, but he again felt a clear purpose and decided to enter the game. He confirmed that he was already on the way and followed Aina as she walked through the open doors, ready to face whatever awaited ahead. In the black market of the royal capital, Alan declared that the preparations were complete, but looking at his stall, he paled from emptiness. There was nothing left to sell. Only one certificate and a purple elixir remained, and the inventory hid in emptiness against the background of noisy market conversations. Aina, noticing how these strange goods, special herbs, and good medicines were openly displayed for sale, reminded him of the captain's words. He assured that this was not illegal, but she was still bursting with surprise. She expected the black market to be much more secretive. Then he inquired what she meant by "one must be careful," and Anna explained. Essentially, this is a regular market operating outside direct government or guild intervention, so everything sold is completely legal. She added, even if merchants set inflated prices far exceeding guild tariffs, buyers were often no less desperate, and no one would be punished for being cheated. Alan, noticing how the crowd was growing and excited chatter was sounding, remarked that the event time was about to come, and Aina, with a barely noticeable smile, replied. She asked if he looked like he was ready to bargain, thereby acknowledging that his observation was accurate. In a moment, loud words rang out. They announced that the doors were already open. The crowd immediately surged forward, pushing and pressing. Cries of "Everyone, please, don't push and make way," echoed through the market until Alan and Anna were swept into this crazy mob. Making their way through the crowd, he turned to Anna. Her face was confused. He asked if the black market was always this immense, pointing to the excessive number of people. But as soon as he glanced at the merchant, he immediately challenged him, saying that the merchant really claimed his goods were genuine. The plump merchant snorted defiantly. A certificate like Alan's is easy to forge, and Alan was not going to back down and stubbornly insisted that the certificate was genuine. Another merchant asked if it was just a blue elixir, and Alan, irritated by the presence of buyers, decided that they only brought trouble. Then the first one voiced 1.3 million, and Alan immediately waved it off. Such a price is only for grade 1 blue elixir, and his item turned out to be much more valuable. He stubbornly dragged on the tense negotiations, and the merchant grew more and more agitated by the minute, demanding that he either buy or get lost. Aina, sensing that the rudeness was about to overflow, sharply intervened, ordered the merchant to be silent and not interfere with their business. The merchant was stunned, then flared up with indignation. Her words clearly humiliated him. As soon as the merchant reached out and grabbed his hand, he warned without any words. Be silent, Alan's patience had run out. Alan straightened sharply and struck him so unexpectedly and forcefully that the merchant cracked in surprise from the pain. From the blow, the merchant flew backward. His body twisted before he landed heavily on the ground and shuddered from the sharp, painful jolt. Anya watched with wide-open eyes. The shocking sudden cruelty did not fit any normal explanation. She froze in place, and on her face was a frozen expression of deep pain. Only now did the reality of what had happened finally reach her. Alan, stunned by her reaction, froze enchanted, then covered his face with his palms and quietly whispered an apology. Noticing her despair, he calmly advised her to be more careful in the future. He repeated again that next time she must give him such matters. While nearby, a voice lamented the shameful act of the adventurer who attacked a civilian. Then Alan looked back at the market. The potion was still in demand, but no one dared to buy his item, even though he had a guild certificate. As soon as he sighed with relief, resignedly accepting his fate, a new figure approached him, and it immediately became clear they had come to buy. Alan was pleasantly surprised at how quickly everything was settled. The man introduced himself as Maxwell, said he had used several connections to arrange the purchase, and then asked how Alan had obtained such a valuable item. Then Maxwell asked if there was a chance that this product would be restocked again. Alan could not guarantee anything about whether it would be available in the future. Then Maxwell handed Alan a card, gave his name, and emphasized again, he wants to buy more if this item ever becomes available again. He reassured Alan, if he brings the artifact to the guild, they will immediately process the purchase, and it doesn't matter what price Alan names. Alan nodded, as if to say understood. But Maxwell explained, the potion's price fluctuated greatly during a monster surge or battle. Its cost could easily double. Alan dismissed the concern. It was, he said, not a problem. He added, emphasizing the rarity of purple zills. They were found only once a month. That was why so many travelers sometimes gave up when they could not heal their wounds. Maxwell revealed further, people with regenerative treatment were encountered, but they were few. Perhaps they could really be counted on one hand. Therefore, mercenaries for ordinary adventurers almost did not exist. Doctors, he reasoned, were probably rare in themselves. Alan, realizing the full weight of the situation, repeated his previous statement. If money can turn the impossible upside down, then any price is a trifle to pay. Maxwell froze, shuddering in memory, recalled the grim incident that happened last month. Someone lost a finger, and the affected area had to be cut out again before applying this paste. Alan, listening attentively, understood. With such a paste, he could heal his companion. Alan confirmed the intention to keep as many reserves as possible to avoid getting stuck in such difficult situations. Maxwell, on the other hand, declared his bet on Alan. When their conversation ended, Maxwell casually asked if something important was happening that day, saying that everyone seemed to be moving in the same direction. Darant Elian, looking surprised, explained, according to rumors, an elf slave had just arrived, although he admitted that he knew very few details. He yawned, then decided to investigate, considering it a perfectly secular excuse. He was walking down a busy street when a young woman with dark hair stepped beside him, and he glanced toward where some muffled murmuring was coming from. The crowd. Alan learned that in this country there really was a slave-owning system, though not as extensive as he had initially imagined. A new girl stood nearby, and her surprise was evident at a glance. Then she pointed to a document and asked what exactly was written there. The paper laid out various aspects of the system: salary, working conditions, duration, and qualifications for those who signed such a contract. The newcomer clarified that in this country people were not forced into slavery because of debts or crimes. This was a surprise to Alan. He asked whether slaves were paid and if they could even choose their profession, then inquired where she came from. She continued and explained the tiered system. The first level, dangerous, highly paid work like adventuring; the second, hard labor, such as farming; and the third, simple, low-paid minor duties like housework. She emphasized, for such contracts mutual consent is decisive, then employers can impose binding magic for confidentiality and behavioral restrictions. In the end, she summarized, these people are more like servants bound by contract. Alan acknowledged the system and understood its essence. The newcomer added that yes, there is a lot of work and it all looks like hard labor, but having a specific skill can significantly shift a person's circumstances within there. He lingered on this information for a moment, turned to Maxwell, and asked how rare elven slaves are. He thought he wouldn't be surprised if they were asking a price that could fetch 10 million. While the crowd around quietly murmured, he questioned why an elf would voluntarily agree to be sold in such a way. When the crowd surged forward, the newcomer warned Alan not to fall behind or get lost, but he was already being swept away by the wave. He admitted, ahead he saw nothing because of such a number. The crowd pressed forward more and more insistently, accompanied by loud thuds and shouts. The newcomer, barely keeping up with it, called out to Alan and begged him. Wait, crushed in the crush. Alan shuddered from discomfort, and the new girl, pressed tightly, wondered how far they could have been carried from their starting point. He finally found her in the thick of the crowd, and shouting her name in surprise, froze. The newcomer, frightened by such suddenness, turned around. Look at her, the very one the crowd was fixated on, was an elf standing motionless. On her face was a sad shade as she held a small book. The new girl, standing nearby, whispered, admiring the elf's striking beauty. It seemed he was no less enchanted by her, but suddenly something snapped in his admiration. Then he glanced at the contract terms that appeared on the screen and noticed. ELF makes no distinction regarding salary, contract duration, or type of work. The last point seemed especially unstable. The terms of her contract were strict. She needed a single red elixir flood of grade 3 or higher rare N. Then he noticed they were still making their way through the crowd, and immediately assessed. Next to the elf walked his companion. It looked as if the elf himself had suffered a very serious injury or illness. Maxwell, catching up with them, added a bit more information. The elf travels across the country to help someone. After that, he asked if her value really equaled the red tincture, and realizing that it was touching. He weighed Maxwell's words and understood. That was why she agreed to such demanding terms. He became curious whether she would really be treated with dignity. All right, let's count it. He was still pondering, but acknowledged the value of the red potion one that goes deeper than numbers. And he agreed. In pure monetary terms, it might indeed be worth more than the elf herself, but he quickly dismissed the thought of a simple price. It was not about cost. It was a sacrificial step. He feared that at this pace the girl would inevitably face great Rimfate mumbles to himself, pondering whether he can create the necessary potion. If it works, he thinks, maybe this will be enough. The new girl notices his sudden stillness and asks what happened. He stopped as if he suddenly vanished mid-step. He apologizes and says he just got lost in thought and lost his train of thought. She looks at him intently, then asks if he is interested in that elf. He quickly denies it, averting his gaze with slight embarrassment. Maxwell walks alongside and interrupts, says to him, "Listen," he warns Alan. If he continues to sympathize with every little thing, he will simply destroy himself. And then he advises Alan to give his heart only to those he can truly save, asking if he even understands. The new girl, walking next to Maxwell, tells him, "Hurry up and go home." Then she thinks, Maxwell sometimes really says nice things even if you don't need to say them about it. He really wants the same. Alan clenches his fist in the glove and digests Maxwell's words. He admits, Aina probably meant something else, but in the end Maxwell's advice did push him. He understands this could be a chance. And he also wants employees who know how to keep their mouths shut, like those who do repackaging and soaring goods. Later, under the moonlight, Alan stands alone and looks at the sky. He honestly admits to himself, he is not the kind to ask for help, but if there is a chance, then this is. The sound of the bell ding-doom echoes in the evening silence, accompanied by the buzzing of insects, as the camera stops on a traditional Japanese house. The old man opens the door and startles in surprise when he sees Alan. He exclaims, "It's Alan, my boy." Alan apologizes for such a sudden visit, but the old man reassures him, saying it's nothing serious and invites him in. The old man, already holding a tray with freshly picked eggplants, asks Alan if he is sure about something, then suggests, "It's bad that it takes so long. Why don't you join us for dinner?" Alan, a bit embarrassed, tries to clarify that that is not what he meant. Inside, Alan sits solemnly on a cushion in a traditional room. The old man, noticing his posture, asks what is wrong with the sudden visit. He stood before Genji, a stern face, but in his gaze barely noticeable caution. As soon as he began to speak, he immediately presented an official request, saying there was something important he wanted to ask him specifically. With hope in his eyes, Alan turned to the elder man and asked to borrow some land, emphasizing he only needed it for 1 month. The old man, as if he really didn't care, agreed to Alan's request and said that the land was essentially a wasteland, then asked if that suited him. And then, quite unexpectedly, he brightened up and suggested celebrating everything with a feast. Alan stood stunned and continuously poured out sincere gratitude. He had already acquired the land, so now he stood in the middle of a huge overgrown field. A straw hat cast a shadow on his face as he surveyed the unruly area ahead, and he himself understood, yes, he really managed to borrow the field. While he was brooding over his first attempt at farming, a young man suddenly arrived on a roaring tractor. He apologized for the delay and introduced himself as a reliable assistant, and Alan's eyes widened in surprise. Kita Cohen explained that he had borrowed the powerful tractor from his parents. They had also once been farmers. Alan, still a bit confused, inquired about this impressive machine. The field itself was a serious challenge. It was choked by incredibly dense weeds. Ketiko and Observe admitted the sight was truly impressive. Alan, with a look of determination, laid out his bold strategy. Next week he planned to plant 4,000 roses and harvest them within 1 month, although the seedlings were still just buds. He outlined a precise schedule, the first 10 days preparing the field and planting, the next brewing the potion, and the last 10 harvesting and brewing the potion. All this was supposed to coincide with the departure of the elf slave from the royal capital. Kita Kun, staring at the incredible density of the weeds, did not take his eyes off the field, silently acknowledging an extremely difficult task awaited ahead. He pointed to a specific section of the field and began questioning Alan about where he got such, supposedly, knowledge. Alan responded with unwavering confidence. They would definitely find a way to cope, and this clearly surprised Kita Kun. His finger drew a clear boundary line in the field where the weeds suddenly changed, separating the forest edge from the cultivated land. He immediately grasped the significance of this subtle but decisive detail. Kitakuen listened attentively while he explained. If there are no problematic weeds, cedar, or sakasa on the field side, it means the field was most likely cultivated very recently. Kitakuen added that these weeds quickly multiply as soon as the soil is plowed. Despite all the uncertainties inherent in farming, Kitakuen declared, "It's better to just take action and start than to overthink." After that, he gripped the handle of his trimmer and turned on the machine with a sharp buzz. However, the two worked tirelessly, first clearing the overgrown thickets wielding axes and scythes, and then loading the cut vegetation into the truck bed. Later, Kitakuen took the tractor's wheel and quickly plowed huge areas. When the sun began to set, they stopped. They had managed surprisingly much in one day. Alan, still not recovering from amazement at their achievement, admitted his complete disbelief. How they managed to do so much in one day. In response, Keegan praised him and said he was almost like a human tractor, explaining this by the fact that Alan was a farmer's son. While they rested on the cleared ground, Alan returned to Kid Quinn and asked what he meant by his previous remark, if that was even normal at all. Kitakuen explained. Genji-san was truly pleased that this land was now being used, and even gave Alan full rights to do whatever he wanted with the wasteland, yet a lingering doubt still held him back, as if someone had been managing the place very recently. Alan, raising his eyebrows in surprise, pressed him further and asked for clarification. What exactly did he mean when he said that the land was finally given as it was supposed to be? Kitakuen explained in detail that Genji-san owned significant tracts of land, and such ownership often brings its own trials. Then he voiced a guess aloud, so the land was inherited by him. Alan thanked Ketoan for taking a day off from his side job and helping, then admitted he initially thought Ketoan would come for only one day. But Ketoan, despite acknowledging the harsh truth of this work, promised to return tomorrow for Jinji-san. Given the long list of unfinished tasks, digging up roots, cleaning up trash, plowing, soil analysis, fertilizing, and forming garden beds, Alan politely declined Ketikone's offer, saying he could no longer bother him and would handle the rest of the work himself. He sincerely apologized, promising to later compensate for fuel and equipment expenses, while also clarifying that he could offer help only for a few days. His companion, Kita-kun, looked at him with a slight frown as if to say, "Why is he keeping his distance like that?" Kitokuen explained that he helps just because he wanted to, because they are friends. Alan looked at him in surprise, then thought when Kitokuen started pressing and asked if he had never heard the word friends. Alan, with a note of regret in his voice, admitted that this was his first meeting with someone like Kita-kun in Japan. From Kita-kun's side, he was called stubborn, and he emphasized once again, if they were friends, he would want to make amends to him even more. Suddenly flashing a radiant smile, Kita-kun announced that he was asking for a small favor, and Alan immediately inquired, what exactly? Kita-kun revealed his true demand. He wanted Alan to join the spreading of the anime gospel, and also mentioned a person named Yumke. Aloud he wondered if it turned out that he was the only one who got nothing in return. Time passed, birds chirped softly, and a butterfly gently fluttered near a rose bush that was just beginning to bud. Later, Alan stood in the field of newly planted roses and thought about how he had somehow managed to complete this large-scale planting. Akira approached Alan, bowing slightly, and sincerely apologized for the trouble. She explained that in the end many people helped her. She insisted that it was enough just to prepare the roses and apologized again if she had behaved too harshly, calling it a personal matter. Alan quickly reassured her, denying any unjustified behavior. When she was handed a bottle, Akira asked if they would agree to issue some more red elixirs, and thanked them for any help only on the condition that everything would go well with this. Everything went well. She returned to Alan with a thoughtful expression on her face and began, Akira said there is something I want to ask. She looked at him inquisitively. What could it be? So be it. Akira's gaze sharpened slightly as soon as she confessed. I tried to talk about the magical roses of the Leaf Institute, but Sioji stopped me. Then she pressed him. You know what her intentions are. He exhaled sharply in surprise. A question mark appeared above his head and he immediately quickly apologized. Don't think I'm trying to force you to answer or anything like that. Saudi, Akira, he said. However, he calmly replied, no objection. I will have to talk about this sooner or later anyway. Eventually, with that determined mood, she began to tell the story. First, she explained Sioji main and branch family. She said, maybe you have already guessed what that means. Point she threw out, then continued. Ryujin-sama, head of the main family, and Akai-sama, head of the branch, sworn rivals. Outwardly, they are close cousins and run the same company, but there is enmity between the two families. Alan listened attentively and clarified, so both families are on bad terms. She confirmed his suspicion with a sharp nod, yes, of course. And then, switching to a completely different topic, she asked, do you remember that man when you met with Ryuji and Sama, and that corpse? Akira revealed the truth. He was a spy sent by the branch family. She added, after he disappeared, information appeared that only someone present at that scene could have known. She once again laid out the cunning family dynamics. Essentially, they were competitors, yet they ran the business together. Akai-sama clarified that there is no significant difference between the main and branch families in terms of wealth or influence. The only difference is whether they are from the direct line or from cyber. Akira then detailed their respective directions. Ryujin-sama are involved in industries like automobile manufacturing, real estate, and information technology. She explained that the work they do depends on what exactly they are responsible for, and added, Akai-sama mainly oversees advanced technology sectors, including genetic research. Research? Alan's eyes suddenly widened. He grasped the meaning. So, that's how it is. He whispered and summarized. In other words, the Leaf Institute is under the jurisdiction of Akai-sama. For now, the dominance of the branch family is a troubling factor. He sips his drink. His face shows ambivalence. He admits that he himself is flustered with doubts, but at the same time feels a debt of gratitude to Leaf in his soul. He coughs and asks Akagi to clarify what she meant by otherworldly industries. She explains, this incident will most likely further intensify the power struggle to take control specifically of these industries. Industries? She says that these businesses work with materials and magic from another world. Some are valued in the hundreds of billions, and many companies already exist. He is stunned. He contemplates his duty to provide everything and doubts whether it is truly acceptable. Then she sharply retracts her words, saying that if you think about it, it is good. And also then, when he, deep in thought, suddenly realizes how he could have been so carefree, he concludes, he never imagined such intricate power struggles were unfolding behind the scenes. And now he thinks that the head of Ryujin and his subordinates probably protected him from this, and he considers it a coincidence. She exclaims this and points to the location, the same plantation with magic roses. He asks for clarification. She briefly locks herself in thought. If it were a village cut off from the outside world, managing information would be much easier. His nerves are right in front of him. She quickly adds that she was joking, but his face is by no means in that mood. Serious, now that he fully understands the situation, he announces his decision to create a cultivation base for magical roses. In Japan, she also says that potions are wildly sought after on the black market, so if their plans work, they will be able to demand a high price. Stable profit, he confirms his understanding and immediately notes that preparation will take several months. After that, he emphasizes the critical necessity of preserving the elf's existence. Secret, she offers to share more and claims that she learned a lot from Akira-san about the circumstances of the Sioji family. He refuses, and she acknowledges his refusal. His decision, she lowers her gaze, acknowledges his correctness, and inside she calms down. Now all she has left is to believe in herself. Her father, Alan, shifted his gaze to the new matter as soon as a hand handed him something, and most importantly, look at this, a voice. He pushed him, he looked at the plant and wondered if it was a magical rose, but the answer made it clear that it was not. After that, he kept wondering, maybe just subjecting it to magic is not enough for it to mutate. To this, Aina confirmed she tried, but it never mutated. Aina weighed the consequences and realized, if such a simple method can give her enough for the purple potion, then there would be no chance for them to become so high. Very valuable, she concluded that the key must be in individual magical properties. But then she asked Alan, does he have any suitable magic? He admitted that he felt something was wrong, because usually those who were transferred or reincarnated have a skill and elemental magic. Magical affinity. Alan confessed that he did not understand he was hearing about such a concept for the first time. Aina stared at him, trying to understand whether he really had no additional signs, or if this was not a confirmed case, or maybe a consequence of his unique skill. Aina then agreed to inform him if she learned anything else. Alan was about to move on. Left alone, he did not take his eyes off the magical rose and realized the moon gates allow living plants to pass through them. He pondered the true nature of his power. He froze in deep thought. Everything in him stopped, as if his gaze caught the answer. He froze in place, staring at the plant. In a moment, he walked away from the magnificent building, and his footsteps echoed. Quietly, he decided to start other preparations besides the red tincture itself, understanding how complicated this whole matter could turn out to be. Current task, he thought aloud, admitting, without complications, his current matter might not go smoothly. As soon as he approached the huge doors, the maid opened them, warmly greeted and invited him inside, and he spoke. His gratitude. As soon as he entered the room, he thanked Chris Eliza for finding time in her busy schedule to meet with him. She, in turn, smiled gently and asked the reason for his visit. Chris Eliza asked Alan about the very idea of an elven slave girland. It seemed so familiar to him, as if from a light novel. He honestly admitted, despite initially wanting a calm worker, he simply could not ignore her plight. Then she asked why he was keeping such a distance from her, and he swallowed nervously. Chris Eliza said she had been expecting this anyway, as soon as she shifted her attention to a more urgent matter. With a barely noticeable but still perceptible trail of threat, Chris Eliza ordered him not to dodge her too much and muttered that it only made her more interested. Alan, nervously so obvious, still managed only an uncertain agreement and looked at her face. A serious expression froze like stone. But in a moment, Alan handed her a small box and announced it as today's souvenir. She looked at the gift in surprise, as if calculating, did he really mean it? Chris Eliza kindly accepted the box warmly and sincerely thanked and immediately apologized for any inconvenience. Alan replied that he had always received strong support from her, and today's gift was cream eclairs. She took the creamy eclairs and said she wanted to enjoy them with her family. While speaking lightly and effortlessly unfolded cryomagic, she molded a convenient packaging box for the pastries. Alan froze. The magic turned out to be universal, suitable both for storage and for attack. Then Alan pressed her with a direct question. What did she mean by her previous remark that it was not magic? She explained. She had only for a moment raised a small part of the power she constantly used to control her own colossal might, and confirmed this by causing a crack in the ice. He noticed that his tea had also frozen, and this became ironclad proof of her incredible magical skill. Chris Eliza sighed heavily and honestly admitted, her convenient power has only one drawback: unwanted consequences that always arise whenever she loses concentration. Then she waved it off. She had simply been carried aside and asked Alan. He needed to make a request regarding the elf slave. He confirmed and revealed his intentions to prepare a house for her in the royal capital. Chris Eliza doubted. Why would she need a separate house? Alan assured that it is not so simple. The elf has a companion. And then Chris Eliza asked directly, is it possible to leave the elf in the brigade's near home? He replied that if the brigade worked abroad and it turned out that it was hiding a slave, it would become a serious problem. Chris Eliza agreed. Alan confirmed that there are countries where slavery is explicitly prohibited. And Chris Eliza finally deciphered his plan. He wanted the elf's presence to remain a secret for everyone so as not to invite any possible troubles. He added that besides the brigade's reputation, he personally faced severe consequences for this, up to the point that he could lose his head. Chris Eliza briefly imagined the elven slave. He held a knife and looked as if he was about to attack. As soon as he touched the cup, he immediately yielded, agreed to find a safe place for the elf. But then he warned her from now on, dangers would most likely await. She looked at him as if asking what exactly he was aiming at. He clarified, those who could not get the red potion might try to steal the elf if they find where she is. Chris Eliza suggested she stay safe until they put up a powerful magical barrier, capable of both detecting and repelling counterattacking spells, although she immediately noted that such a barrier would be very expensive. He agreed with the plan. Then she, with a serious face, immediately revealed she had one more request. He immediately understood her reason why she was looking for him specifically. She wanted another name and explained that it was the only way to truly hide, both from the public and from the brigade. Alan thought that such a matter seemed almost incredibly difficult. Chris Eliza, with a confident smile and a decisive gesture, declared her authority. In this country, the royal family was above the law, so for her, nothing was impossible. Alan, confused, asked if this was really allowed. She confirmed, yes, and added that he had been a great help to her partly as an apology for their first meeting. Everything was settled, and a voice of authority announced. A trade guild card would be issued along with a register that would be used at any necessary moment. The recipient sincerely thanked for the help. She apologized for taking his time, and he immediately assured, no problem at all. He was genuinely glad to help, promised to repay the favor, and met her with a warm, genuine smile. A smile. When he left, she watched him go with an almost divine smile on her lips for a moment, then pulled herself together and quietly apologized as she left the room. The door closed softly and at an angle. Meanwhile, Alan went outside, and his thoughts immediately returned to the next stage of their plan. He knew the truly important part was just beginning. Now his home was surrounded by a huge fence, clearly marked with no entry signs. Surveillance cameras flawlessly scanned the perimeter. Their mechanisms reacted alertly as they tracked every movement. Nearby, a post was on duty. It was held by a vigilant guard with binoculars, who did not let anyone pass without permission. Examining that branch security system, Alan noted with surprise how it had grown and become so complex. Chris Eliza, standing nearby, calmly explained, all this was for security. She repeated her previous warning. This matter could not be allowed to leak outside. She admitted that these measures might seem a bit exaggerated, but insisted under these circumstances, it was completely normal. He acknowledged that this was fine, but she did not stop. She explained that the existence of another world was only a matter of time before it became publicly known. All these precautions were also for his safety, and she insisted that he understand this. Then Alan asked if everyone in the village was afraid, but she calmly assured him, if so, then there was no problem. She explained to a small group of villagers, a man, a woman, and a child, that she had informed them. Alan had special cultivation techniques. Also, entry to the territory was prohibited due to a joint development project with Seotic. Of course, she said nothing bad, and the villagers, although surprised by the new restrictions, accepted her explanation. Alan understood. Later, he would have to give them his own proper explanation. Meanwhile, the roses and the special cultivation zone were thriving. They expected them to be ready for harvest in a week, but their final stage still depended on the tincture of Ma. Alan and Chris watched the plants. He confirmed that he insisted on pouring magic twice as often, and Longarand hoped that this would be enough. She only acknowledged his efforts. Chris Eliza then asked if he objected to her watching as he poured the magic. He agreed without hesitation and immediately prepared to show the process. As Alan began pouring his power into the roses, a soft, ethereal glow flowed from the plants, and this confused Chris Eliza. She asked about the light, and he honestly admitted he did not fully understand it himself, only noting that the roses had recently begun to wilt. Shine, she pondered. If you figure out the glowing roses, could they determine the magical power? He said it was beyond his knowledge, so he couldn't be sure. But even with this uncertainty, the researchers from Seoji Group who were present burst into incredible excitement. They greedily photographed and recorded the glowing plants, exclaiming about them. Their surprised Chris Eliza noticed it immediately and realized that these were still the same researchers whom the Seoji Group was proud of, even though she never got to directly tell them about Magic. She thanked him for his efforts, assured him they would take over the cultivation management, and promised to be there at the moment when her time comes. Later, when Alan was walking near the building, Keita approached him and handed him a letter saying she finally found him, and gave the letter to Alan. He did not refuse. Keita handed the letter to Alan and explained that it was a message from the real estate agency. Aina, who was standing nearby, asked who sent it. Alan replied that the letter was about a house. It arrived earlier than he expected. Aina let out a surprised, prolonged breath, which made him confirm he really was going to buy a house soon as planned. She caught on to the sharpness of his decision and asked if it wasn't too early. He replied that there was no special reason, but he believed this could be a good moment for a new participant. Aina, recalling the princess and the heir on the marquee, was annoyed at how he multiplied his wealth, but her own headache again disrupted her thoughts, and she felt how the view on wealth cut into this conversation. As if imagined, then Aina asked if he had already informed the captain about his plans. He replied that not yet. He planned to tell her only after completing the purchase, because many uncertainties still remained. She barely managed to say a word. He suddenly disappeared, cutting off the phrase, saying he was going to inspect the estate. Meanwhile, Aina remained in the bustling city square, and her thoughts swirled with questions about Alan's sudden and mysterious appearance. A few moments later, Alan arrived at the charming house. He was greeted, welcomed, and apologized to for the delay, after which they showed him the estate. He looked at it with delight and immediately declared, but only in a temporary Dreamy house, the maid invited him inside and told him about the plan. Here was the living room and 7 other rooms, including an office. Throughout the house, wonderful natural lighting and ventilation. When he took a few more steps inside, Alan noticed that the interior was impeccable, as if it had just come off the shelf exactly as befits a house chosen by a princess. The tour continued. In a moment, the modern bathroom opened an elegant shower and a flawless sink that reflected the same novelty and quality. Alan looked surprised when Sakakibara Yui explained the features of the new house, and then directly asked, could a large detail be? A bathroom, Yui confirmed that it really was, and then showed how to use a special stone to boil water with magic, and everything worked effortlessly. She joyfully emphasized this. He was still amazed by this convenience. Advanced civilization was skilled in amazing details. He really wanted to know if the toilet also had something equally refined, equally well thought out. But the expectations turned out to be too high. He slammed the door, closed it, and disappointment overwhelmed him. Soon Yui called him. Her voice was soft while he stood confused. He quickly apologized, explaining that he was interested in the capacity, and realized he behaved just like when he first arrived at NIN. Yui noted that he had already thoroughly checked everything. Then he confirmed his decision to move on, and Yui confirmed that she would prepare what was necessary. The necessary documents, and he sighed with relief. He sat on the porch while Yui went away, and the door clicked and closed. Behind her, he looked back at the path he had taken and bitterly admitted he still had not managed to create even a red. Not a single potion yet. Then he pondered the likelihood of living alone in this new house if his current plan. The plan would fail. He froze, looking at the open sky. Birds were soaring freely above him. He understood now there was no point in getting stuck in these thoughts, and he would just have to wait until next week, until the unfolding. But despite this, his thoughts continued to wander. One particular thought ripened in his mind as he sat by the window. He was tormented by the question, who exactly was the man she was trying to save? Anna handed Alan the guild card, fulfilling her promise. He accepted it gratefully, as if acknowledging it wouldn't have been possible without her. He immediately examined the card, and his eyebrows knitted in confusion as soon as he read the name embossed on it. Hakuba Merchant, Krems. Snorting slightly with laughter, she explained, this was a rare chance to use another name supposedly. It would be nice to call her Hakubikin. But Alan was entirely focused on the card, demanding to understand what exactly it meant. He pushed with a question about the meaning of Krims, honestly admitting that he himself had requested the card, but was now clearly confused. Aina, sensing his bewilderment, cleared her throat and suggested, let her explain everything in order, there was much to tell here. She began with an explanation and asked if he knew that guild cards have different ranks. Then she laid it out clearly, both for merchants and adventurers. The same 5 apply: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, with platinum being the highest standard rank. She went further, describing how status is determined. For merchants, it all boiled down to the size of their company and the amount of taxes they paid to the guild and the country. For adventurers, to taming powerful monsters or conquering unexplored dungeons. Well, he interrupted her mid-sentence, impatience already ringing in his voice. In the guild, I was never taught about the purple red card, so the one I have in my hands does not belong to the standard ranks. Aina confirmed his suspicion. Guilds have the right to assign ranks only up to platinum. He asked for further clarifications, and confusion grew on his face wave after wave. Then Aina finally revealed the truth. There was a special rank that stood above those known to the general public. Krims, she said, the highest rank. It was named after the rarest, or as it sounds in our world. Usually, this prestigious rank was given only to large trading companies that made a significant contribution to the kingdom, and it required the direct consent of the royal family. Alan listened and was completely stunned by what he learned. He sharply exhaled in surprise, just realizing the colossal consequences of possessing such a card. Aina once again emphasized its weight. It was the same rank held by the head of Marcus Trading Company, and it stood ahead of the Peddlers Guild, the 2 largest trading companies in the country. Princess Chrysalis approached Romani Fi Kindlace III, king of the kingdom of Kindlace, and immediately apologized for the intrusion. He, a man with a regal posture, a full beard, and a crown, carefully looked at her slightly worried facial expression and asked if everything was all right. She showed him a strange round candy and explained that she had obtained some special foreign sweets and wanted him, her dear uncle, to taste them. The king, along with Yashida, examined the item. It looked like a stone but weighed unexpectedly light. Chris immediately recognized it as a cream puff. He took a sip and his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The light texture and fragrant aroma enveloped him completely. The sweet, soft liquid melted in his mouth, a sensation he had never experienced before and which clearly pleased him. He was still savoring it on his tongue when the king asked how she managed to acquire such an amazing dish. Chrysalis nodded in response and asked if he liked its taste. At first Chris and then he admitted where the candies came from. They were brought by a merchant she had recently taken under her wing. She honestly said that she actually needed his service for this matter. She asked the king to allow this merchant to be entered into the family register under a different name with a certain level of status. The king, intrigued, gave her his word and asked for an explanation. The king and Yashida listened attentively as Chris explained everything in detail. She emphasized that although the merchant dealt with rare items, their operation was not mass scale. Chris highlighted the inherent danger. The merchant truly could not see how relatives were kept in fear and taken hostage, and others would even try to forcibly seize their assets. Even the imagined scene Alan and the baker pastry chef cornered by shadowy figures immediately made the vulnerability obvious. Then Chris voiced her decision. She gave the merchant the rank Krim. Both the king and Yashida responded with complete shock. They exclaimed the name of the highest rank. Chris confirmed with a confident smile. Krim was exactly the right choice. Yashida, still weighing the consequences, addressed the king with concern. Such a hasty decision to grant the rank Krim could provoke objections from others. The king waved off his worries and declared that he intended to give these sweets to his wife and daughters, and after they tasted them, no one would dare to argue. The king pondered. Although these were just candies, their significance was much deeper. His conclusion was simple. It was better to treat the merchant generously than risk having their exceptional talent taken to another country. The power of the cream puffs that had just secured Krem his rank was undeniable. They were to bring their creator to the forefront, no matter how much he resisted. Princess Chrysalis, watching everything from the side, felt that events had gotten out of control, while Alan observed with concern. She tried to explain her intentions to Alan and said that she only wanted one thing for him to reach the silver rank. His doubts did not disappear, but she insisted. Having the Crim's rank, he would be able to take unlimited funds from the guild without collateral, so buying land would be much easier. Her arguments worked, but he still hesitated. The president, despite initial doubts, Alan weighed all the consequences and realized, given what they would soon have to deal with, such a bright and high-level guild card could come in handy. Chris still felt that she had been too harsh, so she apologized to Alan and promised to fulfill any of his future requests as thanks for the help, not only with the house. He tried to brush off her apologies. Her eyes widened in surprise when she finally processed what was said. He had just promised something, anything, but quickly clarified that her offer only applied to what she could buy. He quietly snorted, agreeing to her condition, then sharply measured her with a look and changed the subject. Said he had something for her, then started rummaging, searching. She watched him closely, eagerly, wondering what he would pull out. Then he showed her a wonderful suit and explained, if she used a fake name, she would also need a disguise. He apologized for not knowing her exact sizes, but assured her he tried it on himself to at least roughly estimate. Chris, stunned, asked him to wait and put it on even if just for the sun. Stay, she replied, and later, with careful precision, she trimmed the rose. With thin fingers, she cut the stem. While she continued working, Alan approached and apologized for making her help with the hardest part. She reassured him, saying everything was fine, and explained that the researchers who were here now would manage on their own. Then he noted, plants need pruning, and she added if all goes smoothly, they might manage to harvest another crop by the end of the year, and summed up that they would have to discuss future plans with Genji. Angie-san continued talking about ongoing negotiations regarding land buyout and future plans for potion production, even not excluding the creation of rare reds. Alan responded with thanks and honestly admitted, being too prepared is a bit unsettling. Yet she quickly dismissed the need for further talks, forcing him to focus on their immediate task. By noon, they had to finish the harvest. There was no time to wait. To Alan's surprise, not only was the gathering completed, the loading was finished too. The man in glasses took his place and almost sparkled with extraordinary enthusiasm, announced that all preparations were ready, and demanded that they set off quickly. To the lab, as soon as they stood in front of the laboratory building, she barely apologized for the overly passionate zeal of their researchers. Alan only briefly acknowledged her words and was ready to continue. Seed in the laboratory, the collected materials were carefully processed. A large machine pressed the raw materials, squeezing out a dark liquid. While the glass was under supervision, he put on a mask and goggles and carefully watched the test tube filled with concentrated. The essence was simple and professionalism was felt immediately. He worked with serious concentration, carefully and evenly measuring, adding the essence to the measuring cup drop by drop. The liquid changed, it became a clear red potion. Chris observed, recognizing both the color and what substance it was. Alan, noticing how such a large quantity was used to make the potion, Aloud wondered whether the process was progressing as intended. However, although she witnessed its creation, Chris found it hard to believe in the legendary properties of the potion. She apologized to Alan and admitted that it was difficult for her to fully realize this substance could really restore vital organs such as the brain and others. Alan knew the legend about the first-grade potion capable of resurrecting the dead and granting immortality. But even with such rumors, his research according to historical records brought only vague information, no concrete proof that it actually existed. He further explained that grades 2 and 3 were also shrouded in mystery. Once these powerful substances were mined only once every few years, and the local authorities at the time monopolized M. Most of them, she intently stared at the newly created substance, trying to discern its properties. She knew the preparation gives a rejuvenating effect, but wondered if it was more than that. He said that this elixir was rarely used for treatment, especially when it came to severe brain or heart injuries, where it was usually already too late. But he confirmed, records of people living up to 150 years exist, so the rejuvenating effect was indeed real. He admitted his defeat, but she interrupted for a moment, objecting that even if purple potions could regrow limbs, then for the legendary properties of the red potion, there would be nothing surprising here. What was said was supposed to be based on truth. He maintained a cautious stance and showed concern. What if someone got false hopes? He repeated, the effectiveness of red potions for treatment remains in question. There is no concrete evidence confirming their use in such a capacity. He simply stated his disagreement with the cautious assessment of the person from Glass, his ex. He expressed confidence and, looking at Chris, acknowledged she must also understand the risks. Yet he concluded even a spark of hope is better than what is spoken aloud. Despair has completely cooled down. Then he changed the subject. Aloud he wondered whether Akira had felt something similar while Sayadzi was not around. The man in glasses agreed and confirmed. Parallel, he apologized for the overly tight schedule. Chris, in turn, expressed regret that they were unable to conduct broader research on the effects of herbs. This could have provided a sense of a greater real scale. Calm down, the production of red potion yielded more than expected. Approximately 2 bottles were above the initial plan, which was only approximate. Just over one, she watched as the potion was carefully poured into bottles, noting the flawless flow and clear color, and thought about how advanced science and technology could seem indistinguishable from magic. He agreed, holding one of the decorated bottles, and admitted, they truly have the magical essence of their achievement. He reached the black marketplace where work was bustling, and thousands of deals were rolling with a hum. Leaves were torn up in a whirlwind underfoot as he made his way through the crowd. His hooded figure hardly caught anyone's eye amid the swirling chaos. He looked around the stage and noted, as expected, the black market was still wildly active even on its last day. On the day of the operation, while he was making his way through the crowd near the cramped market stalls, he overheard a conversation. Someone said that even for an elf, the sales conditions turned out to be too harsh to realistically complete everything. Indeed a deal, he thought it over, recalling how some companies had offered and prepared several portions of the third, purple potion, yet their offers were still rejected. This only strengthened his conviction that the red potion was ultimately unconditional. Necessity, in a moment he was already standing in front of a large tent that marked the slave market. A young guy with a friendly smile greeted him and asked how it was possible to be such scum. About help, he stated that he intends to buy an elven slave. The merchant only glanced habitually in response and confirmed, but at the same time asked if he had already read the purchase. His conditions, he confirmed, of course, he had read them. Then the merchant apologized and admitted that under such circumstances it was quite natural for them to be on alert. Circumstances. After this, the merchant asked to show the guild card as he was holding it. The merchant's eyes suddenly widened and he gasped in shock, in the place where it was just beginning for him. The sides of the card, the trader, clearly embarrassed, sharply ordered, "Wait a minute," and rushed away. With a bang, he disappeared. After a short, wildly absent moment, the trader bank returned, bowing low and excessively, and sincerely apologizing for the delay. Then he stated that Bank would personally handle the matter, acknowledging the incredible importance of what had happened. Merchant Bank extended an inviting hand and ordered the client to follow him. His voice trembled with anticipation of future cooperation, yet beneath the smile there was still a faint hidden doubt. After this, Bank, with deep apologies, admitted he did not know the name of his client, although the latter had the status of Krem's rank merchant. He asked when exactly the promotion had occurred, and Alan confirmed and explained that he had recently taken a client, a member of the royal family. Most likely, this was the reason for the new status. Then the conversation flowed even more boldly, and Alan declared that he intended to buy an elf. Then Bank inquired, Perhaps he was not holding a red glass with a potion. Bank, reaching out to the container, confirmed he had it. Bank asked Alan in surprise if he could hold the potion. Alan immediately agreed. Bank carefully took the vial and said that, despite trading for a long time, he was seeing such a thing for the first time, and he was bursting with amazement as he closely examined the item. After this, Bank asked to conduct an evaluation of the potion, and Alan waved his hand and gave consent. While Bank continued the evaluation, he gave a brief explanation about the elven slave girl. Her name was Eula. He told about her abilities reading, writing, and simple arithmetic, as well as skills in magic and archery. Alan, reviewing the document, noted that red elves who possess extensive knowledge about plants that was true. Bank added, and Eula also has vast knowledge about plants, so roles such as servant, adventurer, or even researcher suit her. Despite all these talents, Alan believed, for those who buy an elven girl, there is usually only one purpose. He pondered in the future Eula could help him in cultivating magical roses. Smiling as if he understood everything, Bank continued listing Eula's traits and stated that as an elf she had the highest level of value. He named her age 18, unmarried, virgin, and added that he was looking for a third-level contract for her by word. Then Bank asked Alan if he knew the market price of slaves, specifically mentioning Lord Hakuba. Alan honestly admitted he did not know the details. Bank, with a surprised expression, repeated the word slavey as if he could not believe or fully comprehend it. The cost of slave contracts varied incredibly. The most expensive, such as the contract wife for a friend, could run into millions. Elven slaves who could read, write, and count cost about 5 times more than ordinary ones, and a Tier 3 contract for light work provided a salary of several 100,000 gold per month. He agreed with Alan's statement, confirming that he understood it really takes time, but Alan would still be able to create the red elixir again. Yet Bank, despite everything, still could not comprehend the price measured by the red elixir itself. After that, he expanded his thought and explained, selling products is undoubtedly important, but strong connections and support matter just as much when it comes to relationships. Then he aimed at Alan and asked if such an arrangement would ultimately be more beneficial to him as a trader. As soon as Bank finished speaking and the assistant stepped onto the threshold, announcing that the potion evaluation was complete, Bank immediately requested the results. And the test confirmed it. The potion was indeed genuine of red rank, 3rd level. Alan expressed relief after the successful evaluation. If not for it, he would have ended up in a dead end. While Bank was digesting this revelation, he agreed there were no doubts about the invincible aura of the potion, but he was shocked that Alan really had the red potion. Movement and clear footsteps rolled through the room. In the room, they then introduced a young elf named Eula. Bank introduced her, and the assistant confirmed her presence. When the evaluation was over, Bank eagerly suggested immediately finalizing the contract, while Alan silently observed everything. Bank clarified his role, stating that he acted as an intermediary in various slave markets at Eula's request. He emphasized that all expenses have already been paid, so he has no right to demand an additional share. Moreover, Eula had no debts, so Lord Hakuba will not have to make any further payments. Eula confirmed that she actually handed over the red potion as required by the conditions. She added that Lord Hakuba had already accepted these conditions, so the evaluation is now completely finished. Eula was genuinely surprised. They really managed to find the red potion. She confirmed she had no problems with the contract. Merchant Bank explained to Lord Hakuba the desire for a contract at the level of 3 work, so, considering the transfer of red potion, the monthly payment of 350,000 gold seemed appropriate. And in her thoughts, she quietly noted, she did not need money at all. She was ready to sacrifice herself to truly possess red potion. When she looked away and barely flinched, Alan managed to recognize her feelings but did not stop. He continued to question what would happen to the person nearby if she did not earn money. And then she answered directly, the red potion was prepared specifically for her. At that moment, Bank cut off the conversation and revealed exactly whom Eula meant, Arya Franchise, a high elf, one of the rarest in the world. Alan, confused, asked again about the meaning of the term high elf. Bank clarified, high elves are something like royal nobility, possessing immense magical power and a special ability for magic. That is why they are so rare, and Alan, accordingly, had not heard of them until now. Eula confirmed, ordinary elves serve the high elves, and she herself swore allegiance to Lady Erised. After that, Alan inquired about her relationship with Arya. Bank continued to explain. It turned out that Lady Arya was unconscious for over a year after severe injuries in the battle against the monster. Alan clenched his fist and stared at the strange biography of Arya. Bank said that her injury was also supposedly the result of a conspiracy of elves who supported pureblood supremacy. the elves were divided. Some feared the curse of too thick blood and wanted to include Lady Arya in the royal family, while other pureblood supremacists planned to destroy her to preserve the current bloodline. He added that high elves are naturally born from two high elves, so her unique situation was due to an added. Alan was silent, absorbing the full weight of what had happened. Then Bank warned, it is possible that pureblood elf racists might strike again somewhere in the future. But still Bank tried to give some relief. If Arya stays quiet in the royal capital, there will be little danger, especially since the Gaja Forest, the homeland of El, stretches across more than 2 countries. Away, Alan acknowledged the warning and promised to take it into account, while Bank held on to the finalized contract. He pondered unexpected discoveries, especially about complex issues between high elves and other elves. It seemed to him, is it in Eula's nature to withhold such critically important information until the contract is signed? But ultimately, the main thing now is that the affected areas do not cause complications. He concluded that the immediate priority is to ensure her recovery without complications. Under the pale moonlight stood the great estate. Its windows flickered with a faint light as a silent witness to all the events unfolding. Inside, Alan watched Arya Fanchai, noting that she hardly resembled a person who had been unconscious for a whole year. At the same time, he felt an incredible amount of magical power flowing from her, same as he felt from Sakikiba. He questioned Eula, clarifying whether it was really less than half of Arya's original power. Eula confirmed. Despite her appearance, Arya's magical power had indeed fallen below half. She was constantly expending it just to stay alive. Eula clarified once again. The magical power of Arya now did not compare to Sakakibara's, but exceeded Siad several times over. While the preparations were underway, Lord Hakuba approached Alan and asked if he was truly sure it was worth continuing. Alan, unyielding, confirmed his decision and gave permission to proceed. With a light, quiet clink, Alan stirred the red potion in the chemical glass. The dark liquid swirled into a vortex. Eula watched intently as he prepared the powerful brew for a moment. Eula carefully took the stirrer, already covered with potion, brought it to Arya's lips, and slowly, carefully poured the saving liquid. Alan and Eula stayed by Arya's bed, guarding her while the wall clock ticked exactly, waiting for any sign of change. He stood by Lady Arya's bed, watching intently as Eula poured the red potion. Lord Hakuba and his servant observed from afar. The servant tried to understand whether the powerful elixir was failing because of F. The moment stretched into painful anticipation. Both Alan and Evla's faces froze with anxiety as they did not look away from the unconscious Lady Arya. The only sound remaining was the relentless clicking nearby. Then a barely noticeable tremor ran through Arya's hands, a slight twitch that immediately faded as her eyelids fluttered open, revealing her light eyes. She lay there confused and slowly scanned the room with her eyes until they stopped on Yulia. A quiet, uncertain sound escaped her lips, an echo of her name, Yulia. Lips and Iceno fully open with tears welling up, and Eula, overwhelmed by a wave of feelings, quietly called out. Name her. A wave of relief swept over the crowd. Mai said that she expresses gratitude for Lady Arya waking up. Others whispered that they did not believe in the miraculous recovery, and Alan looked at Arya now she was open, as after a sleep that had finally ended. In the room where joyful commotion was heard, Lord Hakuba quietly began to leave with his servant. The servant asked why he stopped, and Hakuba replied he would return later so as not to disrupt the celebration. The servant, still confused, dared to clarify about the result, and Hakuba threw only a vague farewell phrase and disappeared through the door, leaving him alone. In a moment, everything became clear. A few minutes later, the servant returned to the others, and, unable to contain his excitement, informed Alan, their little Arya really woke up, so let everyone spread the news. The servant explained to Alan that, despite how men usually keep calm and restraint in manners, Arya actually held herself very well. Then he watched Alan and Eula's reactions, noticing how their faces clearly showed that they understood the situation. Standing there, Arya pretended to have approached light steps and asked if he was the same one who outbid Eula. Confirming her question, he showed it, and Arya, with a sincere expression, thanked him from the heart, humbly expressing her gratitude to the very bottom. While Arya spoke, he mentally weighed her age. Eula was the same age as his child, so some kind of paternal feeling of kinship really awakened in him. He reassured himself that he did not intend to harm Eula, although he understood. For some time she would not be able to return to her hometown now, it was already destined to be. A slave, then he revealed an unexpected truth to Arya, confessed that he too was a former slave. Arya said in surprise, and he quietly laughed and asked what she thought about. After this revelation, he did not stop and continued to explain. The difference between countries and cultures was not such a terrible problem as many imagine. Arya accepted his opinion with a gentle smile and then shared her own experience. Her husband was once her master back when she was a slave, and posing a rhetorical question, hinted that meetings could be no less amazing than the trials they had to go through. Then she looked outside and thought, although Eula is an elf and she is a human, she is still sure that Eula's inner strength will help her survive. In the future, but for now somewhere else, Alan adjusted his hair and realized he needs to prepare the house for the arrival of two people. A leaf floated past him, fluttered, and called further. Quietly and softly making her way, Akira suddenly found herself right in front of Alan. She commented on the coincidence and said she heard he recently bought a house. Alan's heart was pounding wildly as he wondered if his secret had been revealed, but he quickly pulled himself together. Probably she doesn't know everything. And then Akira asked if he had done everything properly. He bought it completely. He explained his attachment and said he was not particularly interested in things found in this world. Akira, listening carefully, asked, will he eventually get furniture for the new house from another world? And after her question, she immediately switched to a direct, cool tone, asked if she could visit his house. He looked at her in response, clearly stunned by such an unexpected proposal. Alan stood right by his house and questioned Akira about what she was doing nearby, why the team squirrel had caught her, and why exactly at his house. She quietly apologized, saying that in recent days she had nowhere to properly rest. When they stood just outside near the house, Akira thanked him and apologized for the intrusion. Alan, with a friendly smile, assured her, this is his house, so she should feel at home. Then he turned to leave and said to enjoy the time, but she immediately called out, asked where he was going. Even when Alan tried to leave, he suddenly turned into Chibai form, as if admitting, if it doesn't bother her then okay, but he still hesitated. Akira, also in Chibai form, firmly demanded that he show her everything and reminded him, since he is the owner, he must stay. Agreeing to yield to her demand, Alan led Akira inside and showed the living room. She immediately noted, empty, and nodded without hesitation. Then she fixed her gaze on him again. Her face became serious, and she said she had one more request. Alan widened his eyes in surprise at her words, and as if not believing what he heard, repeated the request to open the moon gate. Akira clarified, she asks to connect it with her previous house in Tokyo. Following her strange instruction, Alan opened the door and the confusion on his face still hadn't disappeared. Then Akira calmly said, Kamiki Akira will take care of everything else. When Alan looked into the newly opened space, misunderstanding overwhelmed him more and more, so he directly asked what it actually was. Akira just waved it off, promised to explain later, and stretched out her hand to the side, pointing at the table. Meanwhile, in another place, Kamiki Akira was calmly sitting and sipping tea, contentedly noting. As expected, Kamiki Akira, the same one with Alan, handled it wonderfully. Returning home, Alan found himself again in the same role, apologizing to Sakaki Baru for disturbing her peaceful rest. The room now looked unexpectedly tidy and even shone with cleanliness, so Alan sharply turned to Yui and demanded that she immediately tell him everything. She simply nodded and accepted his request. Alan had not yet recovered from the sudden transformation of his own home when he heard Akira declare, the new furniture is a gift for his new residence, even if it is not a newly built house. He asked if she intended to bring so many things into the house and if she would live there alone, and she immediately cut him off, saying she was not a clingy wife. He looked around the newly furnished room, the sofa, bed, and other things, and asked if all this was included in the gift. Akira confirmed. Alan sincerely and endlessly thanked, silently calculating what it all amounted to together. Meanwhile, Akira assured, the quality is top-notch, every item is a branded product from trusted brands, and added that he should say if anything else is needed. When she handed him the cup, he politely declined and explained that he could not drink coffee. She became embarrassed. Was it really too intrusive? Then she admitted Edge also wanted to give him a coffee machine as a gift. But he still decided to try. He took a sip straight from the cup. To his surprise, the coffee turned out unexpectedly tasty. He guessed it was probably because of his new body, then changed the subject and asked Akira if she believed that taste receptors change with age. She turned her back to him. Long hair flickered in the shadow, and she asked if he was the one who bought the elf being sold on the black market. He stopped the fall of a single drop from the tap and asked what her thought was based on, and just after taking another sip of coffee, his face suddenly showed surprise. She confirmed, in the royal capital everyone already knew the elf was sold, and then she asked if he was listening to her explanation. He pondered her words, focusing on the delivery of the red potion. While he was thinking, she added, an elf is not sold on the same day no matter how harsh the conditions. But this elf did not disappear from the auctions even after a month. The reason, she said, was that even merchants with shops in the royal capital could not name a price that suited her, and he realized, even if that elf was with them, they still would not be able to buy her out. Order, she continued and explained. For several years, no red elixirs had been dug up or brought to the royal capital. It could be that they were secretly brought in after all, but she believed, if the information is completely blocked, then most likely the country itself is involved. Then he admitted that he had recently learned about a person who managed to artificially grow herbs to make purple potions, something previously considered impossible. He had no idea whether it would be just as strange if the same master managed to make red potions as well. She acknowledged his argument and said that she had already felt that something was happening. Then she added that over the past month, he had been spending his magical power to the limit. A month ago, the narrator explained, half the price of the red potion is not in the potion itself, but in how incredibly difficult it is to obtain it as a sacred artifact dug up from high-level dungeons. Most likely, those artifacts had already been cleared out during ancient raids, so any future excavations looked hopeless. Realizing how rare it was, he said that this was exactly why the exchange of an elven slave was worth the effort. But she objected. If someone is capable of making such a potion themselves, then its value to them is no longer very great. She added that she somewhat knew his character and was not trying to criticize him. He sighed, gave up, and admitted everything she said was absolutely right. Then he admitted shame for the problems he had caused due to his own inability to influence. Her hand clenched when she said that if she had both the power and the reputation to keep others under control, he would not have to act secretly, or at least he would not have to ask her for advice about. He reacted with surprise and even tried to insert that she need not worry after all, it was his own personal matter. But she firmly cut him off. He was an important member of the brigade, so protecting her people was her duty as captain. He doubted in his mind whether he really should be in the brigade. He had already convinced himself that she was disgusted by his purchase of a slave. She turned away a little and apologized, saying she no longer worried about the matter. She continued, firmly saying that since the other party was of the opposite sex, Alan had to rely on her if problems arose. That was her only warning. While in another place stood a figure in a hood, Lady Arya, between two others in cloaks, clutching a glowing orb, and the ritual had just begun. When the ritual ended, the contract was finalized. Lady Arya, without a hood, smiling. She announced that she would carry out the work, and that was the end of her words. When the agreement was completed, the cloaked figures prepared to leave in a carriage. One of them, Lord Hakuba, thanked Alan for everything he had done, and Alan, still in a hood, honestly admitted his first mistaken impression of the slave traders had indeed changed. After the merchants left, Lady Arya now fully revealed bowed deeply to Alan and called him master. She sincerely thanked him, saying that her debt to him was something she could never repay in her lifetime, and eagerly awaited serving under his protection. He sharply interrupted her formality, surprised, and asked, just call him Alan or Hakuba like his pseudonym. He also insisted that she didn't need to be so formal. Then she looked at him, tapped her chin, and thoughtfully declared that he was quite handsome for a human. Alan was embarrassed, panicked, and repeated again, let her speak however she felt comfortable. It sounded quite comfortable. She clarified once more and explained that there was no need for such submission. She was born nothing other than an ordinary elf, and besides, there was no contract between them. Because of this, Alan pondered, if she had royal lineage, maybe he was the one who should be paying her respect. Yet he remained bound to her past, acknowledging the incredible amount of magical power she possessed, though he expected that. Thoughts raced aloud. What kind of monster could have maimed her so bad, he thought to himself, staring at the huge structure and trying to understand what was more in it more than just appearance. He watched as Lady Arya, fascinated by the new circumstances, explained that this house was truly incredible. But Akira quickly intervened and reminded Arya to take off her shoes, a custom Arya considered a strange cultural practice. Despite initial waves of confusion, Arya's joy was palpable as she prepared to thoroughly explore everything. Alan sincerely apologized for the cultural difference, but Akira reassured him and encouraged Arya to continue her expedition. During the exploration, Arya came across a strange device and asked what it was. Alan explained. It was a portable power source capable of generating electric power. The very idea of electricity surprised Arya, a word she had not encountered until now. Alan admitted that he himself had learned about it quite recently and assured her there was nothing dangerous about it. Suddenly, Akira called out someone's name, Eula. Only a moment passed and Arya found herself on a soft sofa, enjoying its tenderness. She exclaimed, filled with childlike delight, that it was incredible and so fluffy. But as Arya continued to immerse herself in the research with relentless enthusiasm, Alan watched her with a gentle smile. He expressed his satisfaction, noting that both Arya and Ulysses seemed to be managing well. Everything was going well. The curiosity about everything was unquenchable. She continued to carefully examine the house, opening cabinets and drawers. After 10 minutes, her investigation showed no signs of slowing down. Alan, observing her relentless searching, gently suggested that Lady Arya did not need to rummage through every corner of the storage. But Arya insisted. She was still only 15, and her actions were immature, and then Alan objected that 15 was still an adequate age. The discussion about her age dragged on, and Arya's cheeks barely flushed with a blush. At that moment, her stomach rumbled loudly, so loudly, as if it were a warning, implying she was hungry. But despite everything, Arya stubbornly declared that she was not finished yet. The research is finished. Alan seized the moment and suggested it was time to have dinner. Akira agreed, jokingly saying that Arya's hunger was proof of her full recovery. Arya was bursting with objections, insisting that it was not a coincidence. A banquet of various dishes was spread on the table, both traditional and modern, generously arranged to warm and please. Alan, noticing the colorful mix of Japanese and Western cuisine, said, everything looked incredibly delicious, but the dishes seemed not meant to be together. When they settled down to eat, the elven princess apologized for making Alan prepare everything. She believed it should be her duty, but he waved off her concerns, explaining that these were just leftovers and she need not worry. Then he placed before her a dish of seasoned raw fish salmon carpaccio and explained that in his hometown eating raw fish was a cultural tradition. He offered it as a rare opportunity and assured her that she was not obliged to try it. When the two elves hesitated, he suddenly realized what mistake he might have made and froze in thought. Were elves really so vegetarians? Despite his concern, both Arja and Eula tasted it, and their eyes lit up with surprise and joy when they proclaimed the food incredibly tasty. Later, when she was bursting with fullness and calm, Arja sprawled on the sofa with a plush rabbit and marveled at the strange but wonderful combination of dishes, especially the rice. Alan, please, she said that she liked it, and then offered to prepare a bath for her, assuring Eula that she could just rest for the night. On her first day, while Arja was resting, Eula surveyed their situation and concluded they were indeed bought by a good person, although she honestly admitted that it was still too early to be in. Eula quietly nudged Ara, who was still dozing, and awkwardly asked if she was okay. Ara stirred and whispered something in response. When Arja finally woke up completely, she was awkwardly embarrassed, and she reacted sharply to the word slave. Her little hands clenched as she expressed. She endured anger and pain to show her dissatisfaction. They did not let go for a long time, but eventually Ara found a shred of relief in the fact that Alan, turning back, proved it was true. To be a good person. Clenching Eula beside her, Arja thought, if Eula had bought a cruel one, she might have regretted waking up at all. Eula quietly addressed her in response, Lady Arja. Eula, with a stubborn smile, promised to do everything in her power. But Arja, still looking worried, sternly warned, never do that again, demanded a firm promise. Suddenly Arja's eyes lit up as she tapped her fingers. A thought struck her, and she almost forgot. At that moment Alan appeared. His voice was cheerful as he offered them. After the meal dessert, both Arja and Eula looked up at him, and their faces softened with pleasure. Later, already outside near their new home, Alan stretched and enjoyed the peace, the quiet moments. Chirping of birds, he opened the mailbox and saw a letter inside and thought that if his mother had such a thing, it was really good. Alan had long dreamed of owning his own house, and now he had it. He looked at the envelope, not knowing what exactly awaited inside. But the seal on the letter clearly indicated the name, Ray Castigliano. When Alan was about to leave, Arya, smiling straight into his eyes, nudged him, hurry back home. Nearby, Chris held himself reservedly and ordered him to do everything he could within his duties. He apologized, admitting sitting at home all the time was probably boring for her. But Arya immediately interrupted, saying it was much more interesting than when she was hiding in the forest. Then she asked him to endure a little longer and wait out this fuss. After that, he said goodbye to the group, including Arya, Chris, Nana, and May as he was about to leave. Arya, in a playful chibi form, recalled her formidable task, to read all the manga in the office. Alan only briefly agreed, confirming that such a schedule was really very successful. While Alan walks away, his mind spins with current duties. Now he has 3 main jobs. The first, Dawn Moon Brigade. His mission is simple and clear: to distribute supplies and keep records. The second, Brigade Merchant. He is still a rookie ironman, but already manages quite independently, dealing with various imports from Japan, candies and books. The third and most ambitious role, Hakuba Issei, a merchant with a criminal rank. In this persona, Alan plans to brew purple potions, with magical roses as the key ingredient, and wants to sell them to adventurers who need restoration of severed limbs. But suddenly he runs into someone and greets them friendly. "Yo, long time no see." He is met by Ray Castigliano. He immediately apologizes for disturbing such a busy schedule, but says, seeing Alan again is a real joy. Then Ray informs that today he has something important to agree on with him. Without wasting time, Alan asks what consultation it is about. Then Ray shows the merchant's seal. The head of Great Eagle Dormitory is stepping down. He explains that in this academy, each dormitory wing has its own shop and supplies come from different companies, so Ray decided to recommend Alan as his successor. Alan, confused, accepts the offer, but still presses on the weak spot. He worries that the daily needs of such a huge academy with thousands of students might prove too difficult if he acts alone, no matter what he does. Ray immediately picks up on this and asks directly what he thinks about this initiative. He recalled how Ray Castigliano clarified his request, assuring that he would not ask for anything unreasonable. Instead, Ray sought Alan's expertise in working with entertainment and luxury items, and still digesting the scale of the proposal, Alan was forced to ask further. Verona explained that his subordinates and younger brother got real pleasure from those trading cards that Alan had sold earlier. He wants to buy the same things in bulk, and understanding the request, Alan confirmed, it is feasible. A relieved smile spread across Ray's face as he thanked him. He admitted that his younger brother, Rowan, was especially hooked on trading cards. He threw tantrums every day over new packs, so it caused him quite a bit of trouble. The problems receded, the deal was finally settled. Ray extended his hand and declared that from this moment on he relies on Alan. Alan caught his gaze and firmly shook it in response, thus they sealed the new business agreement. And later Alan suddenly found himself alone, immersed in a book with his head down. He carefully turned the page, and a look of complete concentration froze on his face. Suddenly a small, curious face peeked over the counter and immediately startled him sharply. It was Eula, the elven slave. She asked what he was doing. He explained that he was studying the mechanics of the trading card game. Her eyes lit up, and she eagerly declared that she also wanted to learn, so he offered her a few cards. Eula held the cards in her hands with wide-open eyes sparkling with delight. She exclaimed that they were truly incredible. He started from the basics. You need to build a deck and immediately enter duels. Then he explained that there are 7 types of card rarity, and the rarer the card, the stronger it is. And at the end, he suggested studying all the nuances of the game together. Alan continued the explanation. Character cards have a trophy race, cost, attack, health, and skills, while magic cards get their own distinct effects and their own price. But Eula, with a confident, self-satisfied smile, twisted everything to her own liking. She decided that the stronger her cards, the stronger she herself becomes. Alan sighed and realized she hadn't caught a single word. He carefully tried to correct her and explained, it's not about the strength of each card individually, but about the ability to balance the cards together. He compared it to a hamburger. It becomes tastier when served with curry. Eula, still confused, just nodded at his words but truly didn't grasp the meaning. Then Alan patiently laid out all the nuances of the trading card game to Eula. When she called him by name, he gave her a deck of cards as a reward for her help, and this prompted her to eagerly ask for one for herself as well. Then he came across a moment of peace and enjoyed the silence, tending to his hobby gardening. Nearby, someone, as if sensing this calm, asked if they could help, so Alan clarified, gardening is just his personal hobby. Considering the logistics of his new role as a merchant, Alan quickly realized, once the initial inventory was completed, he would need the Eula and help in the zones. The packaging, including boxes and vinyl, would have to be replaced. He knew he had to study the matter more deeply to take control of it and officially move forward. Meanwhile, he reached the baggage inspection zone of the Academia Noisy checkpoint, where various people and guards manually processed the delivered cargo. He approached the inspection desk. The guard let him through after a brief check. Alan managed to thank him and continued further into the academy grounds, looking around trying to orient himself and find Great Eagle Dormitory. Just then a young man approached him, introduced himself as Minor from the Student Life Department of Great Eagle Dormitory, and explained that their wait was about Alan. They had been informed of his arrival. Lord. The Minor threw a short ray and led Alan to the designated area, showing that it would serve as a store for future goods deliveries. Alan nodded, accepting this information and realizing his new operational base. While Alan was unpacking, Minor noticed a box full of candies and said that he had never come across any of Alan's products before. His face was a mixture of curiosity and slight confusion. His curiosity flared up. He inquired about what was hidden inside another box. Alan showed him. There was a card game known as trading cards and explained that the appearance of these cards was a personal request of Lord Ray himself. Miner's eyes widened sharply, immediately understood the real reason for Lord Ray's recommendation. Alan, without wasting a second, offered him a free sample of trading cards, and Miner froze, surprised and intrigued. He was digesting the idea of his new plan and understood. Even if the trading card packs seemed like a good deal for a student at 3,000 yen, assembling a full starter deck would still cost a hefty 50,000 yen. He was wondering if the cards would really be that expensive. Popular Miner, holding one of the cards, asked if there was a suggestion box and explained that he wanted to hear people's opinions. Alan confirmed they really do have one. The miner made a reassuring statement. Supposedly, if it is Alan, everything will be fine. Alan, confused by these words, asked what exactly was meant. What he meant, Mineral clarified. The previous owner completely ignored the student's requests, but at the same time, since he was supported by a powerful nobleman, they could not pressure him too harshly, and he concluded that it was probably good that the previous owner was dismissed. Alan understood. The former master probably had a hard time. Hard times, Miner then added a key caveat. Advice should be kept in mind, but one is not obliged to fulfill every request, only what one can. Alan acknowledged this and promised to keep this course. Later, Alan had already returned to his shop and was diligently drawing on paper a grand dormitory that was visible in the background. While he continued working, counting supplies and checking that everything was in place for the crew, someone called him and informed him that he had arrived. He returned to see Cannon, the daughter of the tavern owner, who immediately said that a student was waiting outside. She added, apparently the student was from the north. When the door creaked open, thoughts raced through Alan's mind. Who could this student be? He guessed maybe it was Sakakibara Yui, or even Lordre. Cannon pointed toward the entrance. Alan involuntarily looked there and saw a young student standing on the threshold, waiting for his appearance. The new student, a young man, approached Alan and asked if he was the same Mr. Alan he was looking for. Alan confirmed. Then the student introduced himself as Dibro Porthley and sincerely apologized for how, in his opinion, he addressed the nobleman. However, Alan was more interested in the emblem on Dibro's uniform. He recognized it as belonging to the Great Eagle. Bedroom, Alan quickly waved off Dibro's apologies, making it clear that he was not one to demand such formality. After that, Alan nudged Dibro, saying there was a request more important than anything else. Not to waste time, Dibro immediately laid out his request. He asked Alan to sell him several Crossworld packs privately, but Alan instantly refused and explained that he did not engage in such private sales. These were sales. Hearing the refusal, Dibro again deeply apologized and admitted his request was unfounded, especially after Alan even found time to meet with him. Alan reassured him and said that there was no need. No need to worry. Alan silently considered. This was the first time someone had made such a frank demand. Usually they reserved dedicated slots only for special clients. He became curious whether someone else had already booked the available supplies. Then Alan informed Dibro that he really planned to sell part of the packs at the nearest market in 2 days, although he intended to set the price for purchase limit. Dibro, absorbing this information, asked if Alan intended to share this news with anyone else. Alan confirmed that he would answer. A shadow of gloom slid across Dibro's face as he processed Alan's straightforward word and realized Alan really would share information. Dibro quickly waved his hands and brushed off the reaction as if to say, nothing important, really a trifle, although it was still visible that he was restraining himself. He recalled his origin and explained. He grew up in a small baronial family in a village. He admitted he had no magical power or ability usually required to pass the selection for the prestigious N5 Academy. Despite humble origins and trials being a first-year transfer among the highest-ranking nobles of the country, he confessed that he had an aptitude for rare magic, thanks to which he managed to enroll for half a year ago. He recalled a rumor about card trading and began to wonder if they could be the very trigger to help him get together with everyone. Alan expressed surprise. His efforts had already turned into such a widespread rumor, so he immediately apologized to Dibro for the selfish reason he wanted to master the game as soon as possible. Then he asked Dibro if he had cards with him. Dibro confirmed, but Alan found himself in a dilemma. He felt a pang of regret and involuntarily wanted to secretly sell Dibro's packs, but he understood if he did not stop, everything would go too far. Stop? Alan immediately asked if he could examine Dibro's cards. Dibro agreed without hesitation, opening a small box and showed a deck which, according to him, he had almost finished, plus some extra cards. While reviewing the cards, Alan noticed this collection and noted its impressive quality, a rare selection. He paused for a moment with a thoughtful expression on his face. A clear surprise froze on his face. Embarrassed, he asked if it was a curry hamburger on the deck, and Dibro froze completely confused, caught off guard. Alan explained that Dibro had too many powerful cards with high cost, so the start would be tough. Such cards cannot be played until the second half of the match, and Dibro, frowning with concentration, heard the advice. Alan told Dibro that the best strategy was to build his entire deck around a single ace card, showing how even support cards can become useful if they belong to the same race, specifically the dragon race. He smiled and noted that one of the strongest aspects of the trading card game is the ability to win through creativity, regardless of card rarity. Even with the Dibro that Alan already had, he was sure there were enough options that really worked. But he immediately added, everything that had just been said was only information from a book. He apologized for the advice from a person whom he could say was new to the business. Dibro, shocked by Alan's self-deprecation, asked if that was too much on his part. Alan quickly calmed him and said that Dibro's words really opened his eyes. Then Dibro looked down at the cards in his hands and quietly said. Alan said his name. Then he raised his eyes, a smile appeared on his face, and he announced that he finally realized there are no cards that are useless. With a new purpose, he declared that he was immediately returning to continue his research, sincerely thanking Alan for the help that day. For that dash away, Alan watched as he disappeared, and the door slammed shut behind Dibro, leaving him alone with the silence. Then Alan tilted his face in thought, wondering if they had really reached it. A great conclusion. Later, Alan sat alone and pondered the next steps. He wanted to contact Akira soon to discuss increasing his supplies, but he realized he still had to resolve other, more urgent matters. He was surprised that someone like Akira would have planned to visit him directly outside. Under the dark, stormy sky stood a majestic, luxurious building, while thunder rumbled somewhere in the distance. Lightning tore the sky from the darkness. After that, he admitted to Sakakibara his great debt, reminded her of the promise to fulfill any of her wishes, and once again confirmed that he fully understood all the risks. In the course of his business, he noticed Sakakibara Yui approaching him with a book in her hands. She asked him to buy it, and although he hesitated, Yui insisted again. She wants exactly this one. He finally agreed. As soon as the consent slipped from his lips, she began to explain what kind of thing it was. Not an ordinary volume, she said, but a forbidden artifact, drawn by like-minded people, imbued with passion and sincere wishes. Then she revealed its true classification, BL Yarrow. Alan froze in place. A flash of surprise crossed his face for a moment as he processed the words Beal, Ir Ojujin. Anna sat opposite, arms crossed, and it was impossible to discern what exactly was happening on her face. A barely audible dull rumble came from her side. At one moment she wondered whether he really understood what exactly she was asking, and he seemed not to care, just uttered a simple then waved it off. It's just trifles, and asked if these were just Samizdat books. Then Alan laid out his philosophy. Hobbies and preferences are a matter of individual freedom, and as long as they are enjoyed alone, they do not affect him. His words deeply touched Aina. She froze, her heart pounded, and then she solemnly declared it priceless sacred scripture. She hesitated whether this was enough as thanks, and honestly added to herself in thought. Later, she would hardly refuse something more valuable. Not yet having come to his senses, Alan asked about the request. Aina, clearing her throat, confirmed, he just needs to get the books written there. Then she looked at him sternly and clearly and ordered, under no circumstances look at the contents. He responded firmly and thought he has no intention of doing so. Later, Alan, already outside, looked back at the task ahead. He admitted there was work piled up like a dam, so he decided to postpone it until the day after tomorrow's market, walking away with the ringing clatter of his boots. When he approached the command house, he saw a crowd. People were gathering in a circle and stretching out in a long line. He became curious where such a line had come from right in front of the residence. Suddenly, Anna Apiraj grabbed his hand with a firm grip. She sharply demanded what he was talking about and what he had done again. Her face was irritated to the extreme. He looked at her, and in his eyes, on his face, understanding slowly flashed. She had just explained. The whole line was made up of merchants, and each one insisted that he was his client. Alan, lowering his gaze, apologized most sincerely for making the merchant wait, but the latter waved off his concern, saying he would handle the matter for now. Alan agreed and left everything to his discretion. Then the merchant introduced himself and explained that he came from a family that had run a shop in the royal capital for 5 generations and now conducted large business with many noble families. After that, he inquired how Alan could help. Alan realized rumors about his shop had spread far. The merchant continued, as if deliberately hinting that he was asked to obtain cross-world packs. Alan still could not understand what exactly was meant. Then he apologized again and said that he simply could not accept such a request right now. He also refused the merchants. They wanted to buy out all his remaining goods up to 1 million gold for each item. But the merchant, without lowering his tone, barely smiled and reminded him several nobles were involved here. Alan mentally noted that man had a threatening character and was also too skillful sharp in trade, and he decided if he wanted to play the game that way, Alan would respond in kind. With a confident smile, Alan stated that favoring one side could anger the heir of the Castellano family. The merchant's eyes widened. He repeated the name again, the Castellano family. The merchant was clearly frightened now and, sweating all over, hurriedly apologized, saying he foolishly borrowed the tiger's authority without any basis. Alan, also sweating, lowered his eyes and acknowledged the tension of the situation. Gathering his thoughts, the merchant nodded, saying, understood, and prepared to leave. But at the end, he told Alan that at tomorrow's market he would sell only a few packs, and with purchase restrictions, so perhaps Alan could still get something. Alan replied that he would wait for the meeting with him tomorrow. From Alan's side, he estimated how many more people would make the same requests. At first, he froze in thought, and soon determination flared on his face. Later, Alan reached home. The door clicked shut, and the sound still echoed in the quiet evening air. He announced his return, a voice with a hint of fatigue. At home, he was greeted warmly by Eula and Arya. Eula, diligently preparing dinner, insisted. All household chores, even cleaning and cooking, were her duty. Yes, it was her job, and she would manage everything, no matter what. Alan, noticing her overly zealous frenzy, felt she was overdoing it. Eula, however, thought differently. If she worked too hard, others would have to help less, so the reward would come to her in a smaller measure. Meanwhile, Alan concluded that it was worth making a task table to keep the workload under control. Then her face became serious. She began to interrogate Alan about another job he mentioned, and reminded him that she had hired him not for household chores. She admitted he was right, but as soon as her gaze sharply changed, she declared that she was hungry and insisted dinner must come first. Alan and Arya watched her, and surprise flashed across their faces. In a moment, Yulia slid a bowl of food to Alan and announced that everything was ready. He thanked her and, wasting no time, rushed to meet it. When Alan tasted the dish, he was so surprised he almost flipped over. He exclaimed that it was incredible how Yulia managed to make Odin, especially since she had never eaten any instant version before. He recalled that their previous meal was also just a ready-made dish. Yulia only replied, I cooked it according to the recipe from the ingredients they gave me. While Alan savored the tasty food, Arya, watching how he handled the unfamiliar utensil, asked what it was, confessing she had been thinking about it for a long time. Yulia also looked on with interest. Arya herself struggled trying to skillfully use the new devices, so Alan explained. It is called chopsticks, a utensil from his hometown. He assured her that they are very convenient once you get used to them. Alan then pondered the very nature of electronics. Devices like the coffee machine and refrigerator, though not magical artifacts, still operate on electricity. Arya, intrigued, shared her own curiosity about Alan's hometown Japan and its culture. The culture holds a piece of food with sticks. Arya noticed. These so-called electronics are a complete mystery, and the food itself is no less confusing because it involves the slime she was holding. Alan clarified that it is konjac jelly, a product made from yam. Yams, yes, Arya was still pondering the culinary mysteries of Alan's world and blurted out her confusion. Even his cooking methods were a puzzle. He explained that yams, if you remember, originally contained poison. To make them edible, you have to crush them, boil them with lime, and let them solidify before consuming. While they shared the meal, Alan felt relief and satisfaction. He was glad that both Yulia and Arya were getting used to his way of life. Yulia, enjoying the food, confirmed that it was really tasty, and added that thanks to Alan she would never have been. Later, Alan returned to Yulia and asked what tasks she needed to complete. Then he showed a stack of cards for a trading card game and said that he needed her help to sort them into paper bags. Yulia, as always diligent, immediately understood everything and agreed. Arya, her eyes shining with delight, also volunteered to help. Yulia, with a confident smile, declared that she had already finished preparing for the next day and would join them in this task. Alan stood aside, and a hint of surprise flickered on his face. He watched as Yulia moved with incredible speed and skill. Her hands were a blur of trembling as she diligently repaired the car. Arya, observing Yulia, who was working extremely carefully, asked what she was doing with the cards. Yulia calmly explained. She was adding both theft protection and peeping protection to them using clever cards. Alan, stunned by this guess, honestly admitted that he had never even thought about such protective measures. He pondered aloud, so in this world, magic can really be seen through. Yulia, sensing his surprise, asked if it was in vain that his efforts were kept in the shadows. necessary. He sighed and recalled the past 2 decades after his rebirth. He admitted that he had done nothing with magic, attributing this gap to the fact that the Japanese head still lived within him. Arya, her curiosity sparked as soon as the mention of protective magic was made, then aloud pondered other ways of cheating if someone suddenly tried. Alan, still deep in thought, suggested that wish upon a star might be another possibility. Arya, widening her eyes, immediately asked what kind of magic that was. She continued the explanation about wish upon a star magic and revealed it was a powerful spell created to adjust the fate of a target for luck, but she warned it had a terrible price. It consumed enormous amounts of magical power and life energy, and she said that the human race could not withstand such exhaustion, and the one who once stole this magnificent spell, invented by high elves, fueled its incredible power with beast people and slaves, using them as sacrifices. Eula, listening attentively, acknowledged the terrible nature of such magic, then quickly dismissed the direct threat, saying it was lost ancient magic, so there was nothing to fear. No one would go to such extremes for cards. Alan still looked thoughtful, reflecting on the existence of such a terrible. Despite his thoughts, Eula and Arya again urged him to get to work. With a determined expression, Eula insisted they had to quickly finish packing the cards so that Alan could finally rest. Arya did not lag behind and picked up her thought, emphasizing the importance of continuing there. He again set about packing the cards. Inside, he decided, for now, they did not need to worry about cheating methods with such powerful magic, but he still understood to study magic even deeper in general, to be ready for any continuation in the future. Later, Alan found himself in the bustling royal capital bazaar right on North Main Street. He looked around and noticed, opening a shop in this northern district was completely different from his previous experience in the West. He recalled the bulky paperwork required for the kiosk, a procedure checked by both the Merchant Guild and the Northern District Administration, so it was quite a trial. Looking around, he thought, maybe because there were many students and accompanying staff here, the area had a lively atmosphere almost like a school festival. Passing through the bustling market, Alan decided to give all his work what he had prepared during the day, whatever they am. It could bring anything. Suddenly, a man approached him, politely asked if he really was Lord Alan. Alan confirmed his identity. Then the man introduced himself as a representative of RE Trading Company, explained that he was the merchant favored by 5 students of the academy. He stated that that day he would be selling TCG cards, warning that there were limits on purchases. Alan, unperturbed, replied that he had no problems. Meanwhile, the woman merchant standing next to the man watched as the crowd grew and noted many people might come exactly as she expected. The man merchant repeated the main goal, to fulfill his client's request, stating that this would be. For him, the merchant again found himself in the crowd even larger than yesterday, in a swarm that seemed simply incredibly huge. He aloud wondered if this was really too much, noting how sharply it had increased. Since yesterday, when the crowd began to grow, 2 other traders noticed the scene and murmured among themselves. One asked what was going on here, and the other admitted he did not know, because all these people looked like they were connected with N5 Academy and began to doubt their. Against the backdrop of the growing commotion, a merchant in a recognizable hat and with a mustache simply bumped into Alan, fixing him with a sharp look. He demanded to know who Alan was, said he had not seen his face in the northern quarter, and asked if this was his first visit. Alan, a little confused, confirmed that he was Alan and admitted that he somewhat expected such a confrontation. The seller, after looking at Alan once more, continued the explanation, sighed as if he himself apparently was not lacking in complete ignorance. He told Alan that the merchants of the Northern District have their own assigned territory and that Alan was brazenly. To clarify the situation, the merchant mentally drew a map of the district. He knew Area 3, where Alan set up his tent, was allocated for companies supplying Swornite School and Lethal Magic School. But Alan's clients mostly came from N5 Magic Academy, so it turned out that he should have worked in Area 15, supposedly designated for N5. Absorbing this information, Alan immediately offered sincere apologies, admitted his mistake, and honestly said that he had not studied local customs enough. The merchant only focusedly confirmed his disappointment thoughtfully, yes. But even despite Alan's apology, the merchant stubbornly emphasized the essence of the fault. What happened had already happened, and Alan simply must deal with it. He explained that such territorial divisions are unwritten rules, and you can't learn them from books, and after that, the shopkeeper sharply interrogated Alan, pressing so that his words would finally get through. Alan flinched and quickly confirmed that he really. He listened attentively. Alan, having fully understood everything, expressed gratitude for the seller's time and explanations and promised to be more attentive in the future. The merchant, noticing Alan's sincerity, mentally noted that he seemed to be a decent person. After the explanation, the trader moved on to the next step and asked Alan to show his guild card. Alan immediately agreed, extending his hands to offer the card. He informed the trader that the card sets a purchase limit, one box for all traders, and the merchant immediately agreed, asking him single box. Then the seller inquired whether the rulebook and playmat were available and said he wanted to buy those too. Alan apologized, explaining that he was currently selling only card packs. The seller sighed, thanked him, and noted that it seemed he was still not being scolded. Noticing the seller's mood, Alan remarked that it seemed he also had a hard time. Just as the trader walked away, Alan heard the distant ticking of a clock and immediately realized it was already noon. He thought that the extensive knowledge about TCG accessories indicated how popular this game was. But as soon as the flow of customers leveled off, he decided it was time to get to work. A short pause, he sat down to have a snack and thought. Despite preparing for a large crowd, the supplies ran out much faster than he expected. The box. A few moments passed and a young woman approached his stall. She apologized for interrupting his rest and politely asked what kind of goods these were. She clarified what they were used for. He explained that these were TCG cards, part of a competitive card game that used illustrated cards. She then asked if it was something like a game you could play. In the gaming den, he clarified, it was much more complex. Players could build their own decks with cards of their choice, so the tactical gameplay was truly rich. She accepted his explanation, understanding. Alan assured her, expressing gratitude was no big deal, especially since she had even thought about it. After that, he pondered an important reason why so many people from N5 Academy were so actively buying cards and concluded that probably it was really an interesting game. Later, Alan returned home, where Eula and Keita greeted him warmly, noting his unusual. Alan considered the recent sales of the trading card game and recalled, everything sold out in less than 3 hours. He admitted that how he managed to involve 5 people from the Academy game in this was a particularly successful result, even if it meant the trial was far from over. Everything is finished. Then he turned to Yulia and thanked her. In return, she hands him a letter and informs him that it is addressed to him specifically. Lord Alan had just taken the envelope and immediately felt its unusual thickness and noticeable weight, which made him stop abruptly and ask with surprise about its content. He explained that the sender is exactly the person who was responsible for the goods they previously supplied wholesale to the school, persuading for a sign. Significant connection. A letter from Minor of the Department of Student Life confirmed the sales report, and the colossal demand among students. Over 90 of inquiries were for trading cards. At the end, a polite but firm request to significantly increase supply volumes. For the next shipment, Eula and Keita greeted the news with sincere, warm congratulations and exclaimed that it was a grand success. But Alan looked confused. He sighed and realized that no rest was in sight anytime soon. Popular streamer Lux greeted his audience and started a conversation about the first generation of Crossworld, The Attack of 1,000 Dragons, which was just reissued last month. Meanwhile, Alan, not taking his eyes off the stream, suddenly heard a doorbell and it instantly broke his focus. He recognized the sound and indicated that he would answer immediately. Elaine opened the door and saw Akira. She brought coffee and asked if he had a moment. Elaine invited her inside and assured her that the entire stock from the whole warehouse had already been used for supply, and if it still wasn't enough, they would make adjustments. When they settled into their seats, Akira watched him closely and noticed he was incredibly diligent, watching all the videos about TCG. She pointed to a specific card on his screen and said that according to the rules it had been banned since the second standard set. Then Alan voiced his idea to organize a tournament at the academy where they conducted their business. He explained that some child had expressed a desire to use TCG to meet others and promote the game. Akira agreed with his thoughts, understanding how important it was for the plan to succeed, but immediately warned, working with children and nobility is already too much for a full-scale tournament. She suggested a format closer to a meet and greet. After this, he asked if she meant the coach. She confirmed and explained. Since CE, the company developing Crossworld, joined their group, they could invite the coach to the event. She nodded towards the screen where Lux was still visible. Alan, however, did not let go of his doubts. Would a person of such stature, Lux, streamer and national champion of Crossworld, really come, given his tight schedule? Akira, with a confident smile, firmly stated that he would definitely come, and repeated these words for emphasis. She acknowledged his request and said she would keep it in mind, but she warned, do not make unfounded demands to the person he was about to introduce. He only ordered, continue. Akira apologized again to Alan for constantly bothering him, despite having recently prepared furniture and equipment for him. She honestly admitted, getting the furniture was a bit difficult, but immediately emphasized it was simply her duty. Meanwhile, Akira and several other academy employees were reviewing documents. A dispute broke out who was responsible for what, and Akira firmly cut in. She would take it on herself, because the young lady herself gave such a direct order. Alan noticed that Shoji was still loved by everyone. Akira confirmed, but quickly reassured him. Even if it looks like that now, their team is usually incredibly organized, so don't worry. Akira handed Alan a document and informed him. The reward for his cooperation in researching red zills and related topics has already been transferred. Then she added that she had a few more things and made him ask what exactly. Finally, she openly stated that from now on, guards would accompany Alan every time he went out. Most would merge with the general crowd, no more than 10. Shocked, Alan asked if she was serious, and Akira confirmed. Akira explained she did not consider such large-scale events entirely necessary, but was certain this was surveillance. She added that although the Otherworld project had not yet been announced, there were already people in business circles who knew of its existence, so the key figure would not be allowed to act alone. Akira lowered her gaze and pondered the situation. She admitted materials from another world could be impressive, yet she doubted whether it was wise to invest billions in something that, in essence, only Alan could provide. Then she asked Alan if he realized the colossal cost of developing a new drug, citing the calculation. Over decades of work, it usually costs about 50 billion yen, and with no guarantee of success. He honestly admitted that he did not. But the red elixir was different. It restored limbs and internal organs and destroyed cancer cells all in just 1 month. Akira explained, although the red tincture relies on magic, making it impossible to apply on a mass scale, the successful cultivation of grass from another world opens a new perspective. She predicted that with current science and technology, mass production of materials from another world will become a reality within 2 decades, making the tincture incredibly valuable. She added that a single dose of the potion easily fetches over 100 million yen, and that its ability to solve global problems means its true price cannot be measured in money. Then Akira sharply warned Alan essentially, he himself is the source of this insane magnitude and potential. Alan, still processing this incredible amount of information, let out a heavy sigh. Now he finally understood why they so easily agreed to supply the TCG stock and prepare the roses. And another question swirled in his mind, whether to keep such a powerful artifact hidden or to show it to the whole world. Akira reminded him, only he can connect them with the young lady, so his role is indispensable. And she, calm and firm, replied, even if he wants to leave, the Syoji group will never allow him to go. He acknowledged her correctness, a quiet understanding descended upon him, and for the first time he felt his unique, inevitable situation. Then Akira changed her tone. She met him with a warm smile and confessed that she sincerely values him. He thanked her, said he was glad to hear her words even if they were just flattery, and jokingly objected that she might think he himself. Later, Alan visited his friend's home and apologized for the intrusion. Kazuki greeted him warmly and friendly, immediately picking up that he was sincerely glad to drag Alan back into his hobby, although Alan jokingly noted, this time he himself initiated the visit. After that, Kazuki enthusiastically offered to recommend anything from his incredible collection of manga, anime, and light novels. Alan was slightly worried that the books might get dirty, and Kazuki quickly reassured him. He offered potato chips even with chip tongue and a glass of juice, inviting Alan to sit and relax. He explained that this time he was looking for a light novel, and especially wanted to understand what girls usually like. Alan liked that. Kazuki understood. Works targeted at women often have a special and interesting flavor. He agreed to help and asked Alan to wait a minute. While Kazuki searched meanwhile, Alan continued to devour his chip. He stood in his friend's room against the wall with overhanging bookshelves while Kazuki reached for the needed one. Kazuki explained. He had received many requests from female students, so he decided to consult Alan about the latest trends. But Alan felt that such attention was unexpected and a bit strange. Awkwardly but sincerely, Kazuki held the book and smiled when he said that he was really pleased to give such advice and that he himself should express gratitude. Alan, holding a cup, looked at him and asked what he meant, then quickly apologized, assuring any recommendation would suit him. A barely audible dull thud, Kazuki handed Alan a stack of books, calling them his personal recommendations. Alan looked closely at the pile with interest and asked what kind of stories were collected there. Kazuki explained that these were thief stories, a genre that is incredibly popular now. They usually feature a protagonist who is reborn or takes on the role of a villain who once tortured the heroine and then tries to thwart their predetermined fatal fate. Concern appeared in Alan's gaze. He he wondered whether such stories might inadvertently become the direct opposite of the ruling class. Kazuki, on the contrary, was burning with enthusiasm, insisting that there were many fresh and interesting variants, and was already impatient to share his best recommendations. Kazuki confirmed that he had many more examples. Alan, however, politely declined the insidious stories, admitting that he was afraid he might be executed for having read them. Then he asked if Kazuki had other recommendations, and Kazuki immediately agreed to find something else. Later, as the day was ending, Alan stood just outside Kazuki's house and thanked him for helping find the needed books. Kazuki, waving from the doorway, cheerfully replied that he was glad to be of help. Kazuki, showing a thumbs up, encouraged Alan to visit again and said that was the best way to say thanks. Then he noted that Alan hadn't changed. Alan, with a barely frowning face, replied, "Kazuki is not needed here." He walked into the twilight and hesitated only for a moment to turn and wave goodbye to Kazuki, who repeated the gesture right from the doorway. Walking alone under the night sky, Alan reflected on his happiness and realized he truly had a good friend. He diligently typed on the keyboard. Rhythmic clicks filled the quiet space. When the book order was successfully placed, a wave of relieved satisfaction washed over him. "All right," he thought. "Thanks to Kitakun, I was able to order books without any anxiety." Weighing once again what exactly he had chosen to read, he settled on the library's 5 buildings, known for their rare collection. He thought many unique volumes might be stored there, but most likely there were no entertaining books. And suddenly the worry dove deeper. Would censorship become a problem? He wanted to recall how it felt differently than when he was with that. While reviewing the document, he noticed a barely noticeable trembling of the sheet, and it caught his eye. He decided, better to first verify the details, confirming all the specifics in advance so that everything would be flawless. Order was placed. Then he recalled another task and clenched a piece of paper in his hand. "All right," he thought, "there are also books that Sakakibara asked to order. Looks like I need to order." He turned the keyboard and typed the text again. It occurred to him that he could buy books directly at the bookstore to get them the same day, but the prospect of running into security guards immediately stopped him. He caught the situation. Clumsily, with one click, he started a search, trying to find the same book by the author's name and title. "That's it, is this it?" he muttered quietly. A picture popped up in the search results. 2 young men, one with light hair, the other with dark and tender, almost romantic embraces. He froze, staring at the screen, and a genuine mixture of shock and discomfort spread across his face. While a wave of conflicting feelings overwhelmed him completely, he closed his eyes. A drop of sweat appeared on his temple, and he thought, "It's not even funny anymore. Not only did this happen, but also a Hakoba Issei book so similar, one I didn't even expect." Suddenly, a sharp doorbell, ding-dong. It pulled him out of his thoughts. A confirmation message appeared on the screen. "Thank you for your purchase. The receipt has been sent to your email address." He immediately dismissed the thought that the person at the door looked like someone and firmly repeated, "No, he just looks similar." "That's it." He sharply opened the door. A young woman with long dark hair was standing on the threshold. He immediately apologized for the wait, still a bit tense and embarrassed. She also apologized for the sudden visit and said she just needed to quickly inform him of something. His expression froze, like one of the S. Surprise, the long-haired visitor informs him that the Crossworld training session is scheduled for this Saturday. She notes his impressive speed. He requested this information only yesterday and hands him. He thanks her for handling it so quickly, then explains he has work in the morning, so he won't be able to conduct it. Personally, she pauses for a moment, wondering if he really agreed to the training session just to be near her, then dismisses the thought, acknowledging that his logic might. Really, he only replies, "All right." Then she assures him that that person is not one of those, and he will understand everything. As soon as he meets him, Alan, left alone, rustles a document, and his gaze stops on a photo of Lux. He admits to himself he knows what Lux looks like only from video, so he wonders what kind of person he might be. Indeed so, he looked at the training scheduled for the afternoon and decided it would be wise to grab lunch. While he is out of the house, walking through the bustling city, he recalls the words, "The security will be in place." He glances around, or maybe they are already here, but figuring out on the fly from what is briefly visible is almost impossible. He pulls out the device and swipes over the digital map. Nearby is a nice sober restaurant, so the conclusion is simple, no need to worry about security. He finds the restaurant, the bell jingles as soon as he steps over the threshold, and a voice immediately welcomes him. Inside, he immediately sees Lux. He is already here. He scans the hall with his eyes, and surprisingly notes that the restaurant is much emptier than ever before. He had anticipated this, but as soon as he stepped over the threshold, a wave of anxiety overwhelmed him. Inside, it was strangely empty. He took a sip of his drink and his thoughts drifted away until suddenly he froze. The silence became unbearable and his gaze caught something. Inside the room, his gaze slid along the walls and stopped on the only other figure, a young man with light hair and earrings, who was already holding his gaze. Like a string tightened in his head, "You are Luxon." The young man with light hair, Yakutani Ryuki, known as Lux, greeted Alan with a radiant smile and immediately made it clear how glad he was for this meeting. Alan, in response, said his name and thanked Lux for finding time despite his busy schedule. Lux was glowing with excitement and declared that he was finally glad to meet Alan, so let him ask anything he wanted. Alan, although not fully understanding why everything was so elevated, felt unmistakably, Lux is a good person. While the conversation lasted, Alan did not notice how people nearby had already begun to recognize Lux and whisper about his appearance. Attention grew wave after wave, and he amazingly remained indifferent to all this. The whisper became louder as soon as the crowd recognized Lux as Hakuba Issei from Wonder Stage. Some even doubted whether Alan was a cosplayer due to the striking resemblance. Lux, realizing what was happening, froze with genuine surprise. The crowd grew as people stretched along the photo one after another, and Alan immediately realized everything was rapidly getting out of control. Suddenly, a car pulled up, and Akira, peeking out the window, urgently called for them to go inside immediately. With such a serious face, Akira insisted that they both quickly get into the vehicle. Alan felt a wave of relief when they were taken to a safe place. The car sped away, leaving behind a disappointed crowd that kept shouting, "Lux-san, Hakubikin," until they disappeared into the city flow. Later, having reached the destination, Akira offered the sincerest apologies for the previous commotion and honestly admitted that she did not expect such an incident. Meanwhile, Alan looked around and noted they had arrived right at the arena. Inside the room it was spacious, a large hall with rows of tables and chairs, as if a grand event was about to begin. Alex and Alan looked around and said that the playground was twice as big as they had imagined, then added that there was a whole bunch of staff here. Lux stood nearby and watched his reaction. He had just arrived at the site together with Akira, who introduced him to Toda, a man from the Crossworld Development Department, Senyub. Toda explained that he was responsible for adjusting the game balance, and Alan politely thanked Akira for the introduction. After the introductions, Toda confirmed the presence of everyone, and Kazukai's second coach immediately agreed to start the 2-day workshop. While Kazuki was preparing to start, standing by the board, Toda interrupted him and said he wanted to ask a few questions before they moved on. Alan was sitting at the table, watching the conversation attentively. Toda asked how long Crossworld has been at the peak of popularity, and what audience they expect at the planned small tournament or online event. Kazuki replied that the game became popular only about a month ago, so they expect about 30 middle and high school students. Alan, listening to the conversation, mentally noted, Crossworld in this country has not yet become widespread despite the fact that it is a real other world. Despite limited popularity, Toda stated that under such circumstances the tournament would be inappropriate and instead advised focusing on a networking event. After that, he shifted the conversation to which cards are currently in circulation. Kazuki clarified, only the first release, The Attack of 1,000 Dragons, is available, which genuinely surprised Alan. Kazuki said that most cards in the first release, Attack of 1,000 Dragons, had straightforward abilities and often boiled down to clashes decided by a simple stat check. Users first needed to get used to the game. Toda added that the first release had enough gameplay value for tournaments, but strategy sharply increased in the second release, Wisdom of Magic, so it was better to wait until it became widespread before holding competitive events. Alan caught every word. He thought that choosing the 1,000 Dragons attack was the right one. It was just too convenient to use. But another thought spun in his head, stubborn and cold. Did dragons really exist in that other world? Then Kazuki suggested, since these are students, distributing beginner-friendly half-decks is a great idea, as it will make the game easier and the rules clearer. Toda agreed and added that a game mode with half-deck, using half of the regular cards, could also be introduced. Suddenly Kazuki realized they had gotten too carried away with planning and began apologizing incessantly. Meanwhile, Alan stood frozen with a vacant look, as if still calculating the consequences of the game and how it stretched into another world. He remembered his first, somewhat careless thought to organize a tournament and finally realized, trying to do it alone fully would simply be impossible. He was quickly calmed by Lux. Together with Toda, they stated that their presence was precisely for this. Lux confidently said everything would be fine, and Alan only had to keep up with learning while they continued moving forward throughout the day. After this, Lux talked about the value of some Crossworld cards, mentioning a well-preserved, super popular old card from the Dragon King Valhart edition, which could go for several million yen, he shocked Alan. Then he suggested moving on to more detailed explanations. They already had all the cards. The workshop ended, and the evening slowly rolled to a close. Before leaving, Lux handed Alan a package, thanking him for participating at such a late hour. He replied that he was pleased. Alan, surprised to receive the package, aloud wondered what could be inside. Lux explained, posters and a guide to explain the rules, as well as DIY cards and a rule dictionary. He asked if he could really accept such things, especially these DIY cards, but Lux quickly reassured him, there is no need to worry about what is not. About this, Lux suddenly turned to him and asked why he does so much for them, pausing the training for a moment. Toda intervened and stated that he was simply doing his job, and Lux added, the only reason is that they all like crosswords. All this was not in vain. It was said that nothing compares to the joy of a deck that works smoothly, reliably, and without surprises. But in Crossworld, everyone was given a chance after all. Neither the deck nor the opponent could guarantee an absolute victory. Even in defeat, one could gain a lot. How exactly the opponent played. He sank into despair and was about to choose words for Lux. Lux explained, his methods might seem unconventional, but they are necessary because many feel inadequate when faced with incredible skill, and then remarks about dishonesty start to fly. She continued, asking if he would want others to become interested as well, even despite these feelings. He understood. This was the essence of Yakutani Sans. Then he excitedly suggested, if Alan's deck becomes popular, he should consider streaming, hinting that it might ignite the fans' desire. Nearby, a little aside, Toda looked as if she was surprised by Lux's boldness. Deep down, he thought that both Lux and Toda truly burned with love for Crossworld, but then he still rejected Lux's proposal as something that would bring more harm than good, while Lux playfully laughed at him. Meanwhile, the majestic academy building towered under the open sky, and its flags quietly fluttered in the wind. Inside, Minor approached him and asked directly whether he really planned a TCG meetup soon. He confirmed, heard. He clarified about it. It would be both a meeting and sales. Minor was touched by this. He asked if there would be sales. He spoke about his hope. Such an opportunity would help balance the overall strength of players and support newcomers, especially considering that cards were still lacking. Minor agreed, believing that everyone would be happy about this. But the Minor, adding excitedly, said that he also planned tastings of sweets that would be sold in the shop, because Lord Ray Castellano himself likes sweets. After that, his voice turned serious. He worried about how to handle an event where nobles would participate, considering his status as a commoner, and asked Minor to be his best friend. He sincerely apologized for not approaching him earlier, and Minor replied that he had not done so. Alan listened as Ray Cassiano laid out exactly how Alan was to blame in that previous situation. He said that by recommending Alan to the academy, he already considered himself his support, so Alan just nodded in response. Then Ray Cassiano warned, in their specific dormitory, there really are no such students, but in the academy itself, others treat commoners rudely. And he told about a harsh case when baseless demands were piled on a simple merchant hand. He eventually collapsed. Ray Cassiano then smiled reassuringly and declared that since he was the one who brought Alan to the academy, he would defend him with all his being, proclaiming the name Cassiano. Alan, however, shuddered at imagining the terrible possibilities that Ray had just spoken of, and even further. He expressed gratitude, feeling the early anxieties were in vain. The impenetrable shadow had already receded. Found it, Ray, holding the cup, repeated. Under these circumstances, no one would dare try anything against Alan, especially since everyone knew how he was raised. He looked directly at Alan, his face serious, and ordered to report immediately if anyone caused him trouble, emphasizing that such an act would be seen as disrespect to the Castigliano family. Alan, relieved by Ray's powerful assurance, thought how glad he was that Lord Ray was not an enemy. Ray was still smiling, then voiced his expectation about what would happen next. They would arrange the next event. Later, when Alan left the building, he was already about to reach for the everyday, but the thought still spun. As soon as he returned home, he would have to check the luggage again, and first other matters. While he was walking, he noticed Akira and greeted her, asking if she was on duty. Akira replied with surprise that no, she had just gotten some free time. She explained that she came to treat everyone in the brigade with sweets as an apology because recently people flooded the team's house. Alan thanked her for the sweets, but immediately shifted the conversation to another topic. Said he had something more important to discuss. He asked what exactly. Akira, holding the bag of candies, admitted she didn't think anyone would object, but she would just give them away. She then told him that 3 new participants would join soon, and they were preparing a welcome evening for them. She asked if he could come, and he immediately agreed. If it would be next week, there would be no problem. No problem, she told her plan, to identify one person from the administration to help with the welcome party, because she has caused Amy a lot of trouble so far. She also added that she heard about a new person from the regular meeting, but the three who have already joined are still too important. Amazed, she continued and asked if she could prepare a few things herself if allowed. She also said that they want to book the entire restaurant, and after that, Alan inquired where exactly it would take place. He perceived the event as a chance to finally meet the current participants, with whom he had not yet had a chance to exchange words. But Akira shuddered and exclaimed, "Does he intend to bring Jeff?" He confidently assured her that he would keep everything under control in the preparation, and she agreed in response and urged him not to lower the quality, because he was. The scene changed to a calm night. A full moon shone brightly over the distant house. Later, Alan was seen rummaging through the box and counting everything for the meeting: TCG packs, starter deck, and sweets. But suddenly his face twisted in shock. He exclaimed, having seen something he had never seen before. He revealed it. His shock was reflected in Arya. Faintest trembled, clutching the book in her hands, and also exclaimed, "What is this?" Alan, no less stunned, recognized it as a BL book and wondered what Arya was doing with such dubious material. He even asked himself if he was the character from the book, but quickly dismissed the thought. The character was only. It seems so. Arya, without taking her eyes off the book, agreed with Alan and noted that at first the character's name was different, after which she asked if it was. That was Cuba, Alan blurted out, realizing he was wrong, and cursed himself for digging his own grave. He quickly tried to explain that he just happened to resemble the character, and some important man gave him the same nickname. Arya, still trembling, accused him of lying and asked if it was his hobby. Alan firmly refused, insisting the coincidence was entirely accidental. Accident? He immediately apologized to Arya, admitting that the situation was too difficult for her. He tried to explain, pointing out that the character's hair color in the book really seemed different if you looked closer. Nevelichki noticed the tense exchange and asked what had happened between them. Alan quickly brushed it off, insisting that everything was fine, that he was just cleaning the bathtub. Inside him, a realization clicked. His disguise as a baggage inspector had failed and turned against him. Luxurious, he stubbornly insisted that it was his fault. Careless, so he offered to organize the books himself so that nothing else would get mixed up. He said that Arya should sign and divide the boxes. She looked at him, and in her facial expression. Indistinctly, but she, however, remained silent, her gaze somewhere in the distance, and tears that were never shed glisten in her eyes. In a small, trembling voice, she only said, "Nothing." And already the next morning came the day of the long-awaited meeting. Alan stood near the large, covered carriage. Ready for departure, he stood by the carriage and talked with Dibro Porthley. He asked if all the luggage had been loaded. Alan confirmed and expressed his gratitude for help. He watched the loaded vehicle, noting the volume of things was barely confidently under control. Mentally, he pondered how convenient it would be to transport such things sometimes through the Moon Gate. Dibro then offered to accompany Alan to the meetup, asking if he would like such company. Alan, surprised, seemed to be considering his answer. The offer, his thoughts slid between different kinds of tension that this case carried against the noisy bazaar. When the carriage moved, he hoped the meeting would go without any problems. Miner greeted Alan and said that a worker would take care of his luggage, then offered to show the hall. Alan politely agreed and replied that he was in Miner's care. Before them stretched a grand hall, a sea of chandeliers and long tables, designed for a large crowd. While they stood by the entrance, Alan could not hide his admiration. The hall was simply colossal. Miner confirmed that this was indeed the main gathering place for everyone in the dormitory. Alan, still surveying the scale, questioned the number of participants. He remembered they were expecting only about 30 people. Miner explained, smaller venues were already booked, so they had to take this huge hall. It could hold about 200 people, the entire dormitory. Miner reassured him and asked not to worry. The staff would supplement the rest of the numbers to make the event look complete. Alan, though still a bit surprised, agreed if so, everything would be fine. Then he announced the schedule for the day. Everything started with a sweets tasting party, followed by the TCG meetup divided into workshops for beginners and for experienced players, and ended with product sales. Alan listened attentively, confirming he understood everything. Next, Miner explained that he himself would lead the workshop for beginners and offered Alan would supervise the experienced group. Alan considered this and inquired which group exactly he should help. Miner, confidently winking, said, let him leave that to him. He had already learned most of the rules himself. This news seemed more than reassuring to Alan. It was enough to stick to the basics. but Miner kindly admitted that he had actually learned many rules from the students and added that he had to thoroughly understand the product because he would be responsible for the shop. Miner then handed Alan a small book and explained, "This is a list of types of machines and their effects. Such a thing was made by one of his acquaintances. He ordered to use it if something happens that Alan does not understand." Alan glanced at the pages and suddenly gasped in surprise. He was all about the rules when the boy still small watched him and asked if he could really read the text. Alan realized with embarrassment that the rules were in English just like the Yakutani subject had given him earlier. He thought, in this world people really do read Japanese, but now his task was in another language. Confused, he asked Minoru what she meant, honestly admitting he had never seen these characters exactly in this form before. Minoru calmly assured him there was nothing to worry about. Then she began to explain that in this world some spirits govern language and Rittingand. They will be grateful for the ability to communicate. Milner immediately interrupted her explanation and asked if he had attended a magical academy. He quickly clarified that he was just an ordinary commoner. Continuing, he said that those entities were called spirits of emotions and transmitted all written and spoken text. So anyone above a certain rank could speak effortlessly. Spirits provided translation. Suddenly, everything fell into place for him. This was why he could read English and why other translated individuals never encountered language barriers. He did not hide his amazement at this discovery. Minoru confirmed that he understood everything and assured him there was nothing to worry about. As soon as the explanation ended, Minoru saw the package arrived exactly on schedule. She suggested they start preparing for the event. He internally decided a personal BL book should be kept separate, so he just put it away. Meanwhile, Maynard asked if he would mind holding the box, and he immediately agreed. When he was about to leave with his things, the door creaked and suddenly Opened flinched. Then Maynard looked up. Dibro Portly, the guest student Lux, and Kazuki entered the hall. He involuntarily wondered where to put the rest, then quickly came to his senses and addressed the students. It was still early, no rush, and to wait patiently. Of course, just one remark. The day before, everyone was too excited and restless. He also said that he had no idea how some of the students were waiting for this event with such intensity. Maynard confirmed, it is this readiness that is the reason why they must be guaranteed the success of the event, and promised his unwavering support. He, with a grateful smile, acknowledged her determination and said he relies on her. He stood before the gathered students and a quiet determination slowly settled over him. He relied on many to get here, so failure was impossible. Nearby, the students chatted excitedly. Their voices rolled like a barely audible hum of anticipation. Addressing the group, Alan thanked everyone for coming and introduced himself. He was recommended by Lord Ray Castellano, so he is responsible for supplying goods to the store. He stated that he brought new sets blend to supply them in the future, but now will show them as samples so everyone can try. He added that he will explain the Crossworld game in detail, which is already sold in the store. The students burst into enthusiastic cheers and applause. As soon as he fell silent, the students rushed to the designated tasting corner, impatiently waiting for the first piece. Alan reminded them that if they liked the sweets, they would be replenished next time, then asked to share their impressions, and clearly confirming, added, Crossworld Meetup officially starts at 9:30. While everyone was savoring and reacting, Miner observed the students and noted in his thoughts, even noble children do not lose their childish traits. The tasting was still ongoing, but Alan had already seized the moment, saying it was time to move on and prepare the workshop for the main event. Then he picked up the card and showed the basic game mechanics, explained everything in order, and only after that asked if anyone had questions before they moved on to hands-on practice. The student praised Minoru, saying that his explanation was surprisingly easy to read as if real testimony from his materials. This unexpectedly threw Minoru off balance. He blushed because he was called Minter. Nearby, in a small semblance of emotion, something appeared, a small spirit softly glowing. Then Alan showed the demo deck to the student, and he gratefully accepted it. Alan announced, now it is his turn time to start the practical session. As soon as the practical session began, Alan noticed a strong commotion elsewhere where, probably, more experienced players had gathered. Cries of support flew through the space, and his gaze did not leave it. Attention, he turned back to the students and began explaining what had settled on their side, but he needed to quickly look where the noise had arisen from. The students immediately agreed. He turned back toward the source of the commotion. A small group of students had gathered around the game and wondered if it was the same noise he had felt. While he was approaching, he noticed a young man named Diro playing a card game. Whispers spread through the crowd. They said Diro was doing his best, but against an opponent with a high rare deck it was too difficult, and he had almost certainly already lost. Opponent Diro, a confident student, smiled, holding the cards, and said to Diro not to hold back just because he was from the Viscount's family, and with a barely noticeable smile added, "Such indulgences only matter when Diro really has a chance." About victory, the opponent did not let go of the gained advantage and described to Diro his terrible situation, only one single life point left and no character cards on the field. Instead, he boasted, he had 5 life points and a powerful SR card, Flamed Dragon Galdron. On the field, it gave 15 to attack and 10 to defense. Alan watched him and thought, even if Diro must give his all, at this stage a comeback is almost impossible. His opponent, shuffling cards and maintaining a superior expression, again declared that Diro's loss was guaranteed if he did not recover right here. Luck was not on his side at all, but despite all odds, Diro declared, now it was his turn to remember Yakutani-san's words that there must always be a chance, and with new determination, he drew a card from his hand. From his hand, he announced his first move and summoned Sea Beast Luminous, a creature with 2 attack and 2 defense. Thanks to its ability, he drew an additional C2. The opponent snorted and waved off the move. He mocked Diro, calling it despair, and stated that Sea Beast Luminous was an ordinary card with a rather mundane ability. But Diro revealed another card, Blessing of the Azure Sea. He explained, it boosts a character's attack by 10 for 1 water tribute. His confident behavior cracked as soon as he realized the cards cost 3, and the bonus it would give only if it was a water tribute. He shuddered from shock. He watched as the radiant hero, with an attack power of 15, struck Galdron, who had only 10 defense, and fell. Direct excess damage hit his life points, and the map ended. The match ended with a stunning victory for Diro Pasli. The opponent was knocked out cold, and the defeat of his strongest deck passed without catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, Alan, Miner, Kazuki, and the woman with long hair applauded Diro's impressive result. After the victory, Jairo approached the still staggering opponent and politely thanked him for the match. The loser, bowing his head, could only quietly admit Jairo's power. Still crushed by the loss, the opponent raised his gaze, eyes wide open, both shock and admiration. He confessed to Diro that the match deeply impressed him and that he had never met such a strong player. Before moving on, Alan, watching the exchange, smiled and asked for Jairo. The opponent continued, no longer hiding his distrust, saying that Jairo won with a deck of low rarity and greedily demanded to be taught strategies. Miner, Kazuki, and a woman with long hair joined the conversation. They praised the incredible Jairo. However, Diro quickly dismissed their compliments and stated that his victory was merely a coincidence of luck. Then he explained what exactly Alan taught him. Even with low-rarity cards, you can win if you think creatively. Jiro, beaming, thanked Alan wholeheartedly, and Alan modestly deflected the praise, saying he did nothing. Victory was entirely due to Jiro's abilities. The others were still impressed and repeated that they wanted to learn Crossworld from both sides of them. As the day passed, the magnificent clock tower shone, marking the passage. From time later, Alan reviewed the book. It seemed he was satisfied with what he read. After that, he took a glass and raised it, celebrating with Miner. He confirmed that the meeting went smoothly, and all the products sold out completely, so it was a complete success. He approached Ray Castigliano, who was sitting at the table, and apologized for interrupting. Ray, barely smiling, waved off the apologies and said there was only cleaning left. Alan thanked him for his restraint. He pondered Ray's words and admitted to himself, such praise is a true honor. Ray went on to say that even those students who did not participate came to watch and that everyone insisted they want him to hold. He glanced at Ray. He was intrigued why there was so much fuss around this event. Ray only repeated his deep GR acknowledgement. Then Ray began to explain. Most of the academy's students are highborn nobles, and the institution itself values abilities and talent above all. He continued, this environment forced many students to constantly struggle to fit in, and what the meetup format meeting proved is that it is a great opportunity for them. Ellen, still pondering, asked for clarification on what exactly Ray meant. Ray confidently emphasized, that is precisely why they must ensure that no talent ever. Everything went to dust. Ray continued further and stated that those who have power are obliged to protect people, and to fulfill this duty, connections and information are decisive. He expressed hope that this event would become a catalyst for dismantling the old F traditions. Alan, deeply impressed by Ray's philosophy, praised him and called him truly amazing. Ray, however, modestly replied that his position and abilities are just lucky gifts, and that he has a duty to use them for the benefit of others. After that, he apologized for starting to speak about. As soon as Alan returned to leave, Ray sharply stopped him, saying that he has one more matter that needs to be discussed. He stated that he takes full responsibility for harshly exposing the fraud with TCG, and ordered Alan to focus only on his work. Alan, looking at him, felt a familiar mixture of calm and horror, and did not know why exactly Ray is truly loyal. Indeed, he is thinking it through. Ray then abruptly turned around, and his thoughts flowed to the very idea to use the given power for the sake of the future. About others, he concluded that neither his current skills nor this second life are the result of hard work. He, after all, is not some nobleman born by birth. And that is why he understood that these are gifts he wants to use to help other people. For now, people continue to live just as before. Meanwhile, Alan found himself in conversation with Miner, who greeted him kindly. Alan pondered the ideal of business, where both seller and buyer remain in profit, and society as a whole prospers, although he admitted he does not intend to give up his own interests. For his own trouble, Miner expressed gratitude and said that he himself should thank Alan, since his help meant a lot, and the cleaning went without any problems. For his hard work, and Alan in turn offered Miner several snacks he had prepared for the staff, insisting that he would share them with everyone. This surprised Miner, so he thanked him. He sincerely thanked him. The latter modestly explained that it was no trouble at all. He gladly watched the event, and with the snacks, he said, he could repay as much as possible under these conditions. Then Miner tried to send him away, but Alan politely refused and explained that he still had something to finish. Miner shuddered, clearly stunned by how. This surprise, Miner's gaze was drawn to Alan. He called him by name, but Alan remained lost in his own thoughts and his expression. And it was unreadable. With a slightly worried face, he apologized for some trifle and asked if she knew what had happened to the book. The book that was there. A moment later, the candle on the neighboring table was blown out, and the nearest area immediately plunged into deeper further shadow. When darkness fell, Miner exhaled a quiet sigh, and her footsteps barely echoed as she moved from the bed. Then she lay down on the bed and honestly admitted to herself. All the day's tasks had exhausted her, leaving only fatigue, as if it were already late at night. Lying down, she thought about her goal to establish connections for the Seahawk family, a meeting that turned out to be quite fruitful. She reflected that it all turned into an interesting game, when suddenly an unexpected thought caught up with her. She quickly opened her eyes in surprise when she looked at the picture she found. She recalled mentions of how books are confiscated, especially rule book, and aloud wondered, what could this image mean? In the crowded event hall, a quiet realization suddenly overwhelms even with panic. An empty wooden box stands where something important was supposed to be. The book was stolen. Alan, drenched in sweat from anxiety, confirms the loss. In the storage place, he personally put aside the thin book with a distinctive cover, but now it is gone. He abruptly jumps up to Yoshida, interrupting the conversation. Realizing that everything is urgent, Yoshida calmly nods. Let the staff check everything immediately. However, Alan does not manage to finish speaking. A young woman named Lapine slaps her palms on the counter, bowing low, and breaks into deep apologies. Shocked, Alan stares. What does she mean? And asks her to calm down. With an embarrassed voice, she explains her mistake. Lapine, preparing for the sale, got confused. The book's cover was exactly the same as on another item, so she mistakenly put it up for sale. The news hits Alan like a physical blow. Inside, he regrets the disaster, but immediately makes a decision. It is not Lapine's fault. He returns to the trembling girl, insists that it is his own mistake, and apologizes for involving her. Guilt tightens his chest. He does not understand how he can possibly make it up to her. Yoshida steps forward and asks Alan what course of action he wants to take. He replies, yes, they have the buyer's record, but the book clearly matters. There is no choice. They will have to issue a warning and temporarily recall the items to ensure its return. He continues, delivering the grim news. Some students have already left, so they will not be able to return the book until the next day. Alan accepts this as it is and thanks him for the help. When Alan turns to leave, Yoshida calls his name. He responds and goes out, with only one desperate desire spinning in his head to manage to get that book before someone finds what is hidden inside it. He sat at the table, completely immersed in thoughts, and in his head a completely different world. He was called twice by name, but the voice barely caught his attention as he mindlessly stared into emptiness. His distraction did not go unnoticed. Eula, an elf, looked at him with concern and immediately noticed that he looked shaken. She quickly summarized. Since yesterday, he has kept his thoughts in the clouds, and now his usual line of reconnaissance is returning the same to him. The mood was passed again from Lady Arya. She noticed that he barely touched his food and asked if he was unwell. Alan could only quietly apologize and admitted he simply did not feel capable of eating. Eula, as always practical, reminded Lady Arya that the food was intended for Lord Alan's meal the next day. The spark in her gaze returned to Arya. She boldly suggested eating his natto instead of him. Seeing that Aglaia was still worried, Eula clarified, it was a joke. Aglaia, still cautious, asked Alan if he was really okay, and he gave a weak, unconvincing refusal. The conversation again fell on the dishes. One noted that by tomorrow they might spoil, and the other replied that they were already fermented, so effectively already spoiled. He sighed heavily and ran his hand through his hair. He needed to pull himself together, force himself to believe that the worst had not yet happened. Just then, a bell quietly rang through the residence. Lady Arya guessed aloud who could visit so early, and Alan stood up and announced that he would go check. At the gates, he was stopped by a man in the state postal service uniform. Apologizing for the delay, the postman informed that the correspondence had already been delivered and handed over a sealed envelope. Alan took it and responded with a brief word of thanks. As soon as the postman disappeared around the corner, Alan froze, staring at the envelope in his hands. The state postal service, probably from some nobleman, and this thought tightened the knot in his stomach even more. He had a very bad feeling. His hand trembled slightly as he broke the seal and read the letter. It was a short, sharp summons. He was required to come to the Great Eagle dormitory exactly at 10 o'clock that very morning. The signature was in the name, Limalir Seharp. Meanwhile, in the Great Eagle dormitory, in the place where letters are burned, Limalir Seharp sat with her arms crossed on her chest, radiating a wave of extreme dissatisfaction. She was turning over only one question in her mind, sharp and painful. Why was one particular item where it should not have been? She exhales quietly. Nearby, opposite her, Alan panics inside. Thoughts rush one after another like trembling frames. He understands he cannot show that the book was for Sakakibara, and then he imagines the cold, indifferent gaze of Aina, a shining star against the backdrop of his own torment. He chooses a course of action and addresses Limalir directly, starting with a straightforward statement. He does not intend to make this public. She turns sharply, looks at him, her face reveals nothing. She reminds him that it was Lord Ray who advised him, and warns, if this connection leaks, Lord Ray's reputation will undoubtedly suffer. Her gaze remains firm as she lays everything out clearly. As a fellow student from the same dormitory, she does not want it to end this way. She is only trying to understand why he acted as he did. Then she picks up the same book and demands bluntly, does he really understand what it means to her? Nervously, Alan tries to deny and negate everything, saying that his company deals with various books, so this one could have been accidentally planted. A failure. From his chair, he immediately reads, "This is a bad move. Evasive answers will only make things worse." He freezes, nods, and confirms that, of course, he understands. He again delivers his vague corporate speech, explaining that they offer a wide range of goods to satisfy the diverse needs of their numerous clients. Lemalier listens silently, but she abruptly cuts off the conversation and asks if he doesn't care that he might be arrested if caught. Alan clarifies his position. The item is restricted, not illegal. It can be confiscated, but he does not think it will lead to criminal charges. Lemalier acknowledges his correctness, and her expression softens slightly. She confirms, in the kingdom of Cain Lee, there are no laws prohibiting such things, and she knows among the nobility, such books are also published. She agrees that the version about a simple mix-up is indeed plausible. Alan shudders, sharply surprised by her knowledge, but she does not stop, drawing a critical line. Legal leniency applies only to novels. If it concerns a work that mostly relies on drawings, judicial practice seems impossible to find. This makes Alan tremble. Now he wonders what kind of man would dare such a precise and untested risk, moreover, recommended by Lord Ray himself. He freezes in stunned silence, and the words press into the calm of the room. Across the table, Lemure Seaharp watches him coldly. She breaks the silence, clears her throat, and changes the subject, but most importantly, she asks, does he offer many different kinds of books? Alan, stunned, can only stammer and answer affirmatively, wondering mentally how easily she moves on. So far we have postponed the original client's matter. She approaches with a question about his price. She correctly guesses that such a thing as the one lying before them will not be cheap, and this particular book is asking for several $100,000 gold. Her face hardens. With a sharp movement, she lifts the book, staring him down, then throws out a hypothesis. What if she bought this very book? You can only repeat her words, try to grasp the sharp turn in the negotiations. She confirms purchase is exactly what she desires, and adds that because it was a special request, availability might be uncertain. Realization overwhelms Alan. She probably set this goal from the very beginning. Her gaze does not waver as she raises the stakes. She says, if you do not report this deal, you become an accomplice. She asks if he really understands what that means. He twitches. He realizes their fates are already intertwined. Regaining composure, Alan calmly says he understands, and that he also prefers to work with clients who can be trusted. Pleased with his response, Lumelier promises to select a collection of items for him in a few days. Expressing her confidence in the future, she makes Alan wonder if he really managed to bring this situation to success. Later outside, beyond the building, Akira panics and catches up with Alan. She is broken, takes all the blame, floods with apologies, and sincerely regrets that Lumelier learned about the existence of this book. He tries to calm her, assuring that everything will work out one way or another. She still trembles and presses him further, asks if he is really okay after such a harsh confrontation. He tries to soothe Akira, saying that since Lumelier loved the Forbidden Book and let everything pass on the condition of its sale, there is nothing to worry about. He adds that she did not even check the client, but Akira still remains clearly distracted. Her apologies are abundant, but Alan simply tells her not to worry, concluding, "All is well that ends well." On the other side of the table, Lemelier sharply interprets the situation. It means she earned another comment. Her idea of comradeship seems strange. Clutching the book, she thinks that Yui's soul will find salvation in it, and Chris's soul will know the truth, so they can become one. She completely dissolved into the world of Historito. Alan's utter amazement. Later, they move to a private cafe. "Let me hear your questions if it's really safe to speak so carelessly." But Alan assures her, the place is already reserved and the owner is reliable. He also says it's a cross-world meetup and asks if she is there. Interested, she confirms that this is the case, explaining, the game is extremely famous and she wants to participate. Alan, on the other hand, expresses concern, noting that if a princess appeared, everyone would probably be frightened. Confused, she insists that she really wants to play with everyone. But faced with her simple desire, the bewildered Alan can only agree that she. Correctly, her disappointment becomes visible immediately as soon as she sits down at the table. She explains, as soon as she appears, the boys immediately perform Dejiza a deep bow of apology, and some of the girls even start crying out. Stunned, Alan asks if it is true. Lemelier confirms. Her face hardens as she reveals her status, the only anomaly among all mages in the world. She shows a chasm in power. Simple sorcerers are cats, nobility are lions, and she is a dragon, the size of. The mountain of truth looms over her. She clutches the book and speaks heavily and honestly. This is her only emotional support, and despite everything, beneath it all she is an ordinary student who simply likes these stories. Alan looks at her, no emotion on his face, but it is. Attention, Lumelier sighs. It's already too late, since everyone already sees her as the perfect, cold-blooded princess. In response, Alan says, if people don't think badly of her, she just needs to approach and talk to them. She watches as Lemelier, on her face anxiety, tries to understand where she got such a terrible reputation from. She says that ordinary communication will be difficult, and she adds, while many girls dream of being a princess, she sees the truth and it is incredibly. The air is stuffy. He can only quietly agree until she turns and leaves. The burden of her situation settles. Between them, later, returning to her chambers, the elf Eula sleeps soundly, an innocent sight, how she hugs a plush toy. But Alan does not fall asleep so easily. He sits at the table, stretches, while pondering the very idea of friendship, and his thoughts are clearly occupied by his recent case. His reflections are interrupted by Eula. She has already woken up. Noticing his pensive state, she asks if everything is all right. Alan, holding a mug of coffee, assures her that he just got a little lost in thought. He explains that he is thinking about a student at the academy, the one who just can't get along with friends. He notes that everyone is afraid of him. It is more like respect, and he compares everything to the situation in the zone, but quickly dismisses this thought as nonsense, a bad truth. Comparison, Eula correctly guesses, this person has very few options. She looks at him and asks if he has any good ideas at all. This should help them. Her question sparks a thought, and he, turning back to her, suggests a way out, but suddenly they both feel weighed down, as if nailed to the spot. Eula immediately agrees as soon as she sees the point. Anonymous correspondence, where names can be kept secret. The idea also occurs to Alan. He realizes that with his ability through the Moon Gate, he can organize delivery without unnecessary problems, and it works perfectly. He decides if he is going to do it, he will do it properly. He wants to create something that many people can look at casually. Thoughts about a fantastic travelogue. Eula, watching him, points at a book on the table and comments on how much he has already seen. He remembered the book Eula was holding. He got this version thanks to Akira's work, but among the fighters it did not go very well. Eula, pressing the volume, confirmed that although she likes manga, she actually prefers her novels, and it was her preference that awakened this idea in him. Suddenly, he suggested creating a bulletin. Eula looked up from the book and, repeating the same word, added a note of FK in her voice. He expanded on the idea and explained it would be a private mailing for her members. He saw it as a mix of a catalog and a newspaper pages where you can choose things for yourself, and a place for discussions where people with similar interests share their thoughts. Eula considered it and admitted that it sounded interesting. It sounded intriguing. Her interest flared up, and Alan began to think about who else to invite. He thought that two specific people would definitely get along if they talked about certain types of books. This thought made Eula look confused. He immediately told her not to worry about it. Then he officially continued the invitation. He asked if Eula would like to join, and added that Arya could also join. Eula's expression was hesitant, and she clarified if that was really so. Sincerely, everything will be fine. Her hesitation disappeared as soon as she joyfully agreed, explaining that she would be pleased to join because she rarely has the opportunity to talk about her hobbies. Alan was glad to hear this. Then he revealed deeper thoughts. Since neither she nor Arya could actually go outside, he hoped this project would be a pleasant distraction. Even though he was not sure it would help, Eula fell silent. After a minute of silence on the sofa, he heard nothing. Eula looked at him with a keen gaze. She firmly said that she felt nothing but gratitude and had never been dissatisfied with her daily life. She only begged him. He had to believe her. He was relieved by her conviction. Changing the subject, Alan asked if she would help assemble the bulletin on the computer. Eula, eager to at least somewhat relieve him of the burden, immediately asked to be taught how to use it, mentally noting her light brown sorrel sincerity. Alan agreed to show her tomorrow, and she officially thanked him, entrusting herself to his care for the lesson. The rapid tapping of keys on the laptop sounded while Alan watched. Excitement and concentration mixed on his face. He was silent, carefully observing how the work progressed swiftly. Nearby, Akira was talking on the phone, waving something off with an indifferent tone. Oh, no need, and only then did the scene catch her attention. Turning back to Alan, she shared her impression, how quickly the one at the keyboard was taught. He agreed with her assessment and called the progress incredible. Eula had already learned the keyboard layout and was checking detailed manuals, while he still could not properly use the conversion functions. Alan continued to be amazed by her skill. He had heard that she was adept at clerical work, but this was far beyond anything he could imagine. In a few days, she learned to type despite the grammar being completely different from her native language. Eula herself explained her insanely fast progression. She simply looks at the text on the screen and says that even with broken phrases it is still easy to read, and she attributes it all to the spirit of Naruka. Naruka, she explains, is known as a gentle spirit. They say this spirit removed language barriers specifically to prevent conflicts between people. Her words awaken an epiphany in Alan. She probably means the spirit of thought. A vision of regal Arya's fancies flashes in his mind when he recalls legends. Those truly loved by Naruka are said to know everything, and their own eyes are considered a gift from the spirit. Returning to the present, he rests his chin in his hand and focuses on the consequences. The spirit did not completely erase conflict, but its influence was still colossal. He is enveloped in reverence for a power that strikes to trembling. His thoughts cut sharply in unfamiliar voice. Arya Fancha herself stands before him. A tiny, winged spirit hovers beside her. "What are you two doing?" she asks, and Alan flinches, opening his eyes. Eula, however, remains composed. She turns away from the laptop, faces the visitors, and calmly explains, "I am working with Alan Sama on the mailing." It seems even one word momentarily unsettles Arya Fanchai. While she and Lady Arya listened, Alan laid out his plan for a simple internal newspaper. One page for new releases, the second for weekly ratings and restocked goods, and the third for interaction with readers. He assured them that there were no strict rules. They could write about anything they wanted. But this very freedom momentarily threw Eula off track. She suddenly wanted to understand what topics she could even pick up. Her hesitation dissolved in a brief burst of excitement. She declared that she would join the interaction page and that Lady Arya would also participate. Standing behind, Arya gently suggested Eula could write about her hobbies, while mentioning that she herself plans to write novels. Inspired by this idea, Alan enthusiastically announced his own topic trading cards. He proudly reported that he had recently pulled a super rare card, and his excitement seemed to fill the entire room. Then he added that he would definitely show the strongest deck he had assembled. Eula, pressing Carter's handmade fan to herself, looked ahead with a determined face fully devoted to the project. Meanwhile, in another wing of the building, a group of young women had gathered. As soon as Alan entered, one of them, Kalkra, greeted him warmly. "Alan, long time no see," she exclaimed, while Nike and Camille watched from the side. The fourth girl, Ada, remained silent, her wavy hair falling down. Alan asked what was happening, and his gaze slid over the festive decorations scattered around. Kalkira explained. They were preparing decorations for a party to welcome the new member, but Alan looked doubtful, began to nitpick whether they hadn't mixed a bunch of completely unrelated things with the preparations. Kalkira faltered, trying to downplay her activity, insisted they were only looking for ideas, not reading anything. Alan seemed to swallow her explanation, and just then the door creaked, opened, and Anus entered the room. She was greeted as a captain and asked for a report on the state of affairs. The group told her with Nike and ID became livelier with her arrival, and one of them declared they would finish by the end of the day. Aina nodded, pleased that they were indeed working properly. Aina's gaze slid to Alanjus, then a short rustle was heard. She seized the moment and asked why he was here, reminding him that he had no work planned in this area today. Alan was confused, so he could only reply, well, yes, that's right. Really? Alan raises the document, a newly created publication titled Newsletter Yuma. He explains that he came with the intention to hand it over to someone named Seiyuji. Energy stands next to Eula and Arya. Aina leans forward, her curiosity sharpened by the document. She says that this concept sounds interesting. He unfolds his idea and explains. He hoped their clients could use it to share information and connect with each other, though he admits this is only a test version. The proposal is met with instant excitement. Eula and Arya exclaim that it sounds cool and fun and that they want to join. Alan adds, if possible, he would like Seiyuji to join them and maybe someone else too. A bit confused by their enthusiasm, he apologizes for getting in the way, but Anna waves off his concern. Alan looks pleased but restrained. He says he appreciates the support, but it might be a bit much for people. Yet Eula and Arya do not give up. They are already arguing about who exactly will do the drawing for this, and declare that they are for the project. Anna frowns and focuses as she thinks through the logistics. After a short pause, she shifts her gaze to Alan and asks for his advice, confessing that this is her first time taking on such a project. Anna carefully studies the document, running her finger along the lines. She sees, for black and white printing, the images need to be larger, but only the text with lists can be left as is. Sitting next to Alan, she continues giving feedback and suggests they also reduce the number of fonts they use. He listens attentively and nods in agreement. His experience prompts him to clarify. Has she ever done something similar before? He recalls how he himself worked in the student council in middle and high school, but immediately corrects himself. He only helped with production. She explains that it was only part of her activities in the student council and that she does not consider herself a professional at all. Alan reassures her. Her confidence in this matter is quite logical, and she is truly a great help. He adds that even if the team is small, their work will be read by many different people. After a minute of reflection, Aina's attention is caught by Kalkura. She appears behind Alan together with Camille and excitedly announces her decision. Kalkura says that after discussion, the team decided to go together. Everyone wants to talk about Yim Koi. Hearing the unanimous decision of friends, Aina's face softened a gentle, pleased smile. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a grand and stately building, another plan is being launched. Inside, Ray Cassiano flips through the information bulletin and suddenly freezes. His chest throbs with excitement. He learns this edition is for a select group, but it has many more subscribers than just the nobility. They are all anonymous so that everyone can communicate freely. Later, he sits down with Alan and explains that this very bulletin is the reason why he wanted to get in touch with him at all. Alan nods. Sounds like a great opportunity to learn about things outside the academy. Eileen smiles, touched by the offer, and tells Ray that he is too kind. Ray immediately notices. Eileen has worked hard and is gradually starting to look like a real merchant. He looked over the document that Ray Cassiano slid across the table and paused on the photo of baked goods. He asked what it was, and Ray explained it was a product catalog and appendix to the bulletin. Turning the pages, he listened as Ray laid everything out clearly. Ray says he wants to let clients choose for themselves. Let them get products that exactly match their tastes and needs, although he admits it might seem overly confident from the outside. Elena expressed her gratitude, and it seemed to noticeably ease Ray. The young nobleman added that it would be less wasteful if people chose for themselves, and Alan fully agreed, calling it a wonderful idea. As he continued flipping through the catalog, he noticed that none of the sweets were recognizable. He asked if these were special items not usually kept on the shelf, and Ray confirmed, explaining that fresh candies are hard to preserve, comparing them to the fruit tart he had previously given Alan. The explanation stirred Alan to trembling with joy. Wide-eyed, he declared his intention to buy the entire catalog of everything there. Greedily, he asked if he could place the order right now, and the barely surprised Beam confirmed, yes. Smiling, Alan apologized for being too eager about the catalog and explained, everything just looked too interesting. He sincerely thanked and asked if the order could be delivered to his family's home because he doesn't have a refrigerator. Ray understood everything and promised. The order would be ready in 2 days. Alan thanked again, already eagerly awaiting both the bulletin and the sweets. As soon as the conversation quieted, the doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of new clients. 2 young girls, Lumelier Seaharp and her younger sister, approached Ray and, reserved and respectfully, addressed him as senpai. They thanked him for his time and said they hoped for another lesson very soon. Ray, just thinking about how long free periods in the schools of this world make scheduling easier, smiled. They could come to him anytime. When the students dispersed, Ray turned his attention to Anna, who was waiting nearby. He apologized for the delay and noted that it seemed the younger ones respected her a lot. He said goodbye to Alan for today and left him, but Anna immediately objected. She was the one who should apologize for suddenly addressing him like that. Her face suddenly became serious. She explained that she came to apologize for their previous meeting and brought a small gift. After the pleasantries, Ray asked what she needed from him. She quickly granted permission for an empty room and handed over the necessary permit document. Limelier, her younger one, accepted it with surprising liveliness and exclaimed that she would lead immediately. Anna noticed how swiftly this exchange took place, and Limelier confirmed that she understood everything and asked for a moment. She took the book that Anna brought. Limelier entered the room where Ray Castellano was already waiting. She handed him the book and asked for his opinion. While Ray gazes into the book, he is involuntarily overwhelmed by the memory of how much effort it took to get it. Sakakibara had personally recommended this item back then, and later Ray managed to invent a copy in the store as soon as it became known that there would be no reprint. Now Lumelier is finishing the last lines, and an extraordinary admiration flashes across her face. She firmly places the book back and declares that, if it is at all possible, she wants to provide the author with significant support and patronage. Ray observes and thinks, it seems she really liked it. In the store, Alan asks Aina if she was the one who chose that particular book. She replies that one of her customers recommended it. Alan immediately apologizes and explains, due to certain circumstances, his request will be difficult to fulfill. Aina nods, understanding, but disappointment still flickers in her eyes. After that, Alan hands her a document and says that it is a bulletin that his trading company plans to publish. Aina reviews the paper and looks up. Is this news? Alan confirms her suspicion and immediately lays out the plan. He says, the recommended book belongs to Category R, and the bulletin will have a page for interactions that is where he intended to invite the person who suggested it. Then Alan shifts the conversation to Aina, addressing her as Lumeli-sama, and asks if she will also participate. He adds he cannot include explicit content in the printed version, but can send separate letters, so he will be able to properly thank the author of the recommendation and discuss more. But Aina's attention suddenly switches to another brochure. She asks what it is and notices. It lists all kinds of products, even cosmetics. Aina tells Alan, whom she addresses as Minalson, to inform her if anything catches his eye, she can place an order for the next free batch. While thinking, she realizes to herself this is a convenient catalog for someone living in a dormitory and having permission to just go to the store. Considering the consequences, she questions his strategy. She shows that merchants usually sell goods directly to the nobility and asks if other merchants will not perceive such a direct approach to the consumer as too bold a step. Alan asks if she thinks this is normal, and Aina replies, she has no place to argue. Her gaze sharpens, and she warns that everything is fine as long as he does not slip up and get caught. And she adds directly, it was precisely because of such a mistake that they met for the first time. He acknowledges her warning, says he fully understands the risks, but very few people are involved now. There is a softening in his gaze, and she notices that he really cares about people, as he was attentive to the younger one before. Alan looks away, embarrassed, asks if something is wrong with him. Aina smiles, encouraging him. She clarifies, she helps not because it is simply an act of kindness. If he runs into trouble, it will be her problem too. And finally, reminding that he said this himself, Aina confirms their tandem. They are in this together and must continue to conduct good business. Changing the subject, Alan clears his throat and asks if there is any connection between her and the characters from the book, noting their similar appearance. Aina, quickly typing on the device, looks away for a moment and firmly denies it, saying it's just a coincidence. Alan looks relieved, as if glad he noticed it and not someone else. While Anna works, Kalkiro approaches Alan and asks how the project is progressing. Anna, without taking her eyes off the screen, says the draft should be ready by tomorrow and that she is already using the conversion feature. Alan orders to leave one free section on the interaction page, wants to show the finished version to the last person before they join. Anna agrees. She can't wait to see everything completed. Alan reviews the materials for the first news issue calmly and attentively, with concentration clearly visible on his face. He notes how diverse the topics brought by participants are: shoujo, manga, beauty, sweets, and even trading cards. For a moment, he became curious about what exactly is written in each article, so he decided, such variety for the inaugural issue is quite natural. He felt that it all revolved around that very recent conversation, where he sincerely hoped Sakakibara and everyone who joined would find a mailing list that truly had something interesting and exciting. His daydreaming is interrupted by Aina. Together with Kalkira and Camilla, she asks from the side if he has finished preparing for the party in honor of the brigade. She notes that he always looks so busy. Alan explains. He is about to start, says he still needs just a little more time, but it is necessary the main dish requires fresh ingredients. Aina, worried, gently asks him not to push himself too hard. Gratefully, Alan accepts her hint. He asks her to look after the news and the household in the meantime, and promises to return with a souvenir. When all the matters were finally settled, he turns around and heads to the door. When it softly closes behind him with a quiet knock, in his mind he is already running through the next task's promise he made to Seikoji that day, to gather something truly good in Japan. In his gaze, thought hardens and determination becomes clear. He knows for sure, if he truly wants to earn everyone's trust, he will not take detours. On the day of the party, the tavern buzzed with lively conversations. Alan, Anna, and other fighters from the Akatsuki brigade gathered to celebrate the newcomer. Aina approaches Alan, who is happily examining his preparations. He states that he has already finished his work. She asks if he needs help, but he confidently refuses. His gaze slides to the large flat metal grate he has already set up. He says it is specifically for the special meat he brought. He also adds that this option is better than the grill grate she could have provided. Remembering that he is responsible for part of the food, Aina cautiously warns, do not serve anything bad at the reception. Alan just smiles confident that he knows everything and that everyone will definitely be surprised. Having finished the preparation, Alan announces that he has handled everything. Aina notices an unusual confidence in him and directly asks aloud, will everything really be all right? And it is then that Kalkira proclaims, the captain will be a little late, so they should start by introducing the newcomers. She calls 3 to step forward. Alan steps forward to greet. The first to approach the newcomer is a cheerful young woman with a spear. She is called Rain. She is 18, of bronze rank, and works as an adventurer, specializing in spears. The group warmly welcomes her while Kalkira calls the next one. Next forward steps a woman in glassesh, politely bows and introduces herself. Senna. She is 20, dreams of working in administration, and honestly admits she has no combat skills. Aina, having just arrived, claps her hands joyfully glowing with happiness because finally there will be one more person in administration. Then she quietly complains. She is here only for a side job and wants a third person to come because, in her opinion, she was not very useful in the previous negotiations. At the very front comes a small, shy girl with a staff. She introduces herself as Piena Aishin and explains that she was invited on the recommendation of Nana-sama. The crowd murmurs about her charm, and then she adds, she is 23 and has completed the lower magic course at Lyazale. Alan freezes in shock at this news and immediately puts the puzzle together. Piena is probably younger than Camille from Lyazale. The message throws Camille and Kalkaru into a panic. They are running amok, babbling that they have just completed a 3-year general course and cannot compare themselves to someone with an official mage title. Their outburst catches the crowd's attention. Everyone is curious about the difference between a mage and an ordinary magic user. He lets what he hears pass through him and suddenly sees a picture from his old world. A mage is like a bachelor's, doctor's, or master's degree. Aina immediately confirms his excitement. A mage is head and shoulders above an ordinary magic user, a title that takes almost 10 years, including the general course. Pina adds that this is the highest academic title one can obtain in Lyazale, and that graduates usually go into military service or the royal court. Such confusion tightens Alan's chest even more. Asks aloud why someone with such qualifications joined their brigade, and just then a soft voice addresses them. It's Nana. She approached closer, quietly smiling. Pina says that it was Nana-san who came out to her.